Welcome, everyone. Thank you for coming. Welcome to meeting 2003 of the Toronto Transit Commission. Any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, thank you very much. Do we have minutes of the previous meeting? We don't, because this is a special budget meeting, and no business arising, obviously, out of those minutes. We have, just for everyone's information in the room, we have 3 items on the agenda today that we'll be going through, and we have quite a few deputants on item number 1, which is the operating budget. We then have the capital budget, and then we have a third report on federal infrastructure funding. I think it's the will of the board, and if that's fine, we'll go through the deputations first on that item, and then go to the staff presentation. Does that work for members? Hopefully then that staff presentation can answer questions that come up through deputations. I'm hearing that there's a motion on the...
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to move. This is frequently done at standing committees of the city where we have lots of deputants, that we limit the deputations and questioning to 3 minutes.
Okay, so you're moving, instead of the 5 minutes allotted, 3-minute
Yes.
presentation of deputations.
Yes.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Minwong, 3 minutes for deputations. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. So moving on, and we're on item number 1, which is the 2017 TTC and Wheel-Trans operating budgets. Our first speaker presenter is Alan Ewell. Let me just read the next few names so you can know your turn is coming. Is Stephen Donahue, Don Weitz, and Hamish Wilson. So if those people can be ready or on deck, that would be great. Welcome, Mr. Ewell, and I'll start your time. You have 3 minutes.
Part of why we are modernizing the TTC is to make the system more efficient and more fiscally sustainable. To do this, we take the best practices from other transit agencies and combine them with industry standards of transit agencies. That's why we have Opto on Line 4. That's why we're upgrading Line 1. Both of these will increase efficiencies on these lines and allow for more passengers to be moved on existing infrastructure. And this is industry standard for people who run subways. Andy and his team have made a lot of progress towards making the TTC more modern, but the board needs to step up as well. So how does this apply to our operating budget? As much as I don't like it, I understand fares will have to go up. So cash fares, all cash fares, $4. If you want the senior student fare or the token price, you get a Presto card. This is industry standard. Most transit agencies have one cash fare policy. This brings us in line with the rest of the province. Transit agencies from Halifax to Vancouver use time-based transfers. Time-based transfers are an industry standard across the country for agencies with more than 50 operating vehicles. They are easier for passengers to understand and it leads to less fare disputes. Fewer fare disputes result in lower employee assaults. Again, this is industry standard. We have the lowest single trip price in the GTA. Our metro price is insane though. The industry standard is to have a monthly pass that is less than taking 40 times a month, trips 40 times a month, 5 days a week to work and back. Across 17 of the largest transit agencies, the average number of trips to break even is 35. Take out the 3 agencies bordering the GTA Toronto, and that comes down to just under 34. What I'm proposing is that to have a Metro Pass with a 35 trip price, based on the 2017 fare, but only if you buy your pass on Presto and only if you buy it by the 3rd of the month. If you buy it by the 4th day of the month, you go back up to the 49th trip price. We can work with our MDP mailing list to transition these people to the Presto's autoload program. This would take off the monthly Metro Pass price at the 35 trip price. Almost half our stations are equipped with these pass vending machines. Currently, you can sell up to 5 different passes from these machines. We can configure these machines to sell a preloaded Metro Pass. These would sell at the current 49 trip price plus a $6 handling fee. To take advantage of the 30 trip price, they would have to load their Metro Pass using a self-serve machine or the auto load option through Metrolinx and Presto. Again, this is industry standard for major agencies across the country. This will have a cost to the TTC to do this, but doing this, the cost will be even higher. Based on how we calculate our ridership numbers, our numbers will plummet. We will be back next July to say our ridership is way down. You should know I've already written that deputation. It starts with "I told you so," and then I get mean. I'm not asking for you or the city to do anything special. I'm just asking that you meet industry standards for how a transit agency in Canada is run. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for this presenter? No, thank you. Thank you for coming. Next up is Stephen Donahue. Welcome. Yeah, there's a chair there, and if there's a microphone in front of you, just want to make sure that's on. There's a button there right by the base of the mic. That should be good, and I'll start your time now.
Good morning. My name is Stephen Donahue. I live at 214 Maria Street here in Toronto. I'm opposed to the TTC operating budget for 2017. First off, I've got no problem with the SECA, the one-time draw, and the TTC stabilization reserve. I wonder, though, if there's a way to flex some money out of the capital budget for operations as well. Since the province doesn't give us, or since the province gives a lot of money for capital but nothing for operating, this would be a good backdoor way of getting some. I'm tired of stuff getting built that we don't have money to operate. I think that until such a time as the TTC has a dedicated, reliable, predictable, and growing revenue stream for its day-to-day operations, a moratorium ought to be placed on building of all new stuff. The Metro News reported last week that budget pressures you were dealing with include the opening of the Toronto-York-Spadina subway extension. I'm guessing that's because you don't have the money to do it, to run it. Also, it mentioned Presto implementation as a budget pressure. I don't know how that's operating. Seems to be a capital project. I hope I'm not paying fares to build the new gates and to install all the card readers. Fares should be used to run the system. Fare is the same as a fee for a public service. It's a tax. Transit fares are a tax. It seems like the mayor, since he has decided not to increase the property tax, which is something our fares have subsidized over the years, is going to a fee system to run public services. This is extremely regressive. Fees are not based on ability to pay, so it's a regressive tax. It places an unjust, disproportionate burden on the poor and low-income citizens of our city. Non-cash instruments offer savings, but they require the money up front. Not everyone has that. 2 years ago, council said it was going to come up with a low-wage pass, but it hasn't. 2 years. I want to know when that's going to happen. I support what the TTC Riders Group recommends, a $50 Metro Pass for low-income riders, a $1 token for low-income riders, and free TTC for social assistant recipients. Oh, but by the way, I like very much, and I'm glad you're keeping the no fare for kids 12 and under. That's very important. That decreases the regressivity of the fare. And I know some people don't like it, but I'm glad you're sticking with it. My last point, I take issue with the fact that we're always called customers. We're not customers. I'm not a customer of the City of Toronto. I'm a citizen of the City of Toronto. Putting a fare in that box ain't the same as getting a coffee at McDonald's. We're paying to run a public system. We're not customers. In fact, if you're going to get serious about it, we own it. What % of the fare goes to operate? Is it getting up to around 70%? One of the highest in North America. Time's up. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. Just wait and see if there are any questions. Any questions? No, thank you very much for coming today. Thank you. Don Whites? Is Don here? Oh, great. Yeah, please sit, have a seat. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Yes, my name is Don Whites. I'm a longtime user, writer of the TTC for over 45 to 50 years since I came to Canada from the United States. And I've got I'll just read off my list of demands, because first of all, I feel that the TTC fare is unfair and unjust, particularly to people who are elderly and people with disabilities. And I'll just read off a list of demands, which I have a copy of, Chair, which I would be glad to give to you if you want. It just is a list. Except I didn't know who the clerk was. I would have given this to her before, or him.
You're happy to read it, but we'll also have a clerk come grab it for you when you're...
Yeah. Whoever the clerk is, I'll give a copy to.
Thank you.
Okay. The first demand is immediately stop the fare increase on TTC because it's excessive and unfair. The $2.50, there should be a $2.50 subsidy per TTC ride from all levels of government. I understand that we have in Toronto a very low subsidy per ride, but I don't have the exact figure. Maybe one other deputant or some others have that. There should be an increase in services, not a decrease. I've been on numerous buses and subways and streetcars, and very often they're crowded and people are bunched in, packed in like sardines. So there should be an increase and improved services. There should be a reduction in wait times of a maximum of 3 minutes per subway station and 10 minutes at bus and streetcar stations. There should be a $50 Metro Pass. I think I pay, along with many other seniors, over $100 a month for a Metro Pass, which I think is excessive, especially those of us on fixed incomes, like a government assistance or ODSP or welfare. There should be $1 tokens for low-income riders. There should be free fare for all children and students under 15 and under. I disagree with the 12, with the age of 12, or 15 and under.
If you could just wrap up, please, that would be appreciated. We're just over the 3 minutes.
Well, I wasn't told, I was hoping I could speak for up to 5 minutes, but maybe not. But I'll just run through and I'll wrap up, okay?
Thank you.
I've got just a few. I should say that the system should be made more accessible for people with disabilities. There should be large, easy-to-read elevator and escalator signs in every subway, and there should be faster repairs. The repairs of the escalators is a shame, because, for example, at College Street in Yonge on the Line 1, there's been over a month delay in repairing the escalator going up. Okay.
So we're just over 4 minutes
And I just
now.
want you to end with
Yeah,
this.
please.
I urge this committee and city council to respectfully listen to all complaints and recommendations and demands made to this committee on the TTC. The transportation is a right, not a privilege, but so far it seems to be an obstacle course for many of us who are elderly or have to live with disabilities. Thank you very much for
Thank you very-
listening, and I'll give a copy of the demands to the clerk.
Thank you very much. You're, in the audience, you're welcome to applaud every time, but of
Do you
course,
need
that's
my
going to
address
add
on?
time to each
put it-
presentation and might threaten our ability to hear everyone. So
I have
I'd maybe
a-
ask you to limit that. So we have
wanna
Hamish.
Hand them out to members?
Yeah, so if you've arrived late, we've got 3 minutes. You've got 3 minutes to speak. Hamish Wilson is up next, but then after that
Make copies.
is Ben Bradley, and then Mo Hu from the Ontario Seniors Association, Ray Smith, and Suzanne Narain. So those people could be ready, that would be great. And I'll hand the floor over to you, Mr. Wilson, and I'll give you start your time now.
Yes, good morning. Thanks for hauling in, and aren't fossil fuels wonderful? It's kind of chilly. I agree that you're in a tighter box, but the solutions are not so much to hike the fares yet again, nor reduce the services, but instead ensure that those of the commissioners on the council push very hard against the confines of the box to have more equitable mobility. The cars need to pay more, and this below remains relevant, though unheeded. This is from 1996, from an article, a quote from somebody from Vancouver. We realize that the public subsidy enjoyed by the private automobile amounts to $2,700 per automobile per year, or about 7 times the amount we subsidize public transit. This is not news. I've been sharing this particular info bit for a decade or two. The challenge is we have to act on it. Let's make sure that we have more equitable mobility. And there's another range of studies that, again, old, that found similar subsidies and avoided costs. And I'm not saying that the cars aren't useful or that they aren't expensive to run or they aren't convenient and very helpful. Sometimes they are. But we have to make sure that we have more equitable user pay for them. And perhaps one motion that you could think of doing is asking for a car services review. Ask the council to commission such a thing, because there are an awful lot of avoided costs. Some will be provincial in terms of the healthcare situation, others will be municipal, like the drainage things. This is a set of experts, Newman and Kenworthy, often quoted as to how world cities perform. They found on page 351, under road expenditure, this quote, "This was one of the hardest data items of all to gather. The trail of road expenditures in most cities is a tortuous path, whereas expenditure on transit tend to appear in a few easily identified publications. And, of course, it's all divided." So if we do the math of the vehicle registration tax that brought in $60 million, that would mean that we have 1 million cars in the city, more or less. So the avoided cost and subsidy, using this old 20-year-old figure, it's about $2.7 billion a year. We are a rich city. We have lots of cars around. The real estate, the inflation has been tremendous. Hike the property taxes too. A 10% hike in the property taxes might be a very good thing, because my goodness, the inflation in the housing has been like, what, 200%? 300% over the 2 decades. We need to make sure that we have a well-funded system, well-funded repairs, and it wouldn't hurt if we actually had a bit more user pay and the cars got thinned out a little bit. This is another blast from the past. Canadian city's most difficult problem is traffic congestion, says Metro Chairman Gardner, and there wasn't any real, what was the problem? The problem is the cars. So we have to actually thin them out, perhaps with higher prices. So it's really inequitable to raise the fares, but I understand you're in a box, but please push back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? No? Thank you for coming. Next on our list is Ben Bradley. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks. I'll start your time now.
Okay. Thank you so much to the chair and also to the board. A lot of what I wanted to say has already been said, just with the few speakers that I've spoken to. I want to say that I am a canvasser full-time for the Toronto Environmental Alliance. Everything that I say is not representative of the official stances of that organization, but it is important to note that I have spoken with hundreds of Torontonians about issues like transit. I'm going to briefly speak about the environmental impact of reduced ridership. There are many factors that determine ridership on a transit system. One of those, of course, is affordability. So when we make fares unaffordable, obviously it's going to reduce the number of people that take transit. Right now, we have a very expensive monthly pass in Toronto. It's $141 for a monthly pass. You folks are looking at increasing that price. In New York City, the price of a transit pass is $116. In Boston, it's $83. In Montreal, it's $83 as well. In Vancouver, it's $91. All very important North American transit authorities. So we're very, very expensive, and the report that I read before making this deputation, which includes the budget, which I'm assuming all of you have read, actually stipulated that the subsidy per rider is incredibly low in Toronto. So obviously you all recognize that we are not subsidizing our transit system adequately. Everybody here knows that our system is underfunded, and yet you still voted to go ahead and cut the TTC by 2.6%. So our city really needs more transit, not less, and we need more ridership, not less. And if we crowd people out by making it unaffordable for them to ride on transit, then we're just going to end up with more cars and more inequity in our social system. This is a city that needs to work for everybody. It's an incredibly diverse city, and I want you to note that a huge contingency has showed up here from the Chinese Seniors Association. There's a huge number of very oppressed individuals in this city who are unable to afford transit. And we need to increase ridership because anthropogenic climate change is something that's happening right now. Climate justice is a movement that has to start somewhere, and it might as well be here in Toronto. Folks, we need to consider making very brusque changes right now in our model, socially, economically, and environmentally. And if it can't happen in a city that is this diverse, this open, this multicultural, then I don't know what city that can happen in. So I had this beautiful deputation that I totally went off script, so I apologize if my thoughts sounded a bit incoherent. But what I'm trying to say is that we are not existing in a vacuum. The City of Toronto is a model for all sorts of cities in the North American context, and if we fail to have an adequately funded, well-ridden transit authority, then we are failing not just this city and its diverse constituents, but also folks from all over North America who should be looking to Toronto as a model of how they can build their transit authorities and how they can bring about social justice and environmental justice in their prospective places. So please create a low-income pass. Do not allow these fare hikes to increase, and go look for revenue from other sources, whether it be by taxing cars or appealing to the province or really anything, property taxes.
Okay.
You need more revenue, and we need to do this now.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just hold on a sec, you might have a question. I have one for you, I don't know if anyone else does.
Yeah, sure.
Just one question for you. So in Toronto, our pass, unlike most other big cities, is transferable. So you and I, as roommates, could share that pass.
Yeah.
Would you be willing to see that benefit lost for a lower price on a Metro pass?
I would say absolutely, yeah. I would have to really do a lot more analysis to really get that, but I think it's better to have everybody have their own proper pass.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I think that's it. Thank you for coming. Thank you for presentation. Now we have Mohu is here, I believe. It's always good to see you at our meetings.
Yeah.
Welcome back again. You don't travel lightly, though. You always bring a good group with you.
Yeah.
I hope you took the TTC.
Because our members' case, of course, we take TTC because we don't drive, right? So, hi everybody, my name is Mo Hu from Chinese Seniors Association, and I will focus my speak on the seniors fair. First thing I want to say is Toronto seniors already paid too much for TTC ride, okay? Here's a comparison. Compared to Vancouver, they have a $55 annual pass for seniors, okay? And even better, in Calgary, they have a $15 annually pass for seniors. And in Toronto, if we buy 12 monthly pass, it costs us $1,344. So that's a huge difference, okay? Calgary, 15. Vancouver, 45, and we in Toronto, 1,344. That's a huge difference. And we paid too much already. Why you hike the fare again? So that's my first point. Stop hiking the fare, okay? And somebody will say, TTC budget is short, right? And the problem is caused by government. They cut the budget, not caused by riders, right? And now you punish the riders. It's illogical, okay? So please consider it. Stop hiking the fare. The second one, I heard there is some idea TTC is considering to get rid of seniors pass. It costs $112. It's a kind of discount. Although it's still too expensive for low-income seniors. But this one, if you cut that, will send a wrong message. That means TTC don't care about seniors. Okay, so don't do that. And in addition, we propose you should create a low-income seniors pass. Okay? Okay, yeah. Many people, yeah. Because, as I know, city is considering the low-income pass, but they didn't consider seniors. But low-income seniors is different than low-income ordinary people, okay? Because we are seniors, we are aged people, and also we are low-income. Then this double make us most vulnerable people, okay? So TTC should take care of this. Create a low-income.
Could you just wrap up, please? That would be great.
Pardon me?
Could you just wrap up, please?
Okay, sure. So we suggest that create that at the price of $30 one month. Okay, so this will reduce the cost of seniors' life. Okay, that's all. Thank you very much for
Thank you so
attention.
much. Any questions for this deputy? You have one from Vice Chair Heisey, if you don't mind holding on a sec.
Sir, thank you for your presentation. I had a question for you, and I'm getting close to being a senior. I wondered, in some cities, I've heard in London, England, they have a senior's pass that's much cheaper, but you can't use it during the morning rush hour. So I wanted your thought process on that, because it occurred to me that if you're a senior with a job, you're in a different position than a senior who doesn't have a job to go to. And that, what do you think of the idea of reducing the cost of the senior pass, but only allowing it to be used outside of rush hour?
Okay, I think your question is a good point. Actually, in our association, we propose that during off-peak hours, seniors can ride TTC for free, because we noticed the TTC bus is almost empty during these hours. It's a waste of transit capacity. If you allow people to ride, it will be much better, okay? So your question is about low-income seniors pass only used for off-peak hours. I think that's a different problem, because if I buy a pass, I want to buy a freedom, okay? When I want to use TTC, I can use it whenever I want to use it. But during off-peak power hours, you can do something else, such as allow people, senior people, ride TTC for free, okay? So this idea, we have mentioned this a few years ago, and nobody listened to me, okay? Just waste the capacity, right? It's not good for the society. And because TTC is expensive, elderly people tend to stay at home, okay? That's bad to their health, both physically and mentally, right? So everybody knows that, but didn't take action. So I ask you guys are policy maker, decision maker, do something correct, okay? Make our city great. Toronto is a great city, but in this aspect, not so great. It's in the bottom, okay? Vancouver, Calgary is on the top, right? So let's do it, make Toronto better, okay?
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Again, if we could just limit the applause, not because I don't want to curb your enthusiasm, it's just going to eat into other people's speaking time, so if you don't mind, that would be appreciated. Next up is Ray Smith.
The microphone's just in front of you there.
Okay. Ready? Good morning. My name is Ray Smith, representing the CNIB, the Canadian National Institute for the Blind. Before I start, I live in Ajax, Durham region, and I ride the Durham Region Transit for free because I'm blind. I am blind, and I'm visually impaired, I should say. And but myself and many other Durham people from Durham and other regions come to Toronto to work, volunteer, whatever, and to entertainment, and of course they're facing the higher prices of TTC passes. But what I'm really here for is I'm representing the CNIB, and as well as 3,000 CNIB Toronto Transit users, which get free passes from TTC. On Friday, we were quite shocked in learning that the passes are going to be, it's in the report that it's being considered to be eliminated. This elimination will be affecting the 3,000 users. It'll be an immediate financial burden to these riders. And to be quite honest, they just can't afford. I can't afford the rates. I must add this concession has been in place for many years at CNIB, and we don't really want it. We hope it's not going to be eliminated. So what would happen? What would it mean to blind and visually impaired residents of Toronto? Well, employment, lack of employment, maybe losing their job because they can't get there, they can't afford to get there. Independence, access to independence, grocery shopping, doctors, etc. Unemployment could go up. Education, access to education, because people just can't get there because they can't afford it. Also, recreation, they just can't go anywhere. And the ultimate cause of this would be isolation and depression. I'm just going to give some statements that what is happening is half of Canadians, they make under $20,000 a year or less. So again, they can't afford it. We have, CNIB has been in talks with the TTC about this pass, and there has been no mention about a possible elimination. So we feel that we're been blindsided. So the solution is, we are willing, CNIB is very willing to sit with TTC and look at solutions. We realize that budgets have to be made and times are tight. But please, let's not make it on the backs of blind and visually impaired Torontonians. I do thank you very much for listening to us, and the CNIB definitely wants to talk to you, but please do not eliminate these concessions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your presentation, for being here. Any questions for this deputant? No, you don't have any. Thank you very much for your presentation. Suzanne Nairn is, I believe, next. Is she here? Okay. So the next person is, after that, is Helen Lee. But after Helen will be Nirmalan Vayakumar, Suhail Bharat, and Jessica Bell, if they could be ready. Is Helen here and ready? Hi, Helen. Welcome. Go ahead.
Okay, good morning. So I'd like to start by thanking Chair Josh Cole, members of the board, and TTC staff for the opportunity to depute today. Special thanks.
Sorry, this is Helen Lee.
Helen Lee. Hi. You're Councillor DeBearmaker, right?
Yeah, I thought you were Suzanne. She was next on the list.
Yeah, I'm Helen Lee. Thanks. So, as I was saying, special thanks need to go to the TTC leadership of Andy Byford, Brad Ross, and Chris Upfold, otherwise known as the ABC of TTC. But extra kudos need to go to Don McDonald, the TTC's corporate secretary, for doing an awesome job registering all the deputants today. I'd also like to acknowledge Mazen Aribi and the other members of ACAT who are here. Finally, I'd like to not thank Denzelman and Wong for capping the deputations to 3 minutes instead of 5. It's a good thing that I was prepared for that to happen, but the other deputants weren't. He's not even in the room right now. So wherever you're hiding, Councillor, shame on you. Now, as someone who does her research on people by Googling them, I know a bit about all you commissioners who sit before me. If you try Googling me, you're not going to find very much. That's going to change soon. But for today's important meeting, let me tell you a bit about me. TTC has been my better way of getting around Toronto since I was 12 years old. I spent my formative years taking buses in Scarborough. The 21 Brimley and the 53 Stillsies were my home routes. First, I took the 21 to get to UTSC, otherwise known as the University of Toronto Scarborough. After I graduated, I took the 53 to get to work. Back then, the buses I took were always packed, regardless of the time of day. Now I spend weekday evenings taking TTC to various parts of Scarborough, particularly Dorset Park, Scarborough Village, and Highland Creek. The buses that serve these neighborhoods are always packed. It's clear to me that bus routes in Scarborough and across Toronto are over capacity. Therefore, there needs to be more buses to meet demand. But City Council is mandating that the TTC cut bus service, and that's absurd. There needs to be more service, not less. The board should reject this budget because there is no money to properly fund the TTC's operations next year. In fact, there's less money than last year, and that's appalling. The Mayor and City Council expect the TTC to be more efficient with their 2017 city subsidy. But efficient is their corporate euphemism for fare hikes and service cuts. They can spin it all they like, but a cut is a cut is a cut. I'm disappointed in City Council for abdicating the responsibility in funding the TTC's operations, especially given the massive demands on the system for 2017. With that said, you are not City Council. You're the 7 councillors and 4 citizens who serve on the TTC board. So don't force the TTC to raise fares and cut service. If you approve this budget, you're forcing riders to pay more for less. If you approve this budget, you're forcing the TTC to race to the bottom. Also speaking as an active member of TTC riders, don't force the TTC to be so efficient it hurts. Instead, reject this budget and work together to find other sources of funding. I speak not only for myself, but for the 1.8 million riders of the TTC every day. I conclude by asking you, the members of the TTC board, this simple question. Are you with us? Thank you for your time.
If you don't mind holding on, I know you have a couple questions, one from Commissioner Carroll and then DeBearmaker.
Yes, just two questions, actually, if you'll indulge me, Mr. Chair. The first one is, you said City Council is forcing you to do this, when in fact, City Council hasn't really taken any vote on this yet, and I don't think they really, unless they're a keener, there's one keener here, but if they're not on the commission, I don't think they really know yet what we're contemplating other than the fare increase, which got the most airplay this weekend. So I'm wondering, have you Googled the rest of council to look at their past transit passions and decisions?
Well, I can tell you the TTC Riders has made note of that vote from early in the summer where the mayor had requested a 2.6 budget cuts to all city departments, including TTC.
The mayor's budget target.
The mayor's budget target, that's what I've been referencing to. And a majority of city council voted in favor of that.
They did. So that leads to my follow-up question. I think most commissioners were shaking in their boots and knowing, well, it's not going to work for us. We're going to maintain the services the council, in fact, also endorsed us adding. Do you think the community would be behind us if this commission were simply to forward this TTC budget with the shortfall built in to council and say, you have some decisions to make, Mr. Mayor and council?
Well, I seem to remember that in terms of the council members of this board who are also, city councilors, I seem to remember that, Councilor Minnan Wong, Councilor Campbell, Councilor DeBearmaker, even Councilor Mahevik voted in favor of cutting the budget. And correct me if I'm wrong, we can go back to the record. But to me, that indicates that they were okay with cutting TTC's budget. And they are sitting here today consider the budget that's before them for next year. So I don't know what, to me, that indicates that, they are forcing the TTC to cut their budget. That's what the TTC is coming here today to report on. You asked us to cut our budget, and here you are. Now,
But my question is, would the community be behind us if today we determined that we were not going to do it, but we would like to forward the budget on to council with a shortfall? Would the community be behind us in your view as an organizer?
I think the community would support you, the TTC board, like I said, rejecting this budget.
Thank you.
Just hold on, I think you have another question from Commissioner DeBearmaker.
Great, thank you through Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for coming today. And as a fellow Scarborough campus alumni, I certainly, and one who took that Ellesmere bus out to Scarborough campus when there was nothing else there but tumbleweed.
Right.
I can certainly, I understand the pain of people going out to Scarborough campus. As someone who lives at Brimley and Steeles, getting around on bus, it's very hard. So I'm just looking at the report because I think, I just want to clarify something you said. You said this budget is cutting service, and I've been here 13 years. I graduated from U of T Scarborough campus. I don't see the cuts in this report. Could you tell me where they are?
Well, from what I see in the budget being presented today, it's not capable to achieve these targets, these cut targets without cutting service. Now, we've already seen the initial round of service cuts started this past weekend, and we at TTC Riders think that more cuts are coming. They're not in this budget, but it'll be impossible to achieve this particular austerity operations budget without further service cuts. We don't know which ones they are, but they're coming.
So, and thank you for that clarification. So you, like me, because I thought I read the report wrong, there's nothing in this report that says cut service. There's an appendix that says consider.
There is, actually.
I'm trying to talk to the deputant, and there are people right behind her interfering with my ability to talk to her, ask her questions.
Sorry, if you do want to speak, you can sign up, so anyone else in the audience who hasn't had that opportunity, please add your name to the list and you can have that opportunity. Go ahead, Commissioner.
So then, I think some of the concerns that you have and I have are probably in Appendix C.
Right.
So your concern is that we might implement some of Appendix C, which talks about off-ridership peak hours, loading standards, increasing peak crowding. that, I'll call it that bundle of service options that
Right.
they've looked at.
That's correct.
Okay, so nothing in this budget, to my knowledge, cuts any service. It's what could be if we adopt the recommendations.
Right, and the data listed in the appendix is what could happen.
Yes. Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. No other questions. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Next up is, and I apologize for any mispronunciation, but is Nirmalan? Maybe not here. Okay. Suhail is here, I think I saw him, and then Jessica Bell, Bonnie M., and James W. Welcome back, good to see you again, and I'll start your time now.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to depute. I'm here because of the TTC budget that is looking at yet another fare hike, the sixth one in succession that is coming up. We can't afford these kinds of fare hikes. I'm a student. I can't afford the post-secondary Metro Pass as it is right now. In a couple months, if all goes well, I'll be graduating and then therefore being unemployed and no longer being able to access even the post-secondary Metro Pass, which you can't afford, let alone the regular Metro Pass. So, and I'm not the only one in this kind of situation. The fares are too high. They're having an impact on your ridership right now. And you're seeing that with the 13 million shortfall in ridership that you have projected for this year. As you increase fares even more, I would not be surprised to see that you don't even meet this year's ridership next year. And this is a bad thing. Transit is a social good. It's a right, not a privilege over here. And we need more riders in the transit system of Toronto. We need to reduce congestion. We need to address climate change. You put forward the City Council is considering a set of climate change strategies that went through the Parks and Environment Subcommittee just last week. Action on this sort of thing requires transit. It requires good transit, not crappy transit. And right now, our transit system is on a race to the bottom, which we cannot afford. Right now, we've already seen your first wave of service cuts this November, and we saw in the Toronto Star that you're not meeting the crowding standards that you've promised us on almost a quarter of your routes. And now, in Appendix C, you've listed another wave of potentially crippling service cuts in a budget that already has a $60 million shortfall after you're trying to hike fares on us. This is unacceptable. You need to reject this budget. You need to go to City Council and tell City Council that it needs to raise taxes. Taxes are where the money needs to come from. The subsidy that the City of Toronto is offering the TTC is insanely low. It's an embarrassment, and we deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for this? We have one question, if you don't mind. Go ahead.
Thank you through Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for coming today. So I think you, perhaps like myself, noticed Appendix C. And it has a long list, oops, I'm just flipping to it, of, I think we call them service options. There's 11 of them. Would you agree with me that from a transit perspective, all of those service options are very negative in terms of helping people get around the city and in giving an appropriate level of service to people who want to get around by TTC?
Yes, everything in Appendix C is terrible.
Yeah. So there's, and I just want to, I don't
Like
want
a
to put words
hate
in your mouth,
letter
but-
for transit
So there's
instead of
not
a
one
love
there
letter.
that you would recommend this? So yeah, so the 11, there's not one there that you would consider acceptable?
No.
Okay, great. And then if we go back to the staff recommendations that are before us, if we don't, I'll call it, accept the $61 million shortfall, and we don't take up some of those service cuts, that means we send this budget to council with at least a $61 million shortfall.
Yes.
So if it doesn't come from service cuts or fare increases, somehow city council will have to either raise property taxes or do something else to get the revenue. And you think that's the better path?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for coming. Next up is Jessica Bell.
Sorry. Thanks for having me. I'm joined here by Moya Beale from Scarborough Transit Action. We're going to be speaking together today.
Great.
So everyone who came today is after something pretty similar, which is a great transit system that is reliable and frequent and affordable. I don't think this budget is going to make our transit system better or more affordable. It's going to make it worse. I urge you to say no to the fare hikes in this budget, and I urge you to say no to the service cuts that are in this budget. I'd like to share 3 reasons why. 1, the city has a commitment to addressing poverty in the city. We have an anti-poverty plan. When we hike fares, it's going to affect poorer people because poorer people on the whole catch public transit, and it forces people who are choosing to buy a $3 dinner or paying a TTC token to get to their doctor, it forces them to make really tough choices, and that's happening all across the city. I encourage you to think of other ways to pay for public transit than fare hikes. Second, we argue that when we cut service, we cut fares, we hike fares and we cut budgets, we're sending the TTC into a race to the bottom. And we brought our little signs today. Can we show our signs, our Stop the Race to the Bottom signs? We brought them here today. We don't want a race to the bottom. We want a race to the top. And when you cut budgets, you're creating a race to the bottom because it's going to result in more riders leaving, because if they can afford it, they're going to drive, and if they can't afford it, they're going to stay at home. And it's going to lead to more service cuts because you're going to argue the ridership doesn't handle, it's not needed, which means more riders are going to stay at home, and the budget is going to get worse, and this cycle continues downwards. And we don't want a downward spiral. And then finally, we do think there are better ways to pay for public transit than fare hikes. You've got property taxes, you've got the vehicle registration tax, you've got a parking tax levy, you've got a lot of options on the table. The worst way to pay for transit is fare hikes because it hurts the people who are doing the right thing. So I urge you to say no to this budget today and to ask City Council to come up with better ways to fund public transit. Thank you. And now I'm going to turn it over to Moya.
Thank you. I just had one point that I wanted to add. I'd already sent in a letter, which I believe that you have, and the point that I want to make is today there are service reductions taking place on quite a number of bus routes across the city. In Scarborough alone, there are about 7 of them, and those cuts amount to cuts of a total of 230 minutes being cut. You haven't characterized these as cuts. I think you've characterized them as efficiencies, but these are going to make a big difference in people's lives, day-to-day lives. Now, the really unfortunate thing is that the vast majority of the service reductions on the routes that are happening today were also the subject of grand announcements from our mayor and from the chair of the TTC about service improvements that occurred in February, July, August, September 2015. The vast majority of those routes that are being cut today had grand announcements about how people are going to be able to get back and forth to work and to home much quicker. And I think that's a really dishonest thing that the TTC has done, and those cuts should be reversed. Thank you.
So I've asked a few times about the applause, and if I could just remind people again, we're really pleased you're here and eager, but it just is eating away at our time every time you do that, and it limits our ability to ask questions and to have other people speak.
Josh Cole, people are really angry. They're really, really angry about these budget cuts and fare hikes. And we're being really polite by just clapping.
I will.
Okay, because we want to support each other, because it's hard to come down here.
Excuse me? You don't have the floor right now. If that continues, and that, we'll have to clear the room, I'm sorry, and I don't want to, but we want to have time for people to actually speak. Any questions for these deputants? No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bonnie M. Someone suggested it might be Boney M, but is Bonnie here? James W. Rosemary Fry. Welcome.
To use this, we just flip things, put things on it, right?
Yep. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me and everybody else. I'm Rosemary Frey, and I'm a TTC user, but until recently I didn't really pay much attention to TTC policy and politics. But over the last few months I've started to pay pretty close attention to a lot of things going on, and thanks to the work of people like my former neighbor Royce James and other great journalists, one of whom is Jennifer Pagliaro at the Star. I've started to pay more attention. For example, I saw this article in the October 24th Star. It talked about a secret TTC memo that killed the LRT in Scarborough. The subhead, it says, documents show that a misleading briefing note was keys to Tory's successful push for a one-stop subway. In the article, Pagliaro details how an 800-word briefing memo sent to the mayor's chief spokesperson, Amanda Galbraith, as well as to policy advisor to the TTC chair and city councilor, Mr. Cole, and city manager Peter Wallace. It pegged the cost of the 7-stop LRT at $2.97 billion. That's way higher than the previous price tag of $1.8 billion, and it's within spitting distance of the cost of the subway. And even though the capital costs were going to be covered by the province. So it was a gift to Mayor Tory. His team went to work. They used the memo to convince councillors to back the smart tracks.
Sorry, I'll hold your time.
Yeah.
Just remember, the item we're on is the TTC.
I'll get there, trust me.
Please do.
The problem is the LRT memo was based on pushing the completion of the Scarborough LRT to early 2026, which hugely increased the costs. And you, Mr. Byford, TTC chief, said that TTC was asked to provide a cost figure for this late completion date. And you said you couldn't remember who asked TTC to do so, which stretches credulity, obviously. But, and I'm wondering where the outcry is from commissioners on this mixed-up memo. Well, a cost-benefit analysis by Metrolink staff said that the subway was not worth the money. Anyway, the upshot is that thanks to this short and very misleading memo and heavy lobbying by the mayor's office, we're stuck with Smart Track, and this means that now all of us taxpayers are saddled with billions more in costs to fund the Smart Track, while he's asking the TTC to reduce the budget by 2.6%. And now we're seeing the impact on TTC riders in the budget that's before you today. The proposals include, in Appendix C, include service cuts are proposed, and that's going to be a fare hike and ending fare discounts for seniors and students, etc. So it's ordinary people who are shouldering the burden. Most of us aren't rich and can't drive around town all the time in our cars, or we're taking the TTC because we care about congestion, as the mayor claims to do, or care about the environment. And I've just sold my house, and I'm really understanding how non-property owners are the underclass. And I found this cartoon. It's American, but it fits the situation.
If you could just wrap up, please.
I am
You're at 3
wrapping
minutes.
up.
Thank
It
you.
shows that this talks about how the ballooning deficit, which is brought us thanks to neoliberalism, is a big issue. And it shows that ordinary people, if you substitute, it's American, taxpayers for TTC riders were the ones getting the shaft, and it's clearly inappropriate.
Thank you. Questions? One quick question, I'm told, by Commissioner DeBeermaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you, and thank you very much for coming in today. Are you aware that the Scarborough subway was approved in 2013?
I know it's so political and crazy, but it's still a boondoggle, and with memos that are misleading, it's unbelievable.
So I guess my question to you is, are you aware that the Scarborough subway was approved in 2013?
The one-stop subway?
Yes. The subway, yeah.
But the LRT was also in play, when that's where the vote was this summer, was about the 7-stop LRT versus the subway.
I guess my question to you is, are you aware that the subway was approved in 2013?
But I'm talking about the fact that there was a vote in council, that's what this is describing, and you were there.
Oh, I see. So are you aware that the LRT was killed in 2013?
But then why were you voting about it this summer?
I can't respond to what the media writes, but I'll speak to it later. So you weren't aware that we actually approved the subway in 2013? You thought somehow the subway was stopped in 2016?
But this is a fact. There was a vote this year about it. Smart Track.
Yeah.
It's a fact, sir.
The subway is not Smart Tracks, ma'am.
But this is also, that's what the memo was about, that's what was influenced the vote.
Okay, why don't we,
Okay, yeah, I can see she doesn't understand what happened. Thank you.
so, we don't, okay. Let's everyone be respectful on all sides here. Any other questions? Any other questions for this deputant? No, thank you for coming.
Thanks.
Cynthia N.?
James, who was before Rosemary, is here, just to respond fast enough when he came on.
Okay, so James, is that you, James? Welcome. You have 3 minutes, and if you just want to make sure your microphone's on in front of you. Great.
Hi, so I'm here on behalf of the TTC Writers Group. I was invited to depute the current fare increase, I guess, that is being proposed today. And just speaking honestly, it's not right. Y'all know it's not right. We know it's not right. Right? I'm not here to reiterate the many different statements that I'm sure you've heard time and time again. So I'm not going to do that. What I will say is that, as you continue to govern the municipal boundaries of the city and continue to, provide new legislation that is supposed to better or improve the lives of people, but instead is doing the exact opposite, I want to caution you against doing so continuously, knowing that everything has a limit. Everything has a maximum, and at some point in time, all of y'all will have to kind of have a quorum and come together and realize that, the decisions that you're making are not only worsening the lives of citizens and residents within the city, but are essentially impacting your very own. Because you see, whatever affects one person directly affects all people indirectly. So even if you may not be taking the transit, or you don't depend on 325 to get to your work every day, there are people that do, and they live in the same city as you do. So, don't get comfortable. I feel like it's very easy to be in a role where you can get comfortable making rules and having deputations that really don't mean anything because you're going to pass it anyway, but don't get comfortable, because the tables always turn, and it doesn't matter if whenever I take the TTC or any of these people are on transit, we don't see any of y'all, you know what I'm saying, but here you are making the rules and legislation for it. So I guess in summary, I just want to say that it kind of really doesn't matter to me personally that you're raising the fares. I mean, this is something that I expect you to do anyways. I kind of understand the capitalism, bureaucracy under which this world really runs. So, do what you're going to do, but, every dog has its day, and yours is coming soon, too. So.
Thank you. Cynthia here? Patricia Reed? Oh, is that, no, Patricia Reed? Paul Rouillard? Oh, sorry. Is that Patricia?
Yes.
Patricia Reed?
Yes.
Welcome. Have a seat.
Thank you for hearing me. I'm 76, pardon? Yeah, the red light? Can you hear me now? Yes, I'm 76 years old. I buy 10 tickets a month, and sometimes I have to push it to 15 if I have to, a lot of doctor's appointments. I am just devastated that I cannot do more. I actually walked here from Queen and Lansdowne because I didn't have the ticket to come. And that was a really cold walk today. I'm thinking of actually, if you raise the fares, I'll probably have to hitchhike because I can't do anything more. the seniors pass is about 25% of my rent. I just can't do it. I'm just so devastated that a city would keep raising fares. I'm a senior. I worked here hard all my life. You should be taking care of us. You should be giving me a $30 or $50 pass. You shouldn't be doing this. Don't cut the seniors' tickets at least. As I said, I get 10 to 15 a month, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have a question from Commissioner Mahevic, if you don't mind staying for a bit.
I just want to understand, I didn't quite, you went through very quickly on how you got here today. Did you walk?
I walked,
today?
and it was damn cold.
And where did you walk from?
From Queen and Lansdowne.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, you have one more. I hate to keep making you get up and down.
I'm interested, what time of day, ma'am, do you normally travel? With the 15 tickets you buy, what time of day are you traveling?
It depends. I use one to go down to the birthday lunch, which is at noon at Dixon Hall.
Okay.
Once a month. And then if I have, like for 10 tickets, you get 5 fares, that's it, 5 round trips. So what I do is then, if I have dentist appointment or I have a doctor's appointment, then I use them, and then what's left. And it depends on when I get my appointments.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Paul Riard. And then Carol is listed afterwards, too. Welcome.
Hello.
Grab a seat and I'll start your time.
What I want to say is, I don't agree about the fares either. The fares should be reduced. We have a hard time to pay when we're on special assistance. I'm a resident advisor too for Residents Rising, and a lot of senior citizens with us do not agree on what you guys do. So I say to this, I hope you can reduce the fares. This is my disposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Carol here?
No.
No? Okay. Thank you. Butterfly Gopal? David Cronsilver? Oh, sorry about that. Welcome.
Hi, good morning.
If you could just make sure the button is on for your mic.
Check, yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, my name's Butterfly. I'm a resident, member of Jane and Finch Action Against Poverty. And once again, I'm really concerned seeing that mainly it's white upper-class folks making such an overwhelming decision on racialized communities. Shame on you all. I'm a TTC user, primarily in the Jane and Finch area, but not limited to. And this is the only means of transportation I have, as well as my family of 4. I'm also a community worker who sees the need of TTC services to be improved firsthand. I use the 35 Jane bus every day, as well as the 108 Driftwood bus. This is outrageous that Jane and Finch, a part of the city that's been saying for numbers of years, the services are horrible and we need more buses. Now, instead, we're getting cuts, more cuts. Many everyday TTC riders don't even know about these suggested cuts. We will fight and mobilize people against this, and we will take to the streets. We'll get our local politicians involved, and again, how dare you take advantage of the most marginalized folks in the city of Toronto. Toronto Star just issued a report last week saying that Jane and Finch pays the highest in car insurance premiums. So we can't afford car insurance premiums. The cost of food is high in our neighborhood. There's no access to subway systems, low walkability score, a combination of all of this, and you still decide to decrease services. We need more buses and higher quality services in our neighborhood. There are over 80,000 people living in Ward 7, 8, and 9, which all make up the Jane and Finch area. We have a high youth, immigrant, and aging population in our neighborhood, all of whom take the TTC on a daily basis. There are two major routes that are being cut from our community, the 35 Jane bus and the Driftwood 108 bus. At any time, day or evening, at any of the corners of Jane and Finch, there are crowds of people waiting for the 35 Jane bus, people going to school, work, or attempting to get around the city. The bus is often overcrowded and infrequent, or comes 3 to 4 at a time. Cutting buses on this route is a disservice and an attack against our community. What we need is more efficiency and better service, not slashing the subpar services that currently exist. The Jane and Finch area is located in the northwest quadrant of Toronto, which is quite far from the downtown core. While we do use the subway, we do not live on a subway line, which always seems to be the focus of the politicians surrounding TTC improvements. The subway line near York University assumes that people are only going downtown. These new subway stations do not serve our community. They pass by and serve and connect the subway line to Vaughan. The new subway station will increase the amount of policing and surveillance that occur in our neighborhood. York University is one of the contributors to TTC expansion, and there will be a new TTC stop at the university. It again will be connecting the downtown core to the university, and still, while our own Jane and Finch residents, students, would have to take 2 to 3 buses to get to York University. There are hundreds of students and residents using the Driftwood 108 bus on a daily basis. Highly condensed communities of buildings are in this neighborhood. The TTC wants to cut these services and routes as well, only operating during peak hours. But what peak hours?
I could just ask you to wrap up, please.
What communities function and operate 9 to 5 peak systems? As previously mentioned, many of our residents are newcomers and immigrants. A lot of these folks are working jobs that are sustaining the 9 to 5ers. They are doing childcare, cleaning, working in factories. These jobs do not function 9 to 5 schedule. If you do not stop the 4 to 5 a.m., the people waiting there to go to work, 12 to 3, there are people waiting to go to work. My point here is that many people in our communities work around the clock and need adequate services in this community. These cuts to services are an attack against our community and racialized community. More generally, at least 10 of the 15 cuts are in highly racialized communities and marginalized neighborhoods. This would be the 6th straight year that the TTC has raised fares. They are currently considering cutting senior student discounts and re-implementing child fare. We need to ask ourselves, who does this impact the most? Low-income immigrant families, seniors, and students. What kind of city puts this kind of pressure on the most disenfranchised people in the city? Toronto is the least substandard transit system in all of North America. What kind of global city are we becoming only for the elite? We're calling for low-income passes. We are calling for cheaper tokens. We're demanding for better treatment on the TTC and to keep our services and increase and make them better.
Thank you. You may have a question. Commissioner Carroll.
Yes, hi, Butterfly. And I should say, I'm sorry for my appearance, but I actually am part of a racialized family. My daughter's raising 3 kids, lives below the low-income measure, despite having a full-time job. She can't buy a Metro Pass. She can't come up with the upfront. She's afraid, despite her mother, the TTC commissioner, saying so, to buy a Presto, because there's a little upfront cost there. She's waiting till the last minute, because it will lead to, if I lose this card, I'll have more upfront cost. It's that tight. so I understand what you're saying. But to do all the things that you said in the closing of your deputation on behalf of the Jane Finch Coalition would require us really to go to the mayor and the executive committee and council and say, we can't balance this budget and do all those things. We're presenting to you a budget with a shortfall. Do you think that the commissioner should stand up and do that?
Ma'am, with all due respect, the City of Toronto came up with the Toronto Strong Neighborhood. Jane and Finch scored the lowest in the equity score. We're talking about things that the City of Toronto is already citing. So a stakeholder like TTC not going in line with what has been commissioned by the City of Toronto is appalling and disgusting. This neighborhood, these neighborhoods have been forgotten and marginalized for decades. How you guys figure out the budget, that's not my concern. I'm a taxpayer, I'm a mom, I have 2 sons, I have a partner, and I have a community I'm supporting. You guys need to figure out how you're not breaking the backs of poor racialized communities in the City of Toronto. That's what you guys need to do.
But with respect, the same council who voted that strong neighborhood strategy, that poverty reduction strategy, is requiring us to balance to the target of absorb all of our own inflation, all of our services.
So that's not my oxymoron to decide or
They have asked us to cut
decipher.
by 2.6%. Do you think we should stand up and say that's not possible?
That's not possible,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Thank you. David Cronsilver? Is David here? Lynn Adamson, is Lynn here? Dina Ladd? Oh, there's Lynn, welcome. Go ahead, yep.
Is that on? Okay.
You're on.
Yes. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. And I asked myself this morning, what could I say that would be different than what everyone else is saying? Since I agree with everyone else that we need to cut fares and improve service on transit. But why? Why is that so important? This morning I read a poem by Drew Dellinger. It's titled, "What Did You Do When You Knew?" Basically, what did you do when you knew that the world was dying? And the world is dying. It's really at risk of dying. So I work a lot on the climate change issue. The 50% loss of animals should be concerning us all. The threat of a temperature rise to 4 degrees in this century or above, and runaway climate change is a huge risk. And the city's got to think in the big picture, because cities are 75%. Sorry, I'm a little emotional about it. This is important. I'm here because I have a grandchild, and I'm here for everyone in the room now. Climate change is an issue now, but it's especially an issue for our children and grandchildren, and they don't know that their future's being betrayed because we're not taking action that we could be taking. So I'm asking you to take the action that you can be taking on behalf of all of us. So we have to stop our short-term thinking and look at the big picture. We don't want to have an uninhabitable planet or an uninhabitable Toronto. I deputized to the Transform TO.
Sorry, can I just?
Yes.
It's, the deputant is having trouble hearing, and there's a lot of murmur and chatting in the room in the corners. If people
Yeah.
could respect her time, that would be great. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
We're looking at dangerous and costly extreme weather in Toronto and huge cost to the city. So what does that have to do with the TTC budget? Well, as I said, cities are 75% of the emissions, carbon dioxide emissions, that are emitted are from cities, and we're the biggest city in Canada, so obviously we should be doing everything that we can do to reduce our emissions. Transportation is the second biggest source of emissions next to buildings. And the city has options about its budget, and we need to prioritize in the long term. I would personally rather pay more in taxes. I'm a renter, it would show up in my rent, to do what we need to do now to prevent the costs down the line that are unacceptable for us. And we've been talking, I personally have been involved in transportation issues since the 1990s, early. And we were talking at Metro, back at Metro days, about livable city, about modal shift, getting people out of cars, getting people onto transit, walking, cycling. And that's 25 years or longer, and as I understand it, transportation emissions are increasing right now, not decreasing. So transit has a huge role to play in shifting us to getting us out of cars and doing it in an affordable way so that all our communities can be served. And it'll be attractive to everyone, whatever your income level, to make that shift. So I'm asking you, in the interests of the long-term picture, in the interests of acting on climate change, in the interests of working with citizens of the city to make a more livable city and one that people aren't dying in from heat waves in the future, to do the action now. And that would mean lowering fares and improving service, increasing what it costs to drive a car in the city. And I'm sorry that the city got rid of the $60 a year vehicle registration fee. I understand there's other ways, such as charging for parking in shopping center malls, things like that, to get revenue. There's revenue out there, there's tax base, there's cars, there's road tolls, there's all kinds of options that you don't like to look at because there are a lot of drivers in the city. But if people understood what the cost is, I think that they would want that shift. And we're asking you, I'm certainly asking you, to reject this budget, because you've got to have lower fares and improved services if you want to shift ridership, modal shift. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you. Dina Ladd? Is Dina here? No? Helen Armstrong? Adina Lebo, welcome. Hi there.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
And
Okay,
I'll start
this is on. Hi.
Great, thank you.
My name is Adina Lebeau, and I'm the chair of CARP Toronto. We represent 60,000 of Toronto's seniors. We support the Toronto Poverty Reduction Strategy and the Seniors Strategy, and we don't understand why essential programs like transportation are being cut yet again in 2017. We do understand budgets, and we don't hold you accountable for the request to cut 2.6%. We hold the mayor and the city councilors accountable for that request. We know that cutting everything 2.6% is easier, an across-the-board cut, but it may not be the way to go. We should not be touching our essential services, and as you heard from all the speakers here across the different communities that make up Toronto, transportation is an essential service. It's essential because people have to go to work, they have to go to school, they have to go to doctor's appointments, and as citizens of this city, they have a right to be able to enjoy the things that are happening in the city. With transportation the way it is, you've heard, a lady had to walk from Queen and Lansdowne. She's not the only one. The population of seniors is doubling over the next 10 to 15 years, from 680,000 to 1.2 million, and you can just hear that story going on and on and on. People use transportation to get to and from work, to get to doctors' offices. Last year, Toronto was named an age-friendly city. An age-friendly city it is not. It's irresponsible behavior, and it lessens the quality of life for many Torontonians. Trying to balance a budget on the backs of the middle class is definitely not the way to go. A vehicle registration tax and tolls will put money back in your coffers. It will bring ridership to the TTC. We know you're looking at business ways. Having more cars in the congested downtown is not the way. People drive in every day to go to work. They use our roads, they use our streets, and as we heard, it's polluting the air. It's against the policy. And we are in favor of working for, we know that you get the lowest subsidy in North America, and it's not fair. And I believe that our city councilors should be hitting the provincial and the federal level with your backing as well, because this city deserves better. Like we said, it's an essential service, and it can't be cut. According to the CARP polls that we've been running, Toronto, Canada's largest city, is 7th in terms of age friendliness, and transportation is a key factor. You've heard from other deputants the prices in Vancouver and Calgary and Montreal. And we are heading to the bottom. We don't believe that essential services should be cut in this budget or any other budget. And we don't understand why you are not fighting this. We need you to be fighting this at City Hall. We need the councilors sitting here to be on your side and our side against these cuts for essential services. We at CARP have done some polls with our seniors and at the Toronto Seniors Forum that the mayor and the councils could start using these revenue-generating tools that City Hall has at its disposal and they are not using to get you the money to make Toronto a top-notch city. While people don't like taxes, CARP members and other organizations, members have stated publicly that they're willing to pay a little more as an investment to the city to fund specific essential services.
Could I please ask you to wrap up?
That's it.
4 minutes. Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. We're looking forward to working with you. You need to reach out to us. Together, we can make this city the city it should be.
You have a question from Commissioner Carroll.
Thank you.
So it's funny, you base most of your deputation on the TTC as an essential service. I in fact didn't, when we changed it to essential service, I in fact didn't vote for that. But I get your points. I didn't vote for it because I believe that collective bargaining is the only thing left out there in the world of work, keeping us from making every job a 3-month part-time contract. And that really does not bode well for the future. But that being said, it is essential in the lives of every Torontonian.
Absolutely.
Ironically, many of the people who voted to make it an essential service are those members of executive and some longstanding members of council who are counting on us to balance this budget, make the cuts we need to make the most generous fare increase we can so that the budget is balanced. And then when the revenue tools report comes forward, the building of a new revenue model that would help us be more sustainable here, there's great skepticism as to whether those same councillors will vote on that. What actions did TTC take with our troubles here today to drive the point home that they need to do what you just asked us to do?
Stand up and say no.
Thank you.
Thank you. You have another question from Commissioner Mihevc.
Thank you. I'm asking this question because I know you know how the different balances and things that we need to consider, especially as city councilors around this table. So is your bottom line point, given that we're probably not going to get any money from the province for this year anyway, and really then maybe it's, I think we really have 3 sources to balance. Let's say we're short about $30 million, which is what a fare increase would provide. So there's the fare increase, that would be about a 1% tax increase, property tax increase, or a revenue tool yet to be determined. Which of the 3 would you say would you support?
Well, the vehicle registration tax, to my knowledge, the apparatus at City Hall is still intact. It means pushing a button and turning it on. And there, I believe there's $65 or $70 million. There are some of those revenue tools that can be turned on right away. I believe what the population is looking for is not having the investment, we call it investment, not taxes, the investment not going to general budget, but to specific essential services. Transportation is one. Housing is another. Health is another. You've got an aging population, but you've also got a very large population in need.
Okay, so choice number 1 would be revenue tools. I think that's what we broadly call them.
Absolutely.
Choice number 2, let's say between If you, let's say that one doesn't materialize or doesn't materialize this year, and you have a choice, property tax increase that you pay either directly or indirectly if you're a tenant, versus fare increase, 1% or fare increase at 10 cents.
Well, we're not looking at fare increases. We're looking, I mean, if you take a look at the revenue tools, everybody in this room, I don't know whether you've seen the revenue tools, but the property taxes of Toronto are lower than anybody, I believe, in North America, Brampton, Mississauga, whatever. We're down here. If there's a chart that you can show these people, I can get you one. But Toronto is like this, and Brampton's up there, and Mississauga's up there. There are tools in place for low-income people and seniors to help them not pay the property taxes and stay in place. I think we have to be creative. I don't think at this point we're being creative, and I don't think without creativity we're going to have solutions that benefit the citizens of this city.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Next up is Aaron Yelson.
Good stuff.
Okay. Anne Marie Oxley. Herman Rosenfield. Hi there, welcome.
Welcome to you all. Thank you very much.
Go ahead, please.
Coming at near the end of this, it means I don't have to speak as long, and that's wonderful for all of us. Just a couple of points. One is, I'm really not that sure. I'm still not that sure why you're really considering this. I understand that, I understand the arguments in favor of it, but why would you accept the larger budgetary constraints defined by the mayor and his group at this point in time? When you are stewards of the city's transit system, why would you accept that, number one? Number two, and I can't think it's because you haven't come up with a package of revenue tools yet, what about those who rely on transit for every form of mobility in their lives? There are lots of folks who do that. Shelley Carroll mentioned people close to that. I have relatives in the similar. We all know people like that, and some of us are. What about the people who have to take 2 or 3 buses to get to work and take a couple of hours to get there and back? We know lots of people who do that as well. And also, what about people in terms of equity who can't afford cars but choose to take transit and now are facing over time a choice to move back to cars? That's part of the nature of public transit. It covers all these different segments of society. There are reasons for the decline in ridership, but by lowering service, potentially, and increasing fares, are you feeding that decline, or are you, in fact, responding to it? You have choices. You do have choices. You can choose to protect our environment. You can increase collective spending and reduce individual spending, and I noted the questions that Councillor Mihevik posed, and increase the accessibility of public transit, or you can continue to make it more expensive to a base that uses it and gradually lower the numbers of users. Now is not the time for any cuts of any kind. People are talking, some of the questions posed as if we're on a sinking ship and what kind of ballast we have to throw out. We're not in that, but we don't have to be in that position. It's defined by certain political promises which I think are bogus and need to be rejected. And in fact, one of the reasons why there's such turmoil across political debates across the world is because people are rejecting that. Running transit on a shoestring reflects a backwards and stingy, austerity-driven approach that relegates public transit users to an afterthought in an obsessive drive to cut costs. I'm not saying you're initiating it, but it's just like one would expect from corporate managers and investors, not stewards entrusted with providing a needed public service, the latter of which you are. Investment in transit means more than building. It means more than building new transit, which you're doing, and that's positive. It means investing in service and collectivizing costs rather than individualizing them through fare hikes and user fees. Bottom line is that it means raising taxes above the inflation rate. The inflation rate in the neoliberal era in the last 20 years has been extremely low. And some people think that's wonderful, but it also reflects low economic growth. And tying investment into important services to that is ridiculous, it's ideological, and we need to reject it. Whether we're talking about property tax increases, which we in TTC riders think is a positive thing, particularly given the costs, the relative amount of property taxes, commercial parking taxes, another series of those revenue tools, which some of which would affect drivers, but some of them are more progressive than others. Please, you have a choice. You can say no, and we're hoping you would say no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Brenda Thompson? Is Brenda Thompson here? Oh, there's Brenda. Welcome back, and
Thank you.
I'll start your time.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioner Cole and members of the TTC Commission. I'm here speaking on behalf of Scarborough Transit Action, and I've also brought my friend Wendy Fanfare, who's from East Scarborough, to speak. So I'll just get started first. I have to say that the work that I've done in Scarborough has taught me that there are a number of things happening there that are really, they need to be addressed. We have a lot of people who are taking a crowded bus, a crowded subway, and another crowded bus to get to work. We have people who have lost the ability to ride the TTC because they can't afford the fares as they are now. And we have people who, because it takes them so long to get to work in Scarborough or across the city, they have decided to buy a car, and they are suffering hardship. They're not able to buy food, they're not able to pay rent, they're not able to go to recreational activities because they've had to give up their transit pass and buy a car to get to work. I know in Malvern there are people who would like to take the bus to work from other parts of Toronto, and they've given up. So I think there are a number of things happening in Scarborough. People who can't afford to take the TTC have to walk to the community center, they have to walk to the library, and blocks are big in Scarborough. Sometimes they're 2.5 kilometers long, and so this causes isolation, depression. This is what I'm hearing in Scarborough, and I feel that we're really not heading in the right direction with the TTC. We know that ridership is stagnating. We know that there are permanent cuts now to service on the 68 Warden, the 43 Kennedy, the 57 Midland, the 129 McCowan, and the 133 Nielsen. And I think we need to change our vision, and we need to stand up as representatives of the public and of the TTC Commission and say, we are going to refuse to cut any more from this service. This was a world-class service, and it's being run into the ground, and we're going to protect it, and we're going to fight for it. Thank you. And now I'd like to ask Wendy to say a few words.
Thank you so much. My name is Wendy Fanfare. I'm just disgusted and tired. I've been to so many of these meetings here at City Hall, meet with Tory, meet with all you guys. I'm just tired of this. And I feel the pain when I heard this lady say that she had to walk this morning. I felt it for her. Thank God. My mom is 95 years of age, but thank God she don't have to go through that right now. But I feel it for the seniors. I'm here for the fare hike. Now, I find it to be so devastated for them to be, TTC to be raising the fares. To me, it's so often. It's not fair. I'm so tired and disgusted of it. I do a lot of volunteer and outreaching for the East Scarborough storefront, for the Residents Rising. I'm busy all over, you know. And I feel, I hear people complain every day. The seniors, I have some seniors who are here with me. They're finding it very difficult, like myself. The increase, you guys have to do something. Something just needs to be done. I'm just sick, I'm just tired of it, with the poverty reduction, the fare hike, and everything. As a citizen, I'm just disgusted and tired. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Very welcome.
I don't see that you have any questions. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you so much.
We, just before, Tim Rourke is next on our list, but just before Tim speaks. There's a few names that have asked to be added to the list, so I'll move a motion to add Louise Bark, Mary Hines, Emily Daig, and Mazen Aribi to the list. All in favor? Thanks, that carries. So, opposed? Sorry. She's on the list. Welcome. Thanks for coming here. I think your mic is on, and I'll start your time now.
Well, I don't go to too many of these deputation things anymore. Don't think I'll be going to all that many more of them. The arrogance, these people, including the ones that think they're being progressive, rather disgusts me. But this is a factor of the steady deterioration of governance in the city of Toronto in the last 20 years, and you know why that's been developing. But I don't think it's going to be going on too much longer. We're getting to the crunch point where things are starting to collapse. Transit is the most vulnerable to Austerian attacks, and it'll be the first thing that breaks down. And I think that it's kind of difficult tough to say, but it may be something necessary to finally bring about, to finally infuriate people enough to start to bring out some change and finally some reconstruction of government in this city. And so I don't think I'll have too much longer to wait to see that happen. You guys can go and you might get yourself a backbone back and go back to the city council and tell them to stop being ridiculous, fun things. I'm not really all that optimistic, but I don't think neither am I all that optimistic that they'll listen to that. But as I said, I think the end of this is coming, and what else can I really say to wrap this thing up? I didn't really prepare anything. I didn't know until this morning I was going to actually talk. But if just that is what I have to say about it. I don't really want to get into a lot of talk about what needs to be fixed or what needs to be helped with the TTC. It's just cities everywhere in the bloody world are moving more toward transit, away from cars, which is a crazy way of getting people around anywhere anyway, and they're moving toward low or zero transit. Toronto, supposedly one of the world-class cities, is moving in the opposite direction. But to repeat once more, that isn't going to go on too much longer, and I'm not going on any longer, so goodbye.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. Next on our list now is Louise Bark. Is there a mic over there?
Go through. Okay, go through. Andrew, go. Andrew, go. Yep. As long as I can just get up close enough to that button there.
Yeah, I think you're live.
I think I'm on. Can you hear me on this? Okay.
Yeah, that's great. Welcome. Go ahead.
First of all, I'm coming as an individual citizen. I used to be a person on the ODSP Action Coalition, and I've decided to put that hat on today for this particular deputant. I made preparations on the fly, but it's similar to what I've done other years. The one thing I want to raise awareness of is the people who are on ODSP. I don't know if people realize it, but if you get ODSP and you're single, you get $1,253. That's sort of the most recent raise per month as a citizen in this city. Approximately, and this stat might be a bit old now, but the last I looked, it was 80% of people that were receiving ODSP were single. Often that's because if you get married or you have a spouse living in the house, whatever monies they earn is clawed back, and it actually forces the partner to end up in poverty as well. And it creates some pretty severe problems if one of those partners work. So many people already are single. If you were to take today's calculation, if the breakdown, first of all, for that $1,253 is $179 goes to rent. Now, can you find rent in Toronto for $179? Not likely. There are some subsidized units. I happen to be very fortunate and got one in Liberty Village. There's not a store in Liberty Village I can use. Everywhere I go must be out of Liberty Village, and there's no services in Liberty Village for people with disabilities. There's also no assistance from the CCAC to help make up for my singleness and the fact that maybe I can't reach the cupboards above my counter to cook my own meals. So I recently got approved for direct funding. I have workers that come in, I hire them, I pay them $17.50 under direct funding to come to my place. They come an hour to maybe 2 hours, depending on how I can cram the shifts together. And they're coming over an hour and a half to get to me, and they're earning that much, or very little money, working several jobs. And I can give them a token right now, but it is financial hardship for them to travel that long. So it means that it's very hard to hire employees. On top of that, if you are a person that wants to volunteer, I have 5 volunteer jobs in Toronto. I would like to get paid work, but when you're disabled and having not much work history in the background, it's extraordinarily hard to work for pay. Hopefully one day I will. I'm still looking. I'm 57 years old. But for now, if I volunteer, I pay for my transit to go from point A to point B. Now, one of my jobs actually covers my transit, so I want to remove that one job I'm doing. I'm lucky. But what I'm saying is that the City of Toronto used to provide a subsidy of $100 a month for people who want to volunteer and learn skills they needed to be in the workplace. That has now been reduced, and it is available, but you have to put it in part of your employment plan for ODSP. And so, in the overall scheme of things, I think our chances, and it's a question I always ask as a person with a disability, what options are left? What else can I do? I like to integrate in my community like anyone else. I like to look after myself like anyone else. I like to participate in activities, recreation, sports, if I can, or in other things as much as I can. But the nickels and dimes are so small now. And then if you were not able to get any subsidy toward your transit, then what you're doing is leaving us to a situation where we're really like housebound. Health-wise, people suffer, and so on. So I think what I'd like to do is say, please reject this budget. And as far as comparing and using other fuel that exists elsewhere, I didn't do my homework for the most recent stats, but I know City of Kingston, where I used to live, has subsidized bus passes. London, Ontario is about to bring in subsidized bus passes for low-income people. There's subsidized bus passes in Ottawa, there's subsidized bus passes in, I believe, Peterborough. There's so many communities all around the province of Ontario that actually have subsidized bus passes to accommodate people with disabilities. They found other ways to bring in money. I think they also get a higher subsidy from their communities and even from the province. So I don't know if there's ways that we as citizens, got a whole room packed full of people, if there's a way that we can try to encourage that we lobby the other governments, plus make sure reject this budget first, but then also be a voice to support you in bringing in something else, some other way of creating revenues and being able to cover, because it can't go this way.
Thank you very much. You have a question from Commissioner Carroll.
Yeah, I just want to be clear when you say reject this budget, because you're an active person at ACAT, and it's not so much that we have a budget that needs to be rejected as the idea of filling the shortfall right here is the issue. If we were to forward a budget on with the shortfall in it, the service levels that are in there for Wheel-Trans and the initiative to move those who can, and for those trips where they can move into the conventional system, the services that are built into the budget now, you're okay with, am I right in thinking that you're okay with that? It's just that they result in a shortfall in Wheel-Trans, for instance, of $26 million.
Yeah, and I think, if you can't make it quite so simple, because the thing I find is that...
it's hard for me. I'm oversimplifying
Yeah, well, I know, and I get that, and I'm trying to just explain and answer.
Yeah.
Where I live, I have a choice of the Ossington bus there is a non-existent published Ossington elevator now, which I have used from time to time, but it's not official yet. And even just trying to use that little bit of transit I can use. The 514 is limited. Now that you've got part of it coming off at night because of concern about squealing, I was boggled really to find out that how much work has been done to try to find a solution to noisy streetcars versus like trying to fix the gap. I personally would love to take more conventional transit. I love spontaneity, but I don't have that. It's just what my neighborhood is. It's got about 80 minutes between streetcars for me to take that 514 Cherry streetcar, so I can't choose to go off Wheel-Trans. I shudder to think how much it costs the city for 6 Wheel-Trans a day, which is sometimes what I'm taking, but that's what it is. And how can we solve that? Well, I think that we have to look at restructuring our priorities, and whether, I know you can't change Bombardier, but I think there's got to be ways you can try to take people that are on Wheel-Trans to implement our 10-year strategy, maybe make more use of buses for the time being at least, and maybe supplement along King Street like you did before, so at least some of us can get that east-west. If there are concerns about the sounds and stuff of squealing streetcars, I'm used to that, and I just moved here, but I just think that the thing is that we have no east-west artery, so we can't choose to go off that service. So we're right now using a very expensive choice. I don't mind that for now, but I also think that as far as in implementing new plans, we have to look at other ways to move the dollars around and find a better way to even accommodate for the shortfall of the Bombardier's delivery. I know that's a problem, but
No, thank you.
yeah,
That's very helpful.
yeah. It's a long story. It's hard. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. Thank you. Up next is Mary Hines. And then after Mary is Emily and Mazen. Can I suggest that we finish our list of deputants? We're getting close to the noon break, but finish these and then break and come back for 1 o'clock. Does that work for everyone? Okay.
Then have the presentation.
And then we'll have the presentation upon our return. Okay. Welcome. Thanks for being here, and I'll start your time.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to be added to the list. To start with, I want all transit funded through our taxes. If you don't want to go with user pay, then if you do want to go with user pay, then equity is important. Car users need to pay their share. Road tolls, parking lot fees, vehicle registration fees, etc. Why do drivers get to use roads without user fees? Speaking of equity, speaking of equity, I wrote this today, sorry. I am appalled, dismayed, downright frustrated and angry. My son is on ODSP. He pays full fare. My pension income is 5 times his. It is grossly unfair. Low-income seniors need a low fare, absolutely. But as a group, seniors have more money than the youth. It is reverse ageism to give me a discount. Protect and help all low-income residents, but stop giving all seniors a reduced fare. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
No applause for that, eh?
I don't have to admonish for applause. You do have questions, though. So,
That's fine.
Starting with Commissioner Mihevc.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So, just on seniors, so are you basically advocating for a system whereby we would kind of income test for seniors?
Income test for all income, and for people who want low fare. If people want to pay a reduced fare, then there needs to be a basic income level number. Absolutely. But it shouldn't be just seniors.
Right, should be everyone. So pick
everyone who wishes to have a low fare. I mean, if you choose to pay full fare, then you pay full fare.
So it would be young, well, say not under 12, but say from 12, the university, all the way through, it's a single fare, but if you show a need through either being on ODSP or OW or some low-income cutoff, those are measurable things, then you would only give them the fare discount.
Yes.
Okay, interesting position. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. No further questions. Emily, I know is here. Oh, there she is. Welcome.
It'll take a few minutes.
Yep, take your time.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. So, I come here today. It actually took me a little bit of a trek to get here because the only accessible streetcar on the 514 was short-turned. Well, would have been short-turned if I hadn't have raised a ruckus. And when it takes a streetcar operator that agrees with me, who's just been trained on them and finds them beautiful, that's a great thing. But I'll tell you guys one thing, and everyone in this room is on notice. I now live downtown. I now live a 25-minute roll from this building. Let's put it to you this way. I'm holding your feet to the fire, every single one of you, because how is it fair that I can get around easier in Scarborough than I can downtown? Thanks to service cuts and strange routings and streetcar routes that are supposed to be accessible and NIMBY residents who complain about noise, and so we have a wheel-trans bus at night after 10 p.m. and on weekends in the mornings apparently, and we're limited to our service, and both our routes in my area have been cut. I don't get access to the overnight local route. Yes, it's a bus, but it's only accessible, Castle Frank Station's not accessible, and it doesn't touch the Young Line. So that's that. But what I really wanted to come talk to you about today is this. Hello, my fellow transit users. Hello to my fellow people with disabilities. Good to see a bunch of us here, even though security tried to tell me the room was too full for me to get in. I just went around to the only accessible door in this room, which, coincidentally, isn't where we sit. Oh, gee, isn't that nice? Hello, finally, to my commissioners. I say my commissioners and my TTC people because you guys run my transit system. It's not your transit system, it's our transit system. And once you guys learn that and have the balls to go to council and have the balls to tell those rich, mainly male council, mainly white council, that those of us who take transit every day, unlike most of council, and unlike some of the faces on the commission who really haven't changed in 10 years, well, that'll be the day we actually have decent TTC. We've been getting told for years that we're going to go to the province and the feds, and I would stand right beside Mr. Byford every day and any day. But it was on my birthday that the previous CEO was fired. He used to sit right there. And I'm a big fan of his because he knew transit. He knew what we needed. He came from the inside of TTC, and he also had a heart for people with disabilities, as does our current CEO, who, unlike most of you in this room and anyone on council other than one person, has actually been in a wheelchair traveling the system and knows what it's like. So, before we start raising fares, folks, and taking advantage of the most vulnerable people in our awesome city, clean your own closet. Deal with all the fare fraud. The under 12 policy is a massive part of the fraud problems. It is a well-known fact that people as old as 21 are trying to tell drivers they are 12. Talk to your drivers, talk to your operators, stop being isolated. Your drivers know what's going on. That is, the drivers that haven't been beaten down by your management and punks that abuse them. The morale of your drivers is disgusting. I know drivers that are amazing customer service-oriented people who are leaving the commission because they're fed up. And more than 10 in one division. My husband, who is legally blind as well as physically disabled, was kicked off a bus 2 months ago. Yet thousands of able-bodied students at Centennial College, Humber College, many other colleges, high schools, never get checked. Take space on buses, streetcars, and subways, and stealing it from loyal, fare-paying customers and people who are elderly, disabled, able-bodied, trying to go to work. These kids are lazy, and they're taking advantage of our system. There should be... I agree that families need help with fare, but if a student is riding a bus alone, they should pay. Even 50 cents is not much. If a child is riding with their parent, then yes, they should get on free. Have a parent's pass, as disabled people have a support person card that we have to fight like crazy for.
If you could just wrap up, please.
Yep.
4.5 minutes, thank you.
Yep. That has our picture, our name, even our CNIB cards that we have to show to operators have our name, address, and picture, making us a target for nasty people. People in ODSP help too, as do seniors. Why do you not study cities like Halifax and Hamilton? Yes, my hometown. As well as others who already have low-income passes, taxi script, and free hours for seniors. People in Toronto hate Hamilton, but guess what? Hamilton's doing better than you. I love my hometown, I'm proud of my hometown, and I'm proud of Mississauga Transit, who actually do good transit expansion. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on a sec to see if you have any questions. No, there are none. Thanks for coming.
Everybody's just too afraid to ask me questions. They know me.
Next up is Mazen Aribi.
Pan Am Housing, baby, Pan Am Housing. I get around easier in Scarborough.
There you go, that microphone there. You're good.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. It is afternoon yet. I don't have anything written, but from ACAT perspective, we've been asking, we are an advisors to you when it's come to accessible transit, but yet we think at ACAT affordability is accessibility issue too. There's no need to make an accessible transit that we cannot use because we cannot afford it. At ACAT, we have an advantage of having a pass. However, there are a lot of people who are on ODSP, OW, and low income in general cannot afford it. I agree with a lot of deputants, great ideas being floating around, but looking at the new cuts, I don't think it's fair. As much as we need all the money to do and implement what we at ACAT are recommending for, like the Wheel-Trans 10-year strategy, meeting the AODA and having all the system accessible, yes, we understand that's need money. However, cutting the fare is not, it's a step backward in my opinion and our opinion, because you're shooting yourself in the foot kind of thing. You are doing great things and you are going in the right direction, but you're making obstacles, you're putting obstacles by cutting the fares. Cutting the fares is only going to have more burden on people who are using transit. At ACAT, we joined the Transit Fare Equity, and there's a great work that's done by this group, and it's all outlined what is need to be done. By cutting the fare, that's really against the report and the recommendations from that report. So, in conclusion, I'd like to urge you not to increase fare, find other alternatives. Mr. Mahavik mentioned about revenue streams out of this, and asking the province, you're obligated to meet the AODA, which require a lot of money. So building a system that cannot be used, it doesn't make sense to me. So at ACAT position is we are against increasing the fare. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming and for your presentation. Questions for Mazen? There are none. Thank you very much. So we will adjourn till 1 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome back. It looks like we have quorum. Before lunch, we had finished our list of deputants. We are still on item number 1, which is the 2017 TTC and Wheel-Trans operating budgets. At this point, we will now move to a presentation from TTC staff, which will then be followed, of course, by questions and then our deliberations. And so with that, I will hand it over to the CEO.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good afternoon, everyone. My colleagues, TTC colleagues. Good afternoon, members of the public. Don't be fazed, please, by the size of the presentation. I'll rattle through some of it because some of it you've seen before, but I think it's always important to give you the full context. So let me start off on context. Just to remind you, we began the TTC budget round for this year, 2017, with budgetary pressures of $231 million to find in 1 year, which I think anyone would say is a Herculean task. So we set out as staff, and my direction to my team was threefold in this budget round. Number 1, to protect service as best we can. Number 2, to not regress on the improvements that we've made over the past 5 years. And number 3, to minimize as best we could the need for a fare rise. But again, back to that opening hole of $231 million. And my comment about it being a Herculean task, to immunize customers completely with that amount of money to be found was just impossible. So that's why one of the recommendations is that a fare rise should play part of closing that gap. So, big job. Just before I get into the presentation, I would like to do a massive shout out, and many of them are in the room, for my colleagues around the table who have done such great work on this. It's been a real hard graft, certainly the hardest budget round I've ever been through in my 5 years here. Thank you, TTC colleagues, for all the work that you've done on this. And then the final point I'd say is that those 3 objectives that I read out earlier, I would say we have largely achieved. This budget does not require huge service revisions, amendments, adjustments, call them what you will, unless, of course, as commissioners, you choose to pick from Appendix C. Appendix C being how to close the delta from where we've got to, which is $61 million, down to 0. That is, and I point this out, it is a list, it is not a recommendation, okay? So none of those items come with recommendations, but you wanted a list, so we provided that list. Okay, so into the process. It's been extensive, lots of transparency, lots of meetings. We've met with the TTC Budget Committee. Thank you, those of you commissioners who are on that committee. We've had good discussions there. We've met with the Chair's office, the Mayor's office. We have done detailed line-by-line reviews, including the City Manager has been present at those, and this is an important point to note, the Budget Chair, Councillor Crawford. So we've certainly made sure that people understand what the nature of the problem is and how we're tackling it. Now, one of the points that should be made is back in 2016, we did do a pro forma for what the emerging picture or what the predicted picture for 2017 would look like. And at that time, we did flag, and that was an approved budget, we did flag that there would be pressures on this budget for 2017. And you can see them there listed on the list. Things like the progressive rollout of Presto and the opening of the TYSSE, and things that we cannot change because they are again agreed budgetary positions and agreed board decisions like CBA. So those were known pressures when that budget was set. So what's changed since then? Well, primarily 2 things. Number 1, on this slide, the much documented slackening in TTC ridership growth. So not a cut. People seem to think that ridership is down on the TTC. It isn't, but it's not as high as we thought it would be. We projected based upon Confidence Board of Canada stats some time ago, we said the stretch target will be 553 million rides. We're now saying that the figure will end up probably around 545 million rides, yet to be determined, which is at the end of the day still an increase over what we did last year. It's still a record, so people are still coming to the TTC. but not in the numbers that we predicted that they would. And that obviously has a detrimental or a depressing influence on revenue, which you can see there is 32 million. So that was primary reason number one, primary change beyond what we flagged back in 2016 as the pro forma for 2017. This is the second, and it's kind of the reverse. Wheel-Trans ridership is rampant. It is up by 28%. And that is an historic growth, and that is good news. Obviously, people like the product. Eligibility has increased. We've also taken steps to improve the service at Wheel-Trans, whereby you can get through to book a ride much more easily. So the actual ridership is up on Wheel-Trans. Yes, that brings an increase in revenue, but it actually brings a much larger increase in cost. And you can see there, $31 million increase for the 2017 budget. So, where are we? Yeah. So that's your, that is a breakdown there on page 7 of the operating budget pressures. What we'd already flagged, the 152, plus those two pressures to which I just referred, namely slightly suppressed ridership, increase in Wheel-Trans ridership, year-over-year pressures of 215. But what we were then asked to do, consistent with other city agencies and departments, was to find a 2.6% reduction on the 2016 subsidy figure. So what that means is it's not just that as a straight amount, you also have to absorb the cost increases that you would have otherwise sought additional subsidy for. So what that led to was an overall operating pressure of 231 million. Okay, so it's important to understand that, because I think there's some confusion around what the 2.6 constituted. We had to come in at less than what we achieved last year. So in order to do that, you have to absorb the pressures that were coming and were flagged back last year. So we have worked extremely hard throughout the summer to get the gap down. Where we are, here's the first headline. We have got the gap down to the delta down to $61 million if all recommendations, bar those on Appendix C, are approved. So the remaining budget shortfalls are what you can see on the page, and they add up to $61 million. So what have we done? This takes us back, just a quick reminder of where we got to with the September 21st TTC Budget Committee. That committee meeting endorsed the 15.8 million that was the straight 2.6 reduction before you consider year-over-year absorption, and that list there gives you the list of where we found those costs. So very heavily dominated by reduced health and dental costs. So again, looking as ever to just grind out further efficiencies from within the company, to the point, by the way, we've almost reduced all discretionary spend. But that's our job. You know, we should be running a thrifty ship. The board directed us to bring back then options to address the remaining 215. So just some other input. Based upon the 2016 ridership budget, we had said that we would need to increase service to accommodate what we thought at the time was going to be an increased ridership of 553 million. Because that didn't transpire, we did not introduce it, so that saved us some money. Looking at the ridership in more detail, as we previously reported to you on a number of occasions at the board, we did have a slow start to ridership in February. We were hoping that that was just a bad start. I'll say some more about that on the next slide. But we took very early action to contain costs. So we have been monitoring ridership, and we introduced, and that's still in place, a series of pretty stringent austerity measures within the company, again addressing discretionary spend to minimize the gap at the end of the year without impacting customers. Still on ridership then, from that initial bad start in February, things did improve a bit in the beginning of the year, in the beginning in the spring. It appeared by the spring, so at the beginning of the summer, we might be able to still get closer to that year-end figure, but that's not going to be the case. We have now said that the year-end range is likely to be towards the bottom of the range that we have identified, and for that reason, and people will have a view on it, particularly people maybe behind me, we are not advocating the addition of service that would have been added to accommodate that higher ridership. It would be great in the ideal world, but given the budget pressures that face us, we are just not adding what was not required for by predicted growth. In terms of expenditures, we have reduced those by $75 million, and you can see that they're made up of a number of categories, and I've defined some as one-time reductions or almost windfalls, some in terms of capitalisation, and some that I'll come on to, which are more your traditional expenditure reductions. So the one-time reduction, the reason I call it a windfall is, at the end of the day, Presto, physical installation of Presto will be complete by the end of this year, which, just to remind Commissioners, a good news story, is a year earlier than Metrolinx originally offered us. So we'll actually have all vehicles done, all station primary entrances implemented, but the actual migration to full take-up of Presto, and therefore the fee regime that associates that, won't kick in. We'll phase out MetroPass a bit later. So we will have a one-off, and it's important that Commissioners know this, out of that quantum of savings we found, a one-off reduction of 16 million. Second category, some of these are items that are cost transfers effectively to the city. We think there's a compelling case to do this. First one is city construction, where we would reduce our budget by 6 million, and I'll come back to a couple of other items which relate to the city later on. Further changes here, you can see them on the list. These are more your classic reductions, where we've taken another hard look at energy costs, so another look at hedging and what can be achieved by hedging, and a number of other things, increased gapping, another sharp look at employee benefits. I draw your attention to delay reliability centred bus maintenance. We can live with that, not spending more money on bus maintenance, with one proviso, please. Bear this in mind when we come to the discussion tomorrow, say tomorrow, later today, or on the 7th, depending when we get to it, on CapEx, because this is based upon the assumption that we'll get new buses via PTIF. I'm very confident we will, and the capital project, that does mean we can defer some maintenance on the remaining fleet. So I just flagged that as a caveat. And then some miscellaneous over the other page. There is, and I would be remiss of me not to say this, there is a $5 million unspecified budget cut purely to get the numbers down. And that's me saying to my team, it's a stretch target. We don't know what's going to make up that $5 million. It goes hand in hand, by the way, with one that we already swallowed last year. We swallowed a $10 million unspecified. But this does account for that 10 last year, this 5 this year, for what I call run rate, which is where departments underspend on their existing budget. So we will find that. If you ask me today what's in that $5 million, I can't tell you, but I've set my team a challenge. We just have to find it. So there you do the math. We found 75, add 15.8 million, which is the amount that we took off to give you effectively 91. How do we deal with that? Two further items. These are the ones I said I'd come back to. These are the ones with regard to the city. And I should flag the city city staff aren't fully in agreement with us on this. We've put it forward to you, mindful that city staff did not agree with this as accounting treatment. One is capitalising hybrid bus batteries, which you can see the rationale for on the page. We believe that this makes sense because this, at the end of the day, does relate to effectively capital expenditure on a one-off basis, so we believe that this can be capitalised. And in any case, we would hope to pick some of this cost up through PTIF. So that's another cost transfer, if you like. It's a one-off. You can't keep banking it to the city. The second one is this. Again, I should, in the interest of transparency, flag that when we raised this with the city manager, he disagreed with us on this. So I want to be completely transparent, but we feel that there is a logic and effectively, that's it, a logic behind allowing our depreciation to be treated as a capital item fully paid for by the city, province and feds, to the tune of $29 million. There are some caveats, and you can see them on that page there, but we feel that this brings this item, depreciation, into line with the way we treat other elements of our operating capital budget split. So it's legitimate, we believe. The city manager doesn't agree with that, so I would flag, though, that those are items that will still need to be picked up by the city elsewhere, but it does mean that we get down to that outstanding delta of $61 million. If you agree with the city manager and you take those two items out, the amount goes back up. And then the last item is this one, City Stabilisation Reserve Draw. I think I heard someone make reference to it, one of the DEPs earlier on. There has been in the background for some time a Stabilisation Reserve Draw, which was meant kind of for a rainy day. We propose in this budget to exhaust that reserve draw. This, if we take out the remaining $15.4 million and the 14.4 that's left within it, we would take that down to zero. But again, that's all with the desire to minimise the impact on customers and to take out as much as possible before we even consider a fare rise. Now, some of this you know. This has already come up this morning. The TTC has a disproportionately high proportion of its operating cost covered from revenue. It's a 70-30 split, there or thereabouts. I've said before, my previous job in Australia was the exact inverse, actually. It was 30% through the fare box, 70% subsidy. So this is very unusual. And this is a chart that you've seen before, but we always present it, not least because we update it. I think what stands out for me is if you have a look at the top two lines, TTC and Montreal, the TTC receives almost exactly the same amount in subsidy for another sister company in Montreal that has 2/3 of our ridership. So the TTC, I think, performs miracles actually on a day-to-day basis for what it's given when you consider the subsidy. And the subsidy per ride's on the next slide, and there you can see projected our subsidy per ride would be 92 cents per ride. Contrast that with some of those systems that we saw on the previous slide, like Chicago at $2.04, like Philly $2.67, New York City Transit, huge economies of scale, $1.52. In terms of the ridership, we've put together the ridership in the way we normally would, and considering the factors that you can see on the page, and including economic forecasts. In terms of what those forecasts and those factors do for us, that's how we get to the figure of 544. You'll see, as usual, we've netted out what we believe to be the elasticities around fare increases on our fare increase itself, but also on Metro Pass, calendarization, a leap year. So we've done the math up and down, and we believe that the subtotal will be +4, in other words, 544 by the end of the year. How is that done? It's done on the usual way. We put together a budget, which you've seen before. Where does the revenue come from? Again, I guess this slide kind of reinforces the point I made earlier, that it's dominated by that blue piece of the pie, namely from passenger revenues. And that, incidentally, is an updated slide that does include the impact of a fare increase, but it shows you just how dominant the fare box income is in the needs of the TTC before any subsidy is applied. In terms of revenue changes then for this budget, what will we see? We will see passenger revenues a decline there based upon 10-cent fare increase, and we'll see an increase in commuter parking for a net total of -4 million. Then in terms of carrying on with passenger revenue, ridership would, as we've said that rather than the 553, which we have been forecasting, we're now saying it will be 545, and you can see there the impact upon fares, because obviously you have lower revenue itself and a lower average fare, but that's partly offset by the fare increase that we're proposing. We're proposing that merely to stem some of the difference. Okay, so we did try, as hopefully came through earlier on, we looked at every possible way to avoid a fare increase, but because the delta is so big, we have assumed a fare increase, and that's what we're putting to you, to leave us a net figure of 7 million. Bit of context, people ask about fare increases, how they relate to CPI, so that graph shows you what the fare increase regime has been over the past 6 years, including 2011 when there was no fare increase. So the average CPI 11.8%, fare increases have run at 12.2%. In terms of fares, there's an appendix within your report that shows you recommended fare increases, for which the headline is a 10-cent on the adult token of $3, and all other fares will be increased proportionately, except for adult cash, which we would leave unchanged at $3.25. Well, that's the proposal before you. That's what it looks like. All of the emboldened figures are those that show an increase. That's what the impact upon the customer would be. I would just say, by the way, just a plea, that we don't have a huge amount of time to make a decision on fare increase before we reach the point at which a fare increase for January becomes impossible, because we have to upload all of the fare tables and we have to get Presto loaded. So we're not there yet. We're starting the work on the assumption that this or something similar to this will go forward. In terms of secondary revenue, an increase in commuter parking. We do that by through an increase in utilisation, but also in higher parking revenues. What drives our expenses? This sometimes draws raised eyebrows, but at the end of the day, transit is a labour-intensive industry. We are dominated by the need for labour because buses and other vehicles need to be driven by human beings and are maintained by other human beings. So it's a very labour-intensive organisation, and that is entirely echoed in other major transit services around the world. What I would say, though, and I think it comes up later, is we do benchmark with what's called the Nova group of metros, and they said in their analysis of major metros around the world that in terms of value for money, the TTC is quite remarkable, actually, the subway, in terms of its management and admin overhead costs. Expenditure changes. These again were flagged in the pro forma that we presented as part of the 2016 budget a year ago. So we flagged most of these because a lot of them were known. Things like collective bargaining agreement was known. It's a 4-year deal that was signed in 2014. So that was flagged. There are a number of other items that obviously we knew about. We knew we'd have to start paying for Presto, but this is the windfall to which I referred earlier. We don't have to pay out as early as we thought we might do because the take-up of MetroPass will be slightly slower than anticipated. TYSSE will open at the end of next year, and obviously that needs to have some cost associated with it because you've got to ramp up for testing and commissioning and trial operations. Some things were unforeseen. Cap and trade, we did not know that was coming. That was an addition onto us. We've got the regular items such as inflationary price increases, traction power and utilities, depreciation. You'll see some there, and depreciation is a good example of that. The ones towards the bottom are the net figures coming off, so those are the ones that are reduced, and that results in a net change of $28 million. So we break some of that down. I've touched upon some of this. That CBA is the latest year of our collective bargaining agreement with our 4 unions. Presto, I've already talked about. I've made the point that we will be fully enabled on all vehicles and subway station entrances, primary station entrances, by the end of the year. And this really shows you what the impact will be on a slightly later or slower progressive move away from MetroPass onto Presto. So that does have an upside. It's only for 1 year. TYSSE I've already covered. That's your operating impact, 169 positions. I prefer opens in late 2017, Vince, rather than opens late in 2017. Just a little semantics. A couple of other things, accident claims, traction power and utilities. You know, these are fairly dynamic items. I mean, particularly accident claims for which we seek input from an actuary. Annualisation of service, plus $5 million for 2016. We opened earlier on Sundays. We've done a load of stuff with new express routes and streetcar service reliability. This was all an output from that investment that we had last year. So that's the annualised impact going forward. Some other items, ongoing maintenance issues. It'll be no surprise that ongoing maintenance does attract cost, particularly as our fleet ages. T1s, 20-year-old trains on line 2. We know about all the problems we had last summer with HVAC, so we're doing something about them. And then the TR trains seem brand new. They're not anymore. They are beginning to come off warranty, so that again attracts an increase. And then the inflationary price increase, we have taken a straight advice from the city. Next one, I talked about diesel. We're hedging. We're not completely 100% hedged, but we are hedging as far as we think is sensible. So what have we done in terms of cost containment? So we have undertaken a 5-year expenditure review, which we did through 2011-2015. I've already said that in the last budget round, we took out $10 million in departmental budgets. That was taken out across the board, and that was meant to account for run rate, as I call it, run rate, in other words, spend rate in departments. Where departments are chronically underspenders, I take away some money. Okay, so that's the deal. But you have to be careful that you don't introduce perverse behavior where people just spend to show that they need all the money. And this year we're doing the same again, another 5 million. So across the board, 15 million taken out. Workforce, I made the point earlier on that workforce is the main cost because of the predominance of labour in any transit organisation, and this gives you the net change in headcount. Now that bottom figure looks very big, 347, but do look at the top. You'll see that 210 of the equation above are fully recoverable. They're 100% cost recoverable, and that's typically where we get money back from Metrolinx or other agencies for whom we're doing work on their behalf, so we can reclaim that money. 169 TYSSE staff, unavoidable unless we go down the road of de-staff stations, which we're clearly not going to do. But you need operators to drive the additional service, you need people to maintain additional vehicles, you need station staff to staff those stations. With Presto, you will see that there is a net figure there. It's actually a reduction. When you net out the impact of Presto and not having to count cash and have collectors in booths, offset against the new role for collectors, which will be a very proactive, very customer-focused mobile customer service assistant. Service, that's a reduction because we're not implementing service for which demand has not yet materialised. And then there's a group of other changes there. All of this we can explain to you when we get to questions. In terms of performance, I think I've largely covered this. I would again draw your attention to that NOVA statement. We didn't say this, Imperial College said this when they compared a bunch of major metros. When compared with other metros in the world, Toronto subway offers excellent value for money. But we don't rest on our laurels with that. We consistently, obsessively look for further reductions. So this has all happened on my watch as CEO. These are changes that we have made. So we've hedged diesel fuel. We've cut admin staff by 8%. That was 300 people. We've combined purchases with the city. We're running bigger vehicles. We've contracted out end-of-line cleaning, bus service line cleaning. We have secured 4 collective bargaining agreements which saved around or avoided costs of around 100 million. Big changes in accident claims, insurance, and that $10 million across the board budget cut. So even without further changes, I think that we can hold our heads up to say that we have made substantial changes. Of course, what's not on that list is the change we just made, which was one-person train operation on Line 4 Shepherd. So that was a further efficiency, but there's more to come. And this list gives you a preview, if you like, of major, what I call game changers, game-changing initiatives that are being delivered by our 5-year corporate plan, which are in the works, they're in-flight programs, things that we will deliver over the next few years. The only disconnect is that they can't be done right now. Otherwise, we wouldn't have this budget gap right now. But effectively, what I'm saying or asking you to consider for the city is consider it almost as a bridging mechanism. We currently have still an outstanding gap of $61 million or more if you choose to do some add-backs. But mindful of the fact that these game changers are on the horizon, these are things that my 5-year plan will deliver. There is major saving to come in the future. And having said that, with additional savings comes additional costs. There are additional costs. I've already referred to some of these. The full adoption of Presto, TYSSE going fully into its full year of operation, which will be 2018. Who knows what's going to happen to energy prices? We have a CBA coming up in 2018, and the various other service initiatives that are not included in the base budget but relate to compliance with AODA. So right now, our focus has been on getting the 2017 budget before you, but the next job, and my guys are already working on it, is to get the pro formas done, the look-aheads for 2018 and beyond. So this is where we stand. In terms of the preliminary budget changes, you can see there, this is for Wheel-Trans. Now, we've moved on from the conventional budget onto Wheel-Trans. So remember what I said earlier about rampant ridership? So you can see the cost line going up from 123.7 to 155.7 for a delta of $32 million. So the subsidy increase is a total ultimately of $33.8 million. Cost on Wheel-Trans, is increasing, and that's factored into that earlier figure that you saw, the 231 that we've been working to suppress. In terms of the shortfall reduction, where does that come from? How have we found that? Here you can see the kind of work we've been doing, similar in many ways to what we described on the conventional system. We've been making greater than ever use of the contracted taxi service, which is an inherently more efficient model. Not good for everyone. Some people absolutely rely on the conventional Wheel-Trans service, and that will continue. We have applied the TTC assigned reduction in line with the 2.6% reduction. We've made changes in those other areas, and we've also factored in a 10-cent fare increase on Wheel-Trans as well. So where does that leave us? That leaves a shortfall. When we apply those reductions, that leaves a shortfall for Wheel-Trans of $26.4 million. Some factors around Wheel-Trans operating budget, that's the headline figure. That's the one I was talking about when I talked about huge growth in Wheel-Trans. 28% growth on Wheel-Trans services. And we've also had other cost increases, as we have quite rightly met the AODA requirement to have no more than 0.5% unaccommodated. We obviously, the same kind of cost implications in terms of CBA outcomes affect Wheel-Trans, same as they do for the conventional budget. But where revenue has a large part to play in the operating budget, because of the relative cost of Wheel-Trans service, it's less of a factor on Wheel-Trans. And these are the expenditure changes. So you can see again, no surprise, rampant ridership, huge increase in ridership, so we are increasing the service. And the service to accommodate 4.7 million rides will cost $24 million. There's an upfront cost to doing the Wheel-Trans transformation project. That was on my list earlier, and I think it comes up later. The 10-year service Wheel-Trans long-term program will save ultimately $30 million, but there is an upfront cost in order to get the work done to derive the savings. And that plus CBA, various other things, maintaining the buses, that leads to $27.5 million more in terms of increase. In terms of staff numbers, headcount numbers, really not very many. Yes, we've increased the number of dispatchers and reservationists. I'd stand by that. I think it's the right thing to do. I don't want people to be stuck on the priority line for 2 hours on end, so we have improved the customer service there. And there you can see reference to that 10-year strategy. We do want to make sure that we progressively move to the 10-year strategy to get people that can use the conventional service onto it, because that was one of the game changers to which I referred earlier. That nets $30 million. So here it is on the nutshell then, for both budgets combined. $35 million shortfall on TTC, $26 million on Wheel-Trans gives you that $61 million delta as it stands for the TTC as a whole. Now that is based on a 10-cent fare increase. It also assumes, just to remind you, it also assumes that you agree with me on the two items that we've asked the city to cover, namely the 29 million in depreciation and the 8.5 million in hybrid bus batteries. If you don't agree with them, or if you do, and the city then chucks them out, then the amount will go up by that amount. But right now, where we've got to is that $61 million. There are some appendices. Chair, did you want me to go through those, or should we go to questions?
What's the will of the board?
But maybe I should just do the next one, because it is Appendix C. Sorry, okay. I misread my slide.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, sorry, I misread my slide. So the point I was making was, if the city played ball with those two figures and you approve all the other changes, the delta that we still have is $61 million. So we would either present an unbalanced budget, that is an option that you may wish to discuss so that we wouldn't close that delta. You can find other ways to close that delta, or following the direction given by the board budget subcommittee, we have come up with a list of options to close that delta, and that is what was being talked about this morning, namely Appendix C. And that, you'll note again, came without recommendation. These are things that we are not recommending happen, but you asked for a list, so here's the list. One thing I should stress in each of these slides is be mindful of what the column headers are on the right-hand side. So effectively, we're presenting you with a list of options. It actually adds up to more than the delta, the 61 million delta. Taken together, this is in theory, and it is in theory, a package of $180 million, but you need to see it more as a menu. And even the individual items, if we take option A, subset 1, review low ridership, high subsidy routes, there's up to $3 million worth of saving there. If you go from one extreme to the other, from 0 to taking all of those routes out, that would save you $3 million, but you would lose 0.3 million rides. That's how this slide works, okay? So again, I'll stress, these are not recommendations, these are options because you asked for a list on how to close the delta. So that's Appendix C, the first page, service options. Page 2, there's a bunch of fare options. So again, it's a menu. You could pick and choose. Again, we don't recommend these. But again, what we've done is we've presented some scenarios, some fare scenarios, and they range between different fare increases, review of harmonized cash fares, changes or complete reviews of concessionary fares, such as adult and other concessionary fares. And again, if you look at the right-hand columns, you can see what the potential top limit is of any of those options and what the impact on ridership would be. So coming to the end then, and this is the last slide, what are our recommendations? So our recommendations would be to approve the expenditure reductions that we've identified, which drove the changes before we even thought about changes to service or changes to any fares, before fare increases. So we've identified those expenditure reductions. Just be mindful, please, board members, that some of them are one-offs, right? And I've flagged them as I've gone through. Second recommendation, and it's integral to the delta position that we've got to, namely $61 million, approve the draw of $14.4 million from the stabilization reserve fund, but be mindful that that then exhausts it. Recommendation 3, and we say this kind of with heavy heart because we know that customers already bear a brunt in terms of fares. We've seen no way of avoiding some element of fare increase within this package that we put together. Don't forget the starting figure was 231 million. So that's why we're saying a 10-cent fare increase. There are other options. They're on Appendix C. Those ones, though, we don't recommend. Number 4, request the city to reconsider those two things at which they bolt, namely hybrid bus batteries and depreciation. At the end of the day, they don't agree with us, so we'd need your support to say, well, we think they are legitimate. If they come out, then the delta gets wider again. And then ultimately, approve the 2017 operating budget, approve the 2017 Wheel-Trans operating budget. And then final 2, review the options in Appendix C. If you want to close the delta from where we've got it now, 61 million, down to 0, then that's your opportunity to discuss because those are the options contained within that appendix. And then finally, standard practice, forward this budget and the 2 budgets to the City of Toronto as our official budget submission with whatever amendments you choose to make today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a question list starting with Vice Chair Heisey and then going to Mahevik. I'd probably be everyone, but I'll go Byers, then to Bearmaker.
So could you tell me the delay reliability centered bus maintenance, and what impact could that have on passenger service and lost passenger travel time?
Mr. Leary may wish to comment in more detail, but if If we get the new influx of buses through PTIF, which we're hopeful we will via the separate discussion we're going to have later, I think that buys us time and takes some pressure off the existing bus fleet for a period of time. If that reduced maintenance budget stayed in forever, and/or if we didn't get new buses via PTIF, then that would begin to have a real impact on our customers. Rick, do you want to comment on that? No, he's happy.
So it's a one-time, essentially? We basically, because we get some new buses, it changes the nature of our fleet.
It buys us time. So progressively, as you bring in new buses, you lower the average age of the fleet.
Yep, I got it.
And it will also enable us to get rid of early some of the less reliable vehicles in our fleet.
So the next area, I just want to ask a question, comment. Isn't all we're doing here on hybrid bus batteries, depreciation expense, and the stabilization reserve draw, we're basically changing an accounting entry? I mean,
We believe
there's no real change. It's how we characterize expenses. I mean, the money's still being spent, right?
It is by the city, so that's why I was crystal clear on being transparent in flagging it. Certainly the city would say that. We believe it's a legitimate way of accounting, and that's why we put it in. Vince, do you want to add to that?
Sure. On the hybrid batteries in particular, those vehicles are off warranty. The old batteries need to be replaced. Those batteries have a future life. Because it's got a future life, that qualifies as a capital expenditure. The city doesn't disagree with whether it can be capital or operating. Their position is more, they're paying for it either in the operating budget or they're paying for it in the capital, so why do it? I think one overwhelming reason why we would want to do it, we want to go back to the city on it, is we'd like to try and claim those batteries under the PTIF agreement and have the feds pay for half of them. On the depreciation, again, there's no disagreement about what you do, which is how it gets paid. That depreciation is just a share of the assets TTC buys through its working capital, and we spread that cost over the life of those assets, and there's a depreciation charge in our operating budget. We use that depreciation charge in the operating budget as the source of funds to buy more of those. So it's sort of like, for the city council, it's kind of like a TTC capital from current. So all we're saying is if the goal is to try and is to minimize the impact on the riders in our operating budget, this is just another mechanism that's possible. But it does mean it's a capital cost that gets picked up by the city rather than the TTC.
So make it simple for me. If we were buying new engines for buses, are they capital or are they operating?
So if the engine is part of the bus, obviously it's capital. If we buy replacement engines, we do capitalize them.
It's capital then?
Yes.
Okay, well then there's some merit to the battery argument. Why didn't the staff recommend getting rid of the Metro Pass VIP? Do you have any reason why you wouldn't have included that? Which is it's 9.5 million. It looks like a big item, and it seems to privilege some of the most privileged parts of the workforce who have access to, that's my commentary. I've given my speech now too. So could someone comment on that? Why we didn't pick out that item as a possible change? What are the reasons against it?
As part of our fair media strategy, the board approved actually eliminating the VIP program next year, so that's built into our numbers, because that will then turn into just a discount plan of some kind. And then there is the MDP program, where effectively you're giving a customer, when they agree to buy a year's worth of passes, we give them one free. We continue to believe that makes sense to provide some sort of discount for a bulk purchase like that.
So hold it, there is no saving on Metro Fast VIP because it's already ending.
So we were planning on eliminating that when we actually got rid of the plan and brought them together in September or October this year. This would then say, well, let's just wipe out that program at the beginning of the year.
So this would be that would be a 9-10 month saving. Right.
So yeah, that's one of the reasons we didn't put it in, because although I flagged a couple of things that are one-offs, we tried to limit the number of one-offs, and that one we felt had limited duration.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Mihevik.
Yes, thank you. On slide 28, I want to talk about the relationship of fare increases and consumer price index increases.
Yes.
I'm just having real trouble understanding how you calculate a TTC fare increase. If we have a $2.90 fare today, we're going to a $3 fare increase. My math says that for 2016, that's 3.448.
So not every fare is going up by that. So for example, cash is not going up, so there's no increase in cash. Children, there's no fare, there's no revenue for children. So what this is the weighted average fare. So it's not the increase in the adult token, it's every single fare based on the proportion of those rides, a weighted average fare increase. So that's what this represents, not just on an adult ride, it's on all fares across the board.
So you would agree that if you focused on the adult fare from 2012, these numbers would look very, very different. The adult fare only.
Well, you'd have to also take into consideration last year there was no increase in MetroPass. So you do have to go and have a look at the average, we'd have to go and show you each individual fare category and how it changed. But yes, if you just picked one fare, if you just picked, for example, adult tokens, it would be different. If you picked cash, I think we held cash, adult cash unchanged for 8 or 9 years. So we always talk about the weighted average increase, so the increase on the average of all the riders, not just any one group. But yes, if you just looked at adult tokens, it would be a different representation than this.
Okay, I'm looking at the, I want to understand service adjustments. So in the TTC website, service improvements and changes, we get emails, we've cut service, but they're adjustments. You're calling them adjustments, and as one of the deputants mentioned, I think they were focused on the ones in Scarborough, McCowan, for example. It says service reduction effective November 21st. It will be reduced during the morning peak period from Monday to Friday. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. What I understand that to be is that if ridership isn't present, if instead of getting, 8,000 people per hour, you get 7,000, and then you adjust the service accordingly, because you have a loading standard that defines how many buses go on that route, and that would be on peak hours and off-peak hours. Is that?
That is correct. So what is being referred to there, and that item that you're looking at, Commissioner, on the website, is something that goes up every 6 weeks when we do our board period changes. So that is a mechanism by which we can adjust service, and it can be adjusted up, it can be adjusted down, to deal with prevailing changes in ridership. That, to me, I would argue that is different from what I said we set out to avoid in this budget, and I think we have avoided to date, which is mass service reduction.
So you call that service
adjustment,
and it is really driven by a loading standard that is consistent. So that you're comparing apples to apples. It would be a cut if you change the loading standard, correct?
That's correct.
Right. So for the one in November, just for example, there were a number of routes, and I don't have the list in front of me, maybe I do, I don't know, where we're noticing that there's actually an increase in ridership, but there are no changes here in the November numbers that reflect that we should, to keep true to our loading standard, increase service on those routes in November. Are we?
I'm just calling up the list.
Yeah, okay.
And so there are some, and so I'm just having a look at them now. I mean, there are some, I can look at this, Severn Bathurst service reliability improvement. Yes, there are some service reductions, but that again is because this is a dynamic 6-week process that sees us make adjustments within a finite budget and a finite fleet in order to provide the best service across the city.
I guess the bottom line of what I'm trying to get to is, are there routes that have, say, month to month or over a few month period of time, increases up to 110%, 120%. And I think I saw some numbers that some routes have actually increased by up to 115%, where service hasn't been increased despite the increase in demand.
I'm going to ask Chris to answer that, please.
So I think it requires an explanation of how we do our counts and how we plan our service. So we keep an overwatch on all of our routes, and we take counts against a variety of time bands on those routes. And every once in a while, an individual time band will show that it is over what our service standards are. At that stage, we don't just immediately add service or cut service. It was low. We say, here's a route that we need to watch more carefully and make a decision if we start to see this happening more often than not. And that's the stage where we're seeing those changes that we're making in November, where we have seen a overall reduction in that period that assures us that we can make that change without violating our crowding standard. What you saw around some of those routes being over 110% capacity, maybe a route that is at, supposed to have 53 on a vehicle and there are 54 people on a vehicle, that is a singular instance where we have done a count that has indicated that. We will now pay attention to those routes in those time periods. In the same way that some of those routes are over, we have an equal number of counts that would show that there are services that are beneath the crowding standard. And in the same way, don't immediately change those in the next board period. We say, right, let's keep an eye on these and let's make those changes when we see a systemic thing happening.
So for
Well, just if you just want to finish up this thought, then we'll go to another round if you need it.
Sure, okay, yeah. So for this one, I haven't noticed any like the service, where service reliability improvements have occurred, they've actually been related to construction, especially along Eglinton. I've noticed a whole bunch of cuts, service reductions or service reductions / adjustments, and I get that piece, and, I have no truck nor trade with that, but I don't see any that have gone up, and that's what I'm having difficulty understanding. If some went down, and we're more or less going like this, or like, maybe not as steep, but then some would have to go up, and there's none here that are up. So I'm just wondering whether, to be quite frank, whether you're being budget-driven and kind of cheating or deferring the ones that need to go up to make sure that there's a good trend, a several-month trend, but the ones that show an indication that are going down, that, boy, they get cut right away.
The answer to that is no. There are no routes where we have seen time periods, with the exception, I'll actually lay this out, of somewhere like a King Streetcar. King Streetcar at 126% on Monday to Friday morning peak. We know it has been over that standard for many, many years. We just don't have any more vehicles to run. But on all those other ones, about those 100 routes that we saw where we are exceeding our loading standard, we will keep an eye on those and we will recommend service increases when they're appropriate. Right now, for that November board period, following our standard protocol, there are no service increases that we would recommend against the loading standards that we've always operated.
Okay, Commissioner Byers.
Yes, thank you, and first, thanks for the presentation, and also to you and your team. I know I've been part of many meetings over many months, so appreciate all the work that your team has done. I'm going to work from Appendix A in the deck, actually, which is, and first thing, I'd actually like to make a request. Our comparison here, a discussion is Budget 16 versus Budget 17, which is, I guess I found that difficult to follow, and what I prefer to do is look at the actual 16 numbers and compare them to the Budget 17 numbers. So I went to your CEO report and pulled those out. But just a couple of areas I wanted to ask you about. So overall, I would say, in Budget 16, I'm going to focus on expenses, and first commend you for expense control. In Budget 16, we were going to spend last year $1.736 billion, and as ridership was lower, you actually came in at $1.703 billion, so you cut $33 million during the year in managed expenses, so appreciate that. But going from actual 16 to budget 17, there's a couple of areas I wanted to ask you about. First is the CEO's office. So our budget for 17 is $41.36 million. We actually spent $36.4 million in 16. So it's a $5 million increase on a 36, which is pretty significant. I'm curious how you look at that category, whether there's stuff in there that we can pull out, whether you can pull that back from the 41 for this year.
And partly that's accounted for, Commissioner, by gapping, but partly it's because we've factored into my office the amount that will be required to administer the fitness for duty policy that this board just approved two board periods ago, or something like that. That resides within my budget, and that's the predominant area of that increase.
And that was what, $1 million, 1.5?
Well, I think it was 1.8 from memory.
Okay, got it. I mean, I'd still, if there's other things you can look at that going forward, that would be helpful. Same thing for corporate services. So 71.9 budget for 17. Last year, we spent 66.1, so another 5 million increase on that. I don't know what the corporate services group, what that comprises, and whether there's stuff that, Vince's group.
Yeah, that's-
Well, we don't.
So what you'll see is the budget increase is about 2.5 million, and that is largely computer licenses and maintenance on projects that have completed. So a fair bit of that is the operating impact of completed projects. The reason that the difference for 2016 to 2018 budgets there is because there was some part of SAP that we thought we would complete in 2016, that's now being completed in 2017. So we had that budgeted for in 2016, that wasn't rolled out, so it's rolled out in 2017. So if you just went budget to budget, it would be a much smaller increase. Same kind of thing that we talked about for the fitness for duty, that was included in the 2016 budget, wasn't spent, so it makes 2017 to 2016 look larger.
Okay, thank you. I mean, again, these two areas feel like they're away from operations, so that anything you can do to kind of, listen, these are tough discussions, okay? Reducing expenditures is not easy. It's not easy for public sector organizations, not easy for private, so these kind of areas, it's helpful. I noticed in the operations group, the service delivery group, and the employee, those two are going up by about 25 million. Presumably that's driven by, the CBA and the cost drivers that you identified earlier.
It's overwhelmingly driven in those areas by CBA, by the opening of TYSSE, by the service that the service annualization Chris talked about. So that's the overwhelming things that are in that. In the other, so that's those two particular areas, and that's what's discussed in the budget here. So in operations is also where the subway train maintenance goes in, so those vehicles as they're coming off warranty. So I think Andy talked about a number of 5 or 6 million, that's included in there.
I will say, I mean, this meeting, we've been talking, we've heard cut. The reality is, last year we spent just over 1.7 billion. The budget this year is 1.765. So we're increasing spending, $65 million for the year, and so let's not lose sight of that. I know we're cutting from the pressures, but we are increasing spending. Just curious, in terms of our efficiency and comparing with other transits, our cost per ride in 16 was $3.15. And it's projected to be, based on 544 million rides, and that's spending $3.24 this year, so up modestly, 3%. On that cost per ride, how do we, you don't have that data here, I don't know how you compare with Montreal or New York or Boston on simply the cost per ride as opposed to the subsidy per ride, which factors in, other elements.
So it's not a simple answer, and part of it depends on the mode you're running, right? So if you are a heavily bus operation and you have no subway, the cost per rider on a bus is probably higher than it is on a subway if you got enough people. So because we run the mode that's commensurate with the ridership on that line, you have to go, it's kind of like the discussion before about the fare increase, you got to look at it on a weighted average basis. And he talked about in Nova, where on a worldwide scale for subways like us, our numbers are among the lowest in the world. We do, and we have been looking at a comparison of TTC, a whole bunch of performance measures for TTC to other transits in North America. We haven't completed that because we're trying to rationalize what we've talked about, but in almost every measure, whether it's dollars per operator, whether it's the dollars per passenger, whether it's vehicle utilization, whether it's the amount of time spent actually driving in service versus deadheading there. Almost in every one of those cases, our numbers on a North American scale with the other transits like us are number 1, 2, or 3 in North America. So we haven't finished it, but we're well on that one.
Let me just add to that, if I may, 2 other points. I mean, one of them you kind of made, which was in terms of staff utilization, so the productivity of our operators is extremely high compared to other major transits. And then the other thing, in terms of making it more efficient in cost per ride, that's one of the reasons we've moved to larger vehicles, bigger streetcars when Bombardier deliver them, articulated buses, and one-person train operation will be an inherently more efficient mode of operation on the subway.
Okay. Commissioner de Beermaker.
Great, thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I think I'll start off on page 7 under the service category. In the report, the staff report, it's maybe following up on Commissioner Byers, some of Commissioner Byers' comments. You're stating in our report that the service budget represents a 0.4% increase in service compared to 2016. So we had we had a number of deputants just now say, stop cutting service, you're cutting service. And I couldn't see it in this budget. Are we cutting service, or is your statement on page 7 correct, that there's actual increase in service?
There will be a small increase in service. I think people are probably spooked by the Appendix C that's included purely as a means of giving you options should you need them to close the remaining gap. The actual service offer goes up. What we're not doing is increasing the service to what would have been added had the 555 million number transpired.
Right, but the report today and the statements made to us today that we are cutting service, those statements are incorrect. This report doesn't cut service.
No, it doesn't.
Actually increases it with an Appendix C that says...
Appendix C would.
Something bad could happen.
Appendix C would, which is why we don't recommend that. Right. The only other factor might be people are mindful of the recent changes made in the November board period, which we just explained is a standard practice every 6 weeks and can easily be adjusted back the other way if ridership picks up.
Okay, because we had a lot of comments, people saying don't increase the fare, and it's very obvious in the report you're recommending a fare increase of 10 cents, correct?
That's correct, except for cash.
Okay, and last year, what was our additional level of service? Was it around $100 million of additional service we provided to the people of Toronto?
And in the 2015 budget for 2016, now annualized, the council awarded $95 million worth of additional service, extra night bus, extra 10 minutes or better, extra express buses, a whole raft of improvements.
And then this year, the .4, is that about $60 million, just dollar increase year over year?
No, that would be a very small increase. It was a few things that we were going to do in September on streetcar, and we brought them a little earlier, so 0.4% is not $60 million. It's a few million dollars.
Okay, great. And I'm going to jump over to, I think it's Appendix B of the staff report. We have a VIP Tier 1, 2, and 3, which means, for example, I think if you work for the City of Toronto in this building, and you buy a Metro Pass, say if I work here, I can buy a Metro Pass for $124, but if my brother works at Speedy Muffler or KFC, and he buys a Metro Pass, he's got to pay $141, correct?
So you'll see under VIP, it says Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. The numbers besides it, 50 to 249, 250 to 499, 500 plus, is the number of passes that the employer orders. So if you're an employer and you order over 500 passes each and every month, we will, the price would be, it'd be 120, you'll be paying 124 versus somebody, if you just bought one on your own, 141, or if you bought them for every month of the year, it'd be 129.
And why do we do that, or why have we done that in the past?
So, for both the MDP and the VIP, they were volume discounts. And And on the VIP in particular, what was, instead of us distributing the pass, instead of us having to sell it or mail it out, it went to the employer.
Right.
The discount there was to reflect that instead
We
of
have-
us
we
handing
have
out
lower
500
transaction.
individual passes, we hand them 500 in total, and they do the administration.
We have lower
It saves us a
transaction.
few bucks.
So we have lower transactions.
And we shared that cost.
And that's going to change in September when we go to Presto.
That's correct.
So if we ended this early, we would save how much? It was in your option, I think it was in.
So our option there of ending it early, if you go to page, Appendix C, talked about $9.5 million. That's an annual number.
So it'd be a little less than that, might be 7 million.
My guess is probably 7 or something like that.
So we're effectively going to tell people, say, who work at the City of Toronto, some of our staff, you used to get a deal on your Metro Pass, but as of September, you're going to lose that benefit. You're just going to pay the regular fare, just like everybody else.
That's our current plan because
Yes, 'cause
it
we're going
gives
to
us-
Presto.
Because it gives us 9 months from now to communicate to those people, to convince them that it's worthwhile now getting a Metro Pass on Presto rather than just entirely losing them as a customer.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner DeBerry-Merker. Now Commissioner Carroll.
So maybe I'll start at the end and then go back, because I mostly have smaller miscellaneous questions. But in the pro forma, just so that folks who were
What
here
page are you
this
on?
morning. Oh, the combined pro forma at the end, 53.
Slides.
Slide 53. So this end result here, albeit with the shortfall, includes the fare increase that has been discussed publicly over the weekend. So the cash fare, okay, but various other ones, not a harmonized one, but a strategic fare increase. It includes, this includes the stabilization reserve draw.
Yes.
And that's a real one-up. If we do that this year, is that going to regular operating such that if we do a 14.4 stabilization reserve one-of source of funding for operating this year, we need to find 28 next year?
It's a one-off, and that's, one-off, and that's why I flagged a number of one-offs in this budget, just so that I was clear with you. I'm not doing my job otherwise.
Yeah.
To be clear, it's not 14 this year and 28 next year. It's a
Okay, be
one-time
clear.
infusion
Tell
of
me more.
14 that doesn't exist next year.
That doesn't exist, so you're just saying we'd have to find the 14 again?
Yes.
We're just kicking one can down the road? Why doesn't it accumulate? Why?
Because there's nothing left in the fund. The fund
Oh,
is
but-
exhausted, so you only got, we can
But
only do
why,
one at once.
but what is it providing this year that we won't have to fund next year plus replace what we funded it with this year?
It's
Is it
just
because there's no real growth in service in this budget?
No, it's
that will just-
$14 million out of the overall budget pressures.
Uh-huh.
It means if everything else was balanced next year, you'd be starting off with a $14 million budget pressure next year.
Okay, so it's non-cumulative, okay. Okay, and lastly, it also includes, the fare increases in there, and a level of service that is roughly the same as the crowding standard, the same in this. Okay. So let's unpack that, if we stick to this. How do you change it? How long have we had a fairly constant crowding standard? Is it fair to say that, well, we've made some route adjustments over the last few years, the series of years, 5 is it now, where we've been making fare increases? Have we endeavored to keep the crowding standard roughly the same, or have we in fact made improvements on it?
So in 2011, we increased the crowding standard, both peak and off-peak. We made our buses.
Yes, that was the zero fare increase year, wasn't it?
Right, so we increased it, and last year we returned it back to the levels broadly that had been previously.
Broadly that
Before
had been there.
2000, so when we brought in the ridership growth strategy, which was I think around 2005, we lowered our crowding standards.
Yes.
When we got to 2011, we raised them again to try and save money. When we got to 2015, we lowered them back down to the level of the ridership growth strategy, and that's where we are now.
Okay, so 2010, 2009 levels, roughly. And this budget maintains that consistency. If we're looking at the pro forma, this budget, delivers roughly what we had last year.
Yes.
So, how would you change that? We call it crowding standards, but what does that really mean in layman's terms? How do you change a crowding standard? Just so that the community is clear.
You make it, so right now, at a peak level, let's just use an Orion regular 40-foot bus with around 36 seats. During peak service, we would be trying to put 51 people onto that bus on average across an hour. Some of those buses would have more than 51, some of those buses would have less than 51, some would have around.
Why would you need to put more on them? Would that be because fewer buses will be coming, or will be coming in a longer time period apart? How does each bus get more crowded if the ridership is staying the same?
If the ridership stays the same, then those buses won't get more crowded unless you are removing.
Unless to balance, to change the shortfall, if we wanted to change the crowding standards with the same ridership projection, but we're going to look at crowding standards changes, what would we do to make the buses more crowded? We would send fewer buses or send them fewer and farther between, would we not?
Right, we would have fewer buses on the road, so the buses would be more crowded.
That's what I'm getting at. I'm not trying to trick you. I just think in layman's terms, we've got to say what that means, crowding standard.
In layman's term, every vehicle we run is more crowded.
Yes. Or we could just, if we leave everything the same, and as has happened, 10,000 people continue to move to the city every year, or sometimes more, and they decide they want to be transit riders, it'll just get crowded all by itself. Okay. Okay, so that's the pro forma. Just some quick detail questions. On page 9, we've done some changes, not just cuts today, but we've done a couple of service enhancements as well. But we did not do the September budgeted service ads. Did we put a financial adjustment in the remaining shortfall? Because if we did that in September, then our pressure for 2017, we could take out the full year costs of those as well. Did that happen?
So the service that was going to be added in September
Yeah.
for those months was about $1.5 million.
Yeah.
It would have annualized to about 6.
Yeah, so did you
All
take
that was in
out
the
of
budget
pressure?
was the 1.5. Included in the 23 million, we didn't annualize it because when we did the 231 million, we already knew we weren't putting that service in.
So it wasn't in the pressure to begin with, so you didn't have to, I didn't say anything to take it out, but it didn't need to be.
So it was $1.5 million in the 2016 budget. That's gone, and that's the savings in the 2017
Right.
budget, because that's all that was there.
Okay, got it. I was just looking for that
You
adjustment.
want me to circle back to you? We'll
Sure,
do another
do
round
that,
for sure.
yeah.
Commissioner Crisanti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, just to be clear, if we approve all 6 recommendations without taking any action on recommendation number 5, then there'll be no change or no negative change or decrease in service, is that correct?
Yeah, the
Just
service
wanna
that's on the
understand
street will largely, in large measure, be what's on there next year. Yes.
So, all right, thank you. So I just want to look at a little bit of the factors that contributed to loss of revenue. So we have decline in ridership. We have fare evasion that's still there. And we have, I believe, issues with Presto malfunction. Anything else that would have contributed to that?
Well, I mean, it's important to understand the difference between ridership and fare evasion and Presto machines not working. The ridership has increased, it's just not gone up by as much as we thought it would have done. In terms of fare evasion, we assume, in the budgetary process, we assume that everyone pays their fare. And one of the reasons we do that is because we don't get the money that comes to us via fines, it goes to the province.
Okay, so let's just talk about the ridership, as you just mentioned. It has increased, but not as we had forecasted.
Correct.
But, so we were 8 million rides short of the budgeted amount?
we were expecting it to be 555, although we did say at the time, when we set the budget, because the economic situation seemed to be changing, we flagged to this board, those of you who were here, that that was always a stretch target, which is why we've revised that down, and that 8 million delta is what you're talking about.
Well, in the time that I've been here, I don't recall another time where we've been this short on budgeted rides. Am I correct in that statement? We've usually met our goals.
We're pretty accurate normally.
Yes.
We normally come in within about 0.5%.
Right. So what do you think happened this time? Because that's a significant amount, and so we have, as a result, over $17 million in decreased revenue.
So we did a presentation, you'll recall, Commissioner, in July, I think it was, July, and then possibly a follow-up in September, where we tried to unpack what we thought was happening with ridership, which we concluded was predominantly linked to the economy, and the fact that there's a clear correlation between the economy and ridership, and that while job numbers have increased in the City of Toronto, a lot of them have been increasing in part-time jobs, and people have not necessarily come back to the TTC to the level that we thought they might have done, or bought Metro passes for that matter.
And you don't think there's any correlation between the reduced ridership to the fact that we've got our rates, maybe what we're charging, is it continually increasing every single year, that there might not be a correlation there as well?
We factor that in. We apply an elasticity, and you'll see in this budget presentation where we make a recommendation for a 10-cent fare rise across the board, with the exception of cash. We do factor in a reduction through people saying, right, that's it, I'm not using the TTC anymore. But we always offset that against the increase in revenue from those people that do continue to use the service. So every time that you increase the fare, you will see some elasticity, you will see some people drop off. The essence is to not do it in such a punitive fashion that you end up in a negative position.
Okay. So for the moment, I just want to deal with the budgetary part of this particular topic, the TPS redeployment of its officers. What were we contributing to TPS financially, annually, when TPS was fully deployed in the system?
So the TTC wasn't actually contributing. What happened was, several years ago, our budgets were reduced. So there was a reduction in TTC budget. I think it was somewhere in the range of $2.5 or $3 million.
Right.
Maybe closer to $4 million. I have to go back and check. But there was a removal of headcount and dollars from the TTC budget, and that was transferred to the police budget. And they had a transit unit of, I think it was roughly 80 police officers. So whatever 80 would be worth would be the size of their budget.
All right, so there would no longer be that removal from our budget transferred to the TPS?
No, so in this budget here, there's no return of those dollars to the TTC budget.
Any discussions as to why that's not happening? That's close to $3 million right there.
I think it's probably would be accurate, Commissioner, to say it's still a discussion in progress. I have raised it with the police chief, the fact that I understand that maybe they wish to deploy their officers differently, but what happened to the money? So we've yet to resolve that, so that is something that's still outstanding.
Work in progress. Okay.
He disagrees, and I haven't given up on it.
All right. I do have a few more questions. I'm looking at my time. Well, let's look at page 9. And I'm just wondering about the $1 million in reduced materials. I'm just curious about what that means. And when I look at materials, I'm looking at materials as an item that's important to the operation of the TTC. What are we reducing for $1 million?
So this $1 million is not a reduction in bus parts or streetcar parts or subway car parts. Materials is what we call basically non-labor purchases. So we've looked throughout the corporation, so there's some way to cut down on non-service related material acquisitions. So this is stuff that we can cut, and we did, and it does not affect service in any way, shape, or form.
All right.
Why don't we come back to you for additional rounds?
Yes, I need a couple more minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, esteemed leader, Chair.
Campbell, the floor is yours.
I'd like to talk a little bit about Presto. So the implementation of Presto, when will it be fully operational? And by fully operational, I mean when they can accommodate 100% of our ridership.
There will be machines installed on every bus, every one of our Wheel-Trans vehicles, every streetcar, and at least one entrance at every subway station by the end of this year. By the end of next year, we will have completed all of the other remaining entrances and go back to the stations where we only have one or two fare gates. So Osgood or Queen only have one or two gates. We've got to go back to those stations. And then next year is also when we will implement the software and fare proposition stuff. So I think it's safe to say that we will be done most of the civil installation work by the end of this year, with some going into next year, but we will really start to see the benefits of that towards the end of next year, when we can make changes to what we have already.
When will we be able to implement the different fare media, rather than just to pay $20 and you get a certain number of fares? When will we be able to have some versatility in Presto, in the way that fares are calculated?
So that will come next year and on from next year, so 17, 18, 19.
17 means, does that mean the end of 17?
It means a variety of dates, a variety of points over the year. So as an example, we will start to be able to offer a monthly pass on Presto to a limited number of people in January of 2017, so 6 weeks away, and then the other stuff.
So the part of that's good news. The part that's not good news is you said a limited number of people. So we have 540 or 550 million rides. When will Presto be able to accommodate that ridership? When will Metrolinx, be up to speed on this? Is it the end of next year, or is it?
I'll go with that. I mean, it has to be by the end of next year. I mean, the only thing I'd say, to be fair to Metrolinx, and I'm not always,
nor am I. I got on a bus today. Andy, I got on a bus today. The reader wasn't working.
Keep it to questions, please.
So we know we have
second
some work
time in
to
2
do.
weeks, by the way.
Commissioner, we know we have some work to do with them on reliability. The only thing I'd say, to be fair to Presto, is I pushed them with Chris to bring in the system a year before they said they would. They said end of 2017. So to a certain extent, they're now playing catch-up with our accelerated timescale. So what you'll get early than you would have done is this physical rollout by the end of this year to most locations.
So how much
migration of products, to your point, will happen over a period of time next year, but absolutely they must be ready by the end of 2017.
Right, and do we know how much we're losing as a result of machines that aren't working? Because as I was about to say, this happened last week, it happened again today. All the time. And what is the drain? I don't have confidence in that number. I think it's probably a lot higher than we realize.
So yes, we do keep track of that, and the thing to keep in mind is only about 3% of our riders are using Presto at any point, so it's a very small number. We have more than one reader on every vehicle. We still ask if that Presto card if that Presto reader isn't working, we still ask customers to pay using cash or a token. So we think that the number right now of people that can't pay is very, very low, but as it'll get higher.
Is not Presto adoption much higher than we anticipated? We saw that in the CEO's report.
So Presto adoption is in line with what we anticipated. It's just expanding very quickly, but we expected it to expand very quickly.
All right. How many staff do we have working on the Shepherd line? And is the Shepherd line roughly comparable in TYSSE in terms of number of stations?
Slightly more on the TYSSE has 6 stations, Shepherd's got 5. These TYSSE stations are, in most cases, quite a bit bigger, but it's not dissimilar.
So how many staff would we have working in the 5 Shepherd on a
Where the addition is, I think I had the number here, 169 for overall, but that includes operators and maintainers. Staff, the actual station number, Rick, do you know it top of your head? I mean, you can certainly assume 1 per station multiplied by shifts, but it will be more than that because these are big stations.
Okay. As the number of 169 seems high to me for 6 stations
It's not just stations, though, Commissioner, with respect, just remember, it's also train operators, because you're adding more trains to run an 8.6-kilometre extension. You're maintaining more trains, because you're running more trains.
And when do we go to one-person operation on Line 1?
And once ATC is fully in at the end of 2019.
At the end of?
2019.
2019.
We're also adding more people to maintain huge stations, so it's not just station staff.
These are the
when you
Olympian
factor in
stations, right.
shifts and vacations, it's pretty thrifty.
So, in the report, you mentioned that you were adding 347 new employees, and that 210 are from third-party recoveries, 169 TYSSE. But then there's 80. I don't know, how can you come to the commission asking for 80 more employees, given the budget circumstance? So if I look at track safety plan, conversion of IT contractors, impacting of capital projects, Keel Yard, other net changes, how did we ask for 80 more people when we don't have the money?
Well, of course, that is ultimately your decision. I mean, track safety plan is from a recommendation where we had a fatality and a member of staff was tragic.
This is a recurring ask.
It is, and it hasn't gone away, and we are grossly inefficient at the moment in having to have, where we have two-person crews, one person, which is a two-person job, one person is having to watch out for trains, when really it requires a third person to be a watch person. Ultimately, the way to be efficient with that is to move away from a lot of that mechanized stuff and to have automated alarm systems. So we are working on those. With things like Keel Yard, yep, that's 10 people, but Keel Yard, when we reintroduce Keel Yard, which has scandalously lain mothballed for years, we will be able to squeeze way more engineering hours out of the railway because we'll stable trains in Keel and we'll be able to start earlier. So I just ask you not to look purely at these as cost. There are big opportunities with pretty much all of these.
I think, Mr. Chair, I'm at my time limit.
I was trying to be generous with your time, because I know you've been patient waiting.
Very patient.
We're going to go around again, because I know there are people who had other questions or additional questions. So back to that top of that list is Commissioner Carroll, and anyone else, I'm happy to.
Okay, so batteries, how long do the batteries, what's their shelf life?
About 5 years. If we're
5 years.
If we're lucky.
If you're lucky. Okay.
Certainly well beyond a year.
Let the operator answer, Rick.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Vince is correct. Right now, it's the order of 3 to 5 years. Some of the new batteries that we're getting in doing the replacement are lasting 5 to 6 years.
Okay, and you know the PSAP rules, you know the consumables and all the rest, but one of the stressors has to be clarity of funding sources here. If you're moving them to capital, you want to make the PTIF ask, but you're not contemplating asking that these be funded by debt.
No, so the city would not, that's one of the reasons why some of these assets.
It's one of the reasons they're nervous, because sometimes we're not clear,
So the
engines,
city-
vehicle programs, et cetera, if debt is blending in the wrong spots.
So the city never issues debt less than at least 10 years. So theoretically, any asset with a useful life for less than 10 years, you don't try to issue debt for it because you want the debt to match the life. But the city has a capital from current contribution, where they make contributions from the current or the operating budget in lieu of issuing debt. So these would be the kind of things that we'd look to the capital from current portion for the city to contribute. And as I say, if we can get PTIF funding for it, it's 50-cent dollars.
Right, and that's why I'm asking, because in terms of your asking for our support in that ask, I need to know a little bit more about the ask. I need to know, did you give them insurances that you have some way to segregate this and always, and so such that you're always able to demonstrate that you're not ever asking them to be funded from debt? You just want them in that capital from current basket? And was there any work done to determine whether or not this would be a reasonable PTIF ask? Because if there was any advance work done there, then it would actually also be a selling point that this is a pressure we can utilize PTIF to get out of.
Okay, the answer is, there's two parts to the question. The first part is, this would be a separate project.
Yeah.
So it's identified as a separate project, the city would be fully aware of what it is, and there's no chance that they
And
would misinterpret debt against it because they know their own rules. So it's,
Right.
so that's pretty straightforward.
Cool.
Because, and the second part of it is, it's not in the PTIF ask, but if we capitalize it, we will put it in the PTIF ask. And I do think it will qualify. And so I think the city staff are probably of a similar nature.
Your reason for thinking it would qualify is the volume we use, that,
Well, the reason, the PTIF, the whole purpose behind the PTIF funding program is to pay for keeping assets in a state of good repair.
Right.
So you don't have a bus that's in a state of good repair if the battery packs are so inefficient that they're either dying out or they're.
Right.
So, we'd have to actually go and put it in there, but
Yeah.
to me, looking at the definition of the PTIF program, we've got other things of not a dissimilar nature to this, like, for example, bus rebuilds.
Oh.
We're rebuilding a bus, all the bus rebuilds are easy to go in a PTIF program and they'd be accepted. It's my expectation these would be accepted too.
okay. I had one other thing, if I had time. On page 34, with regards to the Presto Commission, we have all of these, we have the breakdown. There's the percentage-based fee now being paid, an additional 14 million, a shift occurs from the legacy fare. So is that an all-in? Where we talk about 14 million, is that an all-in that includes the cost of additional ambassadors to affect the change in ridership behavior? Is that including the human resources we need kicking around, showing people how to get into the Presto system?
So the 14 million is basically fees, right? So, the previous estimate was probably half of the fares on TTC would be paid using Presto. Now we're saying it's about 30% of the fees being used paying on Presto. Yeah. In the head count, the dollars there, you see the headcount
Yeah.
reduction for Presto. Some of those are reductions, some of it's fewer collectors, but the people that are needed for the rollout of Presto commensurate with this timing are in the budget.
They are in the budget, they're on that sheet. So some of those extra folks that we need, the more you need to use Presto and not the legacy fare, the more of those people we have to have around. There'll come a point where you gotta get on Presto, you just gotta. And so we're gonna need that. Will that happen at the end of 2017, or can we kick that can into 2018? The reason I ask it, I wasn't gonna ask this question, but the answers to Councillor Campbell's questions made me wonder.
You mean those people that are helping transition customers onto Presto?
Yes.
That is part of our capital project and not another. So that communication stuff that we're doing this year and next year.
So we're leaving them all in capital?
We're paying for them out of capital.
Okay, so they're all temporaries. Those are my questions then, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Byers.
Thank you. A couple more. I want to get back to the service standard that a couple of commissioners have asked about. And I know when we get on Presto and we're going to be having this laser technology, I think this fall, honestly, I don't know how you do it now. Must be, we're estimating, doing the best we can, but will that allow us to be more precise in tweaking our service delivery on these routes once the technology is in by, January or Q1 of 17?
Yes, both Presto and our automatic passenger counters, which go on all of our vehicles, will help us get a better idea of more specific ridership at times of day, origin and destination, all of the details that we'll be able to much more clearly refine our service. The counts that we do get now are very good. They're done for the most part by both the automatic passenger counters and by people that do it. The struggle with the people doing it is that you can't cover as many time periods. You don't get as big and rich set of data as we will be able to get from Presto.
Got it. Okay, great. I wanted to ask you about slide 45, which is your transformational projects, which is, I was struck by how big that number is, 175 million. And I have some sympathy for here we have a system that frankly hadn't been funded to a great extent over a long, long period in history in the city of Toronto and other levels of government doing a lot now and in previous recent years. But clearly there's opportunities out there. Over what period of time is that 175? I think you said it's in your 5-year plan. Is it, can you give me some sense on when that bridge to the lower cost structure gets delivered?
Sorry, just for clarity, the reference I made to the 5-year plan was in our 5-year plan, which we launched back in 2013. What we said was we needed to completely modernize TTC, top to bottom, infrastructure, processes, and culture. So that's what we're doing. But some of that was developing things for the future. So, for example, we fought quite the budget battle to get SAP and to get Vision, 2 systems to completely transform the processes that we use behind the scenes. So, and getting them as part of that 5-year plan, actually then when they deliver, when they deploy, when you actually see the benefit, that plus a number of these others like one-person operation, which you can't just do because you've got to convert the trains and you've got to train the operators and have trains that are compatible with the system. It does take a number of years. So this is cost avoidance over the next 5 to 10 years.
Yeah.
So, and that's why I talked about a bridge. It's hard to be specific to give a cutoff on the date because it's not concurrent. They're not all the same date. I mean, the Wheel-Trans family of services is a 10-year plan. But the point I was making here was we're not saying we're done with efficiency. The real game changers are these, and they take time.
And I appreciate that. And it's, often large organizations will have a multi-year forward budget, and it would probably be helpful to the city to understand better when some of these things kick in. So, if we're almost peaking in costs and they're hopefully coming down, whatever you can do there, I think would be helpful.
We're on the case, Commissioner. We're working that up now. Job 1 was to get 2017 budget before you. We're now working on the pro formas.
Great. Last question on Wheel-Trans. So, here's in a way a good news story. Ridership really strongly growing, as you said. And again, I computed the cost for rides. So we're carrying in 16, 3.69 million, which worked out to $34.70 a ride. I mean, it's obviously a different paradigm. In 17, 4.7 million, actually it's $32 a ride, so a reduction. So that's a good trend. My question is on the contracted taxi service and, in effect, the delivery outside Wheel-Trans buses. Some discussion about, is that the cheapest way to do this? And do we have the flexibility to explore alternative fleet delivery options in and around the GTA to continue to try and get those costs down? I know we're under contract with these folks, but I'm curious about that going forward.
So one of the changes that we secured in the 2014 CBA, where we went through the extended negotiation with our 4 unions, was to change the way we deliver Wheel-Trans service from a fixed ratio, which was a definitive ratio, something like 38/62. 38% had to be accommodated. Whatever the increase in ridership had to be accommodated by what you might call classic bespoke Wheel-Trans vehicles. So as ridership went up, we had to add vehicles, operators, maintainers, garage space in order to accommodate that. One of the outcomes of that CBA was to negotiate that away and to cap the number of operators. Now that actually expires at the end of 2017, so beginning of 2018, when that will be, I'm sure, up for discussion again. But one change that we are proposing is that we also change the fleet mix so that rather than have very big, heavy, pretty costly to maintain vehicles, we've been trialing with ACAT much smaller vehicles, still with a lift, still able to accommodate wheelchairs. They're called Mercedes Sprinters, I think, and a couple of other examples. And we are including within our CapEx budget, when we get to that, provision for 400 of those new vehicles.
Okay. Commissioner Crisanti?
Thank you. So just back to the fare evasions for a couple of seconds here. What is the current estimate of loss of revenue cost to the TTC on fare evasion right now?
It's around $20 million a year.
Whoa.
And that's where it's been for the last decade or so.
Yeah. It could even be worse because that's hard to track to begin with, correct? So currently, card holders, they consist of people who have family passes, day passes, seniors, students, Metro passes, right? They have a physical card. Anybody else? Did I miss anyone?
There's a weekly pass.
Oh, the weekly pass.
There's a GTA pass that you can travel on both TTC and other GTA properties.
Okay. To help mitigate some of this, has there been some consideration, any consideration given to, now that we have 12 and under for free, to somehow incorporate a pass that maybe is generated through the family with children that are 12 and under, so children have some kind of a card to say that I'm 12, or I'm 11, I'm 10, so you don't get the 15-year-old going on saying I'm 12, and it's not contested?
So as part of our transition that we brought to this board several months ago, there was approval given to doing that on a Presto card so that children that are 10, 11, and 12 will have a photo ID card, and then those that are 13 and older will have a different photo ID card integrated with the Presto card itself, so that will actually be part of the Presto card, and then the Presto card knows what price to charge you, and then the price is set on that card. So what we are going to do is effectively what you're suggesting.
When Presto is fully implemented?
No, this will be happening next year.
September.
Is it happening next year? Okay, so, all right, and then, so that should also help mitigate some of the issues with fare evasion overall, correct? That should also assist in mitigating problems with fare evasion in general.
Yes, so for example, if you are a child who is 10, 11, or 12, actually, you will set that free discount to expire on the day of the 12th birthday, when it will automatically become a Presto card for 13, 14, and 15-year-olds. So it knows what price to pay, and there is a binary decision that the technology makes rather than an operator trying to figure out how much money, cash, whatever, did that person just drop into the fare box.
The other thing, Commissioner, to help is with the rollout, once Presto's fully in, and the sort of norm is to have a Presto card, or it'll still be cash, but where people at the moment can say, oh, no, I got on a Wilson or somewhere and I didn't pick up a transfer, so I didn't need one, and they have no proof of payment. With widespread use of Presto card, we would ask to see the Presto card, our fare inspectors, and they would be able to validate that via handheld reader. As to see whether or not it's been validated.
And so we also just heard that, $20 million has been pretty consistent for a while. It's well worth investing heavily in attempting to mitigate that, and I know we're working on hiring more fare inspectors, but how are we doing with that, and why, can we get more aggressive? Because it's probably worth spending an extra $1 million to save, maybe $5 million.
So we are working on that, and we are recruiting up to the point beyond which the marginal cost of the salaries for the additional inspectors outweighs the revenue that they would either directly bring in or the deterrent that they would produce.
Okay, and, I can speak to it further later, because that's, I think, a critical part of what we're trying to accomplish here. All right, I want to just move a little bit to another area, sort of redesigning our fares. We've got, it looks like we're giving special rates to people that happen to work in a large company, who have 50 or more employees, or 250 or more, or 500 or more. They get these special rates. Has there been some consideration that sometimes what you got to do to increase ridership, you've got to seriously look at making fares more affordable to attract more ridership? But you do that in a responsible way, so you're moving in that direction. And anybody in the private sector selling any product, any service, look at that from time to time, and it works. It's a proven model. So designing some kind of a rate system, much like the VIP model, is that something that maybe we can look at for low-income families and seniors?
So that a transit fare equity strategy has been being developed jointly with the TTC and the City of Toronto for the last year and a half. I understand that is due to come to the City Executive on December 1st, and then we'll then go to Council and back to this board. So working on that, how we change our fare model and how people that are on low end can continue to travel is something that is very much we're working on jointly, but is very much in the hands of the City of Toronto as opposed to the TTC.
All right, and of course, TTC is fully engaged in that
Yes.
report. All right, page 11.
You know what, we're going to have to come around for another round. You're at about 6 minutes now, so I'm happy to give you that other round if you need it.
All right.
Commissioner Mihevik.
Thank you. My apologies. I feel I need to really probe a little deeper into the relationship between fare increases and the Toronto CPI. And so it's slide number 30. You could go to there. So when I go 10 cents, what year over year, the fare increase is 3.45%. When I add up all of current fares and new fares, the fare increase is 2.8%. When I go regular MetroPass, 1 year to the next year, the increase is 3.36%. The only way you can get 1.7% is if you average out the fare increase of the token and zero on the individual cash, and then it's half of 3.4, so it's 1.7. I, for the life of me, can't get how you get 1.7 fare increase year over, this last year, how you calculated that? 2016, right.
Well, that was the 2016.
Oh, I see, okay, right.
Not the current.
Oh, okay. So I'm off by a year.
Yeah. So last year, the big part of it is that MetroPass was frozen, and MetroPass is almost half our ridership. So all the things you said are the case. So for half of it, it was up by 3.4%, and then MetroPass was largely at no increase. That's kind of how that's sort of quick and dirty math of how you get to about 1.7%. But that was last year's fare increase. It's not the one we're talking about potentially for this year.
So what would it be this year?
So, just tell me the number. Yeah, what is the number, Sam?
We'll ask our economist to answer that, please.
What, 3%?
The weighted average for this year is 3%.
Okay. Okay, but you would have no disagreement with the thesis that year over year, with a 10-cent fare increase, sorry? Okay, I'll take a look at that after this. Okay. Just in order to be efficient with time, these service increases that were going to go in, 1.5 million that were 6 million annualized, were they service increases related to additional passengers anticipated and therefore properly called a service adjustment? Or were they being put in for, call it route or system integrity, which doesn't pay as much attention to number of passengers?
Sure, if I fully understand totally the difference, but it was at the end of 2015, we had service out there commensurate with about 545 million riders. The budget for 2016 took it to 553. So we had some things we did early in the year, but ostensibly going from 545 to 553 was to happen in the September, October board periods. And that's the $1.5 million that would have annualized to $6 million. So at the end of the year, you'd be at 5.
It would have been ridership driven.
Basically ridership driven within our existing loading standards.
Right. Okay, so if right now, and, I admit that I'm kind of following this a little bit on Twitter, but some wise owls who comment on Twitter, that about a quarter of our routes are above the loading standards. In other words, they're packed, people are being packed in there 105%, 110%, 120%. Why aren't those routes, like not a single one of them, at least in the November period, have been identified as needing an increase in service?
So we have about 1,200 time periods, if you look at every route and every time period over the course of a week, that we monitor, early mornings, late evenings, middays, against the 150 routes that we run and weekends, et cetera. About 100 of those 1,200 time periods, when we have looked at those individual time periods for a single count, with some exceptions as I talked about King, but for the most part, for a single count or a little bit of data, we have said that's interesting. That appears to be at 107% of what our loading standard. Let's keep an eye on that route. Let's do some more counts to confirm if that is actually a change or if it's a one-off blip in the data. If we see that is indeed a change, then we will increase service on that route in the same way that we always do, and that would be a clear recommendation I would make that I could do within my existing authority given to this board, and I wouldn't hesitate to do that. When you look about those 100 individual time periods of the 1,200, we have an equal number where they are below our loading standard. So if I were to do that where they're above the loading standard, just on a one-off basis, then I should do the same thing there. There's been no evidence that shows that there has been a systemic change on those routes in those time periods that means I should increase service.
Okay, I have one more question, but I'll wait if you want.
Are there other questions? This is great democratic process. We're taking questions from Twitter now. Thank you, Commissioner Mahavik.
I thought the quality of his questions had improved.
Yeah. Commissioner Campbell has another round
Joe?
of insightful questions.
Don't believe everything you see on the internet, Joe. Do you have, can we get a breakdown, or do you have a breakdown of the service changes? Sorry, I'm looking at page Appendix C, and can we get a breakdown of what these proposed changes or relaxation of service levels actually would translate to at a subsequent meeting? Like what, this is, Commissioner Carroll was talking about this, about increasing peak crowding by 5%, review bus express service. Like this, I mean, it sounds unpalatable because I don't think people want service reductions, but we need, can you provide us with a better understanding of what this will mean subsequent? No, not now. But I mean, I don't know, something in writing that would say, all right, that means that certain routes, instead of running every 20 minutes, they're going to run every 22 minutes, and this will be the impact. I mean, given the number of routes, I don't expect, the whole spreadsheet, but can that, a little more detail be provided later? Okay.
So if I just add to, yes, we can. I mean, it's still on a sliding scale. It depends whether you go from all or nothing or something in between. But
that's fine. And have all of the service improvements that were brought about in 2015 and 16 been analyzed to the extent that we know which ones perhaps had a marginal impact? And that, maybe we went to a considerable expense to bring about a service improvement, whether it's early morning Sundays or what have you, I don't know, or additional buses on certain routes. Have we analyzed all those, and do we have any kind of information that might be helpful?
We have analyzed all of those. For the most part, they are doing as expected. All of them are really doing as expected. Some of them were marginal changes. We added an extra 3 hours of service to a route because the rest of the week that route was served. So adding those 3 hours made sense from a network connectivity perspective. Some of those routes maybe aren't delivering the ridership that you would expect, they are delivering the ridership expected. It's just still early. Some of these routes are relatively small routes. We're a year in or 8 months into them. You would expect that ridership to mature over the course of about a year to a year and a half.
And then just my last ask would be, can we get a pie chart or a spreadsheet or something that shows revenue broken down by fare, so by fare media, so adult cash, student cash, Metro Pass, VIP, and so on, so that we have a better, I mean, some of it's here, but so we have a really clear understanding of what the impact would be if we eliminated some of those options.
We can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from in the room or elsewhere? Commissioner Mihevik and Chrysanthi Mihevik.
So thank you once again, Mr. Chair. I'll try and go a little quicker this time. So page 11 of the report, you indicated freeze service ads until it's determined if slow start to the year is a trend. Well, I think we kind of know that now. So what services have you then frozen? Or what add-ons have you frozen? Or have we actually frozen anything?
That was the service we were going to add in September and October to take us up to 553 that wasn't added in. I'll turn it over to Chris.
Okay. List. If we don't, we'll provide it. Have we got, can you remember top of your head, what was not introduced that we were going to introduce?
So that there was, if no new service, what we do is we create each year a total number of hours that we're going to deliver across the city. And as the year progresses, we use those hours to increase the service on routes that are getting crowded. Since those routes didn't get crowded, we didn't know where we had to use it, so it was just a total savings because we didn't use it.
Okay, all right, thank you. And
there's no list.
So, okay, page 14. It's critical to have reliability of service. This is something I hear every single day up in the northwest of the city. And I'm a bit concerned about what I heard about deferring maintenance. And I believe you indicated that the maintenance is being deferred because new buses arriving?
That's right. So what we're saying is that it's kind of binary. If you agree to the purchase, a whole-scale purchase of new buses in the PTIF discussion that we're going to have later, stroke the CapEx discussion, then that buys us some time. We can hold off doing additional maintenance on aging buses already in our fleet. If we choose, if we're not able to, or you don't direct us to proceed with the purchase of those new buses, then our strong advice will be to put this item back in, because we will be needing to keep aging vehicles on the road more hours or need to put more money into them, and that funding would have to go back into this budget. We can live without it as long as we get new buses.
But I would suspect that our buses are on some sort of regular service schedule for safety purposes and also to keep them moving.
Absolutely.
You're not going to stop doing that, are you?
No, absolutely not. We would never put safety maintenance cycles at risk, but there's a difference between a bus being safe and it being as reliable as it should be. We want to get to best in class in terms of mean distance between failure, which is around 12,000 kilometers. We are currently between 8 and 10, which is an improvement. We went up from 6, and we'd like to continue on that upward trajectory, and that's why that item's in this budget. But if you decline if you include this as a cut, then we definitely need the new buses.
Okay.
Please.
Page 20. Very interesting, your chart that compares us to other municipalities from Montreal all the way down to Los Angeles. We've got the lowest subsidy. What are some of these other cities doing? Do they have their province or state 100% participating in the operating?
Typically, yes.
All of them?
I think all do they? Yeah.
Yes?
I mean, yeah, it's the norm. Normally, you wouldn't be reliant on just the city. You'd normally have some assistance from a higher level of government as well.
Well, again, this highlights how critical it is that we progress with our discussions with the province, and who's leading the charge on that?
Well, it was a staff task force that was disbanded back in 2014, and it's been a political discussion since then.
Okay. And would it make sense then to maybe forward a letter to the province telling them to pick up our shortfall right now?
I'll let the chair decide that. We have done it.
Would that hurt, Mr. Chair?
I'll welcome your motion.
All right.
You just voted for a deal to pick up operating
So-
everything forever.
So, page 27. No, this is fine. You indicated that there's some pressure in ensuring that we make a decision timely because of, yeah. All right, and then, and that was my last question then. I already did the other one. Thank you very much.
Other questions? Commissioner Mihevc.
So just to conclude my last round, question to Chris. The biggest complaint I get on the system is, well, maybe the top two, certainly one of them is not regular service. But that one I would put even a little bit down the list these days. There's been some good work done in that area, but it is crowding and overcrowding. Do you think we should be looking at our loading standard with a view to examining whether today, maybe 15 years ago was different, but whether that loading standard needs to be adjusted, given the kinds of complaints we have coming forward?
So doing something like that would need to be part of a broader ridership growth strategy. That's why you would do it, would try to encourage new rides, and we're bringing such a strategy back to the board early in the new year. That option on using crowding standards as a lever to increase ridership is one that transit systems do use.
And so we could use it too?
Yes.
It would be smart for us to do so?
It would be. It would, at peak times, it would require the purchase of more buses that we don't have the space to store at the moment. So we are looking more out into the 2018, 2019 time period when we start to get more bus storage, that you would have that lever available to you.
Right. But being thoughtful now might be helpful in the medium range period.
Yes.
Great. Okay, thank you. That's it, Mr. Noble Chair.
Any other questions? I have a few, if that's okay. Can I get 17 minutes? Is that okay after the... Okay, thank you. A few questions. Is ridership down in 2016 compared to 2015?
No. No, ridership in 2015 was about 538, and we're predicting 540, something in that range.
So ridership has increased this year?
Increased a little bit, yes.
What was the amount the city provided for the TTC in 2014? No, I want the gross amount. And what was it in 2015?
483.
And what was it in 2016?
495 for the TTC operating budget.
So it's increased every year since 2014?
That's correct.
Thank you. How much service, frontline service, whether it be bus, subway, extended hours, crowding standards, however you want to calculate it, in dollar value, how much service was added over the course of 2015 and 2016 to the system?
There was a total of about $95 million, but some of that was, I think about $15 million, it was a payment for some buses. So it's probably in the order of 75 to 80 million.
If you annualize the 95 million in 2015 into 2016, what's that amount?
I think that was, the 95 was.
The annualized amount? How much did the Metro Pass go up last year?
In 2016, it was frozen.
So the Metro Pass didn't increase at all last year?
That's correct.
Children riding for free, how much does that cost our system?
So when that was done, we estimated the foregone revenue was about $7.5 million, based on around 12 or so million children. Now we think the number's getting close to 20-ish million children, still the same revenue.
And so what's that cost?
Well, we'd still say it's 7.5, because the rest of them is the kids are riding for free. If you brought back the old fare, presumably they drop back to the old ridership level.
So we froze the Metro Pass last year, and we allowed children to ride for free at the cost of somewhere around $7.5 million. So over the last couple of years, ridership has increased, millions of dollars of service have been added, the subsidy from the city has increased year over year, the Metro Pass was frozen, and kids have begun to ride for free. Is that all correct?
That's all correct.
Okay, just want to clarify that. Commuter parking, in this budget, we're looking at increasing those rates. Are those rates being increased to standard commercial rates of lots in their vicinity?
So that's how we try to price our lots, is that we don't try to make the market locally, but we try to be competitive with the market locally.
So at a TTC kiss and ride, we can safely assume that if there's a lot a half a block away, that the pricing is the same in our lot as that lot?
Oh, I think that's fair. Many of our lots are in locations where there isn't another
Or
alternative.
there isn't any parking. If there isn't any other parking, how then are we setting the rate? You just mentioned before that we set them about the same
Well, we
as
set it to
commercial
try and
lots.
generally fill the lot.
Okay. You've recommended increasing that rate. Is there an ability to increase that more to offset some of our cost pressures? And at what point do we threaten the ability, or the likelihood of people using those lots?
There is an opportunity to increase it more, and we're bringing those pricing recommendations in December. We've included the money in the budget. We think we will be at the spot that represents a good utilization of those lots and our sort of maximum value, our maximum revenue as well.
Have we ever done surveys to determine who's using those lots and whether they're 416 residents or 905 residents?
Yes, we have. The last one we did about 2 years ago.
And do you recall what that breakdown is?
It varies per lot, but from memory, the majority were actually residents in Toronto. There were relatively fewer people than you would expect that were driving long distances to take advantage of those lots.
Okay, thank you. In one of the, I think, response to Commissioner Byers' questions, it was mentioned that there was a new line item or addition to the CEO's office under fitness of duty, and that was kind of a new cost or expense in this budget. Are there other items like that we haven't asked about or haven't been highlighted in this presentation? And if so, what does that amount equal to?
So pretty much those things are in here. I mean, we did talk about the subway safety plan that was in there, the watch persons.
And sorry, how much is that one?
That was, I think, 1.8 million. We have a construction project underway to reopen up Keel Yard, so there's about $1 million in there for Keel Yard.
Okay.
There is, I forget the precise number, but we had a bunch of capital projects that have been completed on the IT side of things, and those are now, the operating impact is in the budget. Generally speaking, that's kind of most of what we have. The other one we would say is to do with station transformation. It's the training and the customer service training associated with that. So the ads outside of the regular things are not a very big number.
So are we talking 5 million, 10 million?
I'd say it's about 5 million-ish.
5 million of kind of new costs to the organization. In terms of, there's a slide, and sorry, I don't know the number offhand, but there's a slide of kind of additional pressures above what you had predicted or expected last budget cycle. And, some of them are around AODA, around cap and trade, and I'm not sure if that list is here. But how many of those can we attribute to change in provincial regulation or laws?
You can certainly contribute to almost $5 to $6 million for cap and trade, for sure.
Yeah.
That's a basic increase in the price of fuel. And then the AODA, it's of the 28% growth, 8% of it is directly AODA in that year. I mean, there's other things that happen, build up to that, where you went from 98% accommodated rate to 99.5, where you started allowing.
And is there can you give a ballpark rough dollar figure on that?
Ballpark number. Paul, do you have the number for AODA in 2017?
Just while he's looking, the big change is the eligibility being expanded to cognitive as well as physical disability.
So we have to make that change, and obviously one that we should.
It's a legislated item.
But it's legislated by provincial legislation, and that, do we know a dollar amount of what that is roughly even?
I'm thinking no, I can't, it's 8%, so if 28% growth average comes out to 27.5 million, I'm saying 8%'s got to be about $7 or $8 million.
Okay. And how about around Presto? Are there Presto costs we're incurring this year?
So there certainly are the Presto fees. There's those fees are being paid that didn't used to be, but, that is a contractual thing.
We're getting something in return, in theory?
Presto fees are in the order of about 17 or 18 million dollars.
So we're, and by my quick math, we're almost at 30 million in kind of cost to us as a result of that relationship. What's 30 million in terms of a fare increase?
Well, it's pretty close to the 10-cent fare increase we're recommending.
So just to meet our provincial requirements, if there no other money came to us, we would need a 10-cent fare increase. Is that safe? Okay. One question, and maybe it's just more process than anything, but each time I've seen one of these budgets, and I commend you for all the data, because I think we have more than ever here today than I've seen in other budgets, but when I look at the actual kind of financial statement, if you want to call it that, it to me seems pretty lean. Why don't we get a more detailed breakdown? And just the example I'll give you is, two categories. One's operations group, the other is service delivery group. That's $1 billion in our budget, and yet it's pretty broad. And so I guess my question is, should we not be getting a more detailed financial statement or financial statements every time we go through this budget process?
Chair, if that's your wish, then of course we can. We did go through all of that with the Budget Committee on a line-by-line basis.
When are those, I know we have an annual report that goes out. Is there something published in that? Like, where would the public see that line-by-line type of document?
So the annual report would be, of the nature that you see there, would be more explanations for it. That's in the supporting documentation to the budget.
Okay. Okay, I think that's it for now, for my questions. Other questions? Remember, we still have the capital budget, so.
This is a procedural, can I ask a procedural question?
Please do.
If we're going to continue to look at operating, if we're planning on having any of the things in Appendix C reviewed such that we're going to be talking about operating on December 7th, I have something I'd like to ask for there as well, by way of a motion. I'm not sure when in the meeting you want to do that.
I think it's appropriate for you to do that today.
Okay.
Just again, on a procedural note, we do have a meeting scheduled for the budget alone on December 7th. So the understanding that, no, what I was going to say was that if we do, we don't need that meeting. If we don't, based on the fact that people need more information or other motions, we've set aside that meeting date for that reason. So just so no one feels like they're going to not have all the time they need to ask, analyze, et cetera.
Chair, can I just... Timing of the fare increase. I just remind commissioners that we're right on the cusp. We do need to decide what we're going to do about fares sooner rather than later, or we won't have time to load it for January, in which case then you lose a month of potential fare increase.
Thank you. Okay, so we're okay to proceed? I'm just going to vary what is not necessarily a procedure, but what has been my practice, and I'm actually going to go first, if you don't mind, because I have a few motions to place. Actually, can I recommend we take a 2-minute recess? Because I think there are a lot of motions and we need clerks to be able to pull them together. So we'll have a 5-minute recess and then we'll reconvene. Thank you. Can we, I think we have quorum in the room. I hope we do. Can we reconvene? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Thank you for that, everyone. It's, there are quite a few motions in front of us, so. We just needed a chance. Our diligent clerks are busy typing away on motions, so we just wanted to get that in order. So thank you for that. I'm going to start. I don't know if they are ready yet. I know we're driving her to retirement. She does. There's one here. Okay, I am going to move on the staff recommendations number 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6, not 4, because we are not, at this point, going to be approving the budget. I also am going to move amendments that hopefully will be on the screen soon, but I will start to speak to them and consider them moved. And while they do that, maybe I'll just speak. In my questions, I asked a few questions that I think we all knew the answers to, but just to dispel a few myths that are out there, that in fact ridership is not down at the TTC. We have added an inordinate amount of service over the last 2 years. I think a level of service that all commissioners around this table should be very proud of. We took the step of freezing the Metro Pass last year, the historic move of allowing children to ride for free. Both of those were in response to what we were hearing from riders and customers or passengers, whatever you want to call them, about the increasing pressures on them. But we're certainly in a very difficult position this year. And while we recognize that because of a lot of these one-time costs with AODA and Wheel-Trans eligibility and Presto and cap and trade, that there will be the need for a fare increase this year. I'm also moving a motion that to ensure that that stays in line with inflation, that while it would be nicer to do 5 cents this year and 5 cents next year, we have these pressures, these one-time pressures this year that require it to be 10 cents. A motion that is calling for a freeze or no increase next year to start to offset some of the impact of fare increases. I think that's important. We've heard that certainly from everyone here today, but many of our riders with the pressures they're facing and the difficult times it is for many in our city. I think that the step we've taken with children last year, what we did with the Metro Pass last year, and that step where we can soften the blow of an increase this year that's really, I think, unavoidable. I think that helps out a lot of people in this city. I'm also asking for some clarification on our loyalty programs, because I think some good questions have been asked about why we give those discounts to people who could be making $1 million a year, but because they're a broker at TD Bank, they get a discount. And so I think that's something that we have to review, and I'm hoping that while I don't think that's going to solve all of our cash pressures, that could be one that does help somewhat. There's a question about capitalizing some costs, and we were going to ask the city that we can do that. I've just moved to kind of a belt and suspenders motion that if they say no to that we at least initiate a conversation with them around that as to how we can start to transition the depreciation expense in the TTC operating budget to the capital over a time period. And so I think that's something we have to look at, and I hope that our city finance and city partners will be supportive of that. Ultimately, we're in a very difficult year. As I've said right from the beginning, I've said it today to the media, to the public, anyone who's ever called my office, and trust me, they do, that it's my full expectation that just like the subsidy has increased from the city to the TTC over the last last 3 years. It's gone up every year. My expectation that it will go up again in another year, for this coming year. And so my hope is that that helps to bridge some of the gap we're dealing with. I think that we've introduced so many new and enhanced services that to introduce something in 1 year and to pull it back in the next, it just doesn't even give the opportunity for that service to take hold. And I think you heard that in the answer from some of our staff. And so it's important that that we're cognizant of that. And so my motion, as I said, I've moved the staff recommendations excluding number 4. And then these are my amendments above and beyond those motions for your consideration. Yes. Question of me. Mahevik.
Wondering if you can explain, it seems pretty pro forma, number 4.
I just don't believe.
I just don't understand it.
I just don't believe we're actually approving a budget today.
Oh, I see. So you see us approving a budget in December, whatever that date is?
Or maybe even after, based on what the city subsidy in fact ends up being.
Oh, I see, okay. Okay, so that's question number 1. The other question I have is, and I wholeheartedly support the number 1, to endorse a fare freeze for 2018. So do you understand that the intent of your motion is, because I actually had almost a slightly different wording, that we direct staff to present a budget in 2018 that has a fare freeze. That is the intent of your motion?
Yes, totally.
Okay, so a little bit of a wording, maybe combine my wording with your wording, I think would give effect to that in a very clear, unambiguous way.
Sure, but that was certainly the intent.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Questions on your motion, because I think you're moving more motions than just what's on the screen, correct? Because you're moving the staff report recommendations as well.
So the ones that are in front of us are items 1, they're the recommendations attached to the operating budget.
Right.
So they're not on the screen right now.
Okay, so through you, Mr. Chair, to yourself as a question, so you're moving number 5, review the list of options?
To be honest, I'm not even sure, I think we've reviewed that today.
Yes.
And I think our review is done.
Right, so shouldn't your motion read not accept the list of options shown on Appendix C?
I'm happy to take that as an amendment.
Okay, and then, so I'll work with the clerk and we'll revise that for everybody to see, and along with Councillor Mahevik's, I'll call it.
I certainly noticed that the language in the staff recommendations were not approve or endorse. It was just review, and so that's why I thought to leave it at that, but I'm happy to change that.
I think it might be a clearer signal that these are some of the mayor's signature pieces, and we as a commission, our signature pieces should be off the table, but we'll work on the wording. And then for number 4, you're not moving staff recommendation number 4, but are we not, or should we not today, adopt number 4, because it says, noting that at this time there is a shortfall of $61 million. So shouldn't we as a commission adopt, I'll call it the larger package, which is, we're talking $1 billion or so, and say we know that there is a shortfall, and we're forwarding some requests or some information requests to TTC for staff to provide to the city's budget committee on how they might meet that gap.
So maybe I'd be comfortable if that kind of wording was added to number 4. So if that kind of, maybe that additional line was added, then I'm happy with that.
Okay, the additional line would be, and request, so that's not your recommendation 3B, it would be
No, these are just totally new
extra.
amendments. Yeah.
Okay, so if number 4 we said, and.
So maybe I could suggest you move number 4 with maybe that additional.
Is that an extra clause saying that we request TTC staff to provide the information to the Toronto budget staff regarding all the information requests that we're putting forward to?
Yeah.
Because I'm sure there'll be a number of them.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, because that way, and if we did that, Mr. Chair, your understanding then we as a commission today are approving a budget.
With a gap.
with a gap, with a
Correct.
10-cent fare hike.
Correct.
With some service improvements and the annualization of all those good things we did last year.
Correct.
So that would be, if you will, our job is done.
Yeah.
Now it's over to Budget Committee with a list of information requests that our staff should give to them and ourselves.
With the expectation that with some of the other motions that I've moved and others have moved, will feed into hopefully finding some other, potential things that could be examined through that.
Right, and through Mr. Chair, just to clarify, because I think when we talked about meeting, I think it was on December the 5th, we're actually meeting after the Budget Committee meets and the Executive Committee meets. So I suppose they will love to hear what we have to say, but it will be after they've made all their decisions.
It may become redundant.
Yes. Okay, great. Okay, I'll work with you offline to make those amendments.
I think Councillor DeBaremaker actually got there in the end for me, because the articulation of the shortfall is in recommendation number 4.
Yeah,
which to me means that all we need to do, to be clear, if what you want to send is the pro forma that says, we agree with the 2017 fare increase regrettably, but we're done at finding 90 million in efficiencies, then all you really need to do is delete recommendation number 5. Thanks for sharing, staff, but we're deleting Appendix C because we've had a review today and we don't want to send it on. What we're transmitting is the budget thus far. And it's important to note that prior to just a communication strategy of deciding that we always balance budgets, this is what you did. TTC generally got to a point, had a gap, and sent it on, and waited for what was then Policy and Finance Committee and Budget Committee to struggle over it. What it meant was the chair and staff, and I think this is the intent of your motion, and my question is, are you prepared for that? What that will mean is TTC finance staff and the chair will end up sitting some Budget Committee meetings with budget staff and with finance staff, coming up with what is their strategy for that shortfall and bringing it back to us.
Yes, and I sense
That's your intent.
Yes, and just on the clarification for your suggestion to delete 5, I think the only reason it hasn't been is now because Commissioner DeBaremaker wants to just change the language in it to describe exactly what you've said.
Why don't just take it out of there?
So I'll leave that to the two of you, but I'm fine with that. To speak, Commissioner Campbell, then Mihevik.
All right, so I have a motion, which I can speak first, or she can put the motion up when she has got a moment. So, all right, so I would be very cautious about changing the wording in 5 for Appendix C, because although service changes are very unpalatable, and although we don't want to roll back any service enhancements that we made, bridging the gap may require some service adjustments, and we may have to pick and choose from this list. So I will not be supporting any changes to the wording in number 5. For example, we may want to review low ridership periods on bus routes, which is to the tune of $3.6 million. There still is a sizable gap to be bridged, and some of these options may have to be considered. Similarly, I will not be supportive of an approval of the overall budget if we were to do that today, because that calls for the addition of quite a number of staff some of which represent new and enhanced additions that have been not approved in the past, such as 18 people for the track safety program, and I don't have a clear understanding from the information that I've been provided of the need for the other 72 persons. So there's 80 bodies that are being added of the 347, 210 are third-party recoveries. So I'm not in favor of approving the overall budget, because that gives the green light to all of these additional staffing changes. I do have a motion. Oh, there it is. So what I would like to see is, and I alluded to it earlier, is to have a clear understanding of where our revenues come from by fare media. So I would like to see the impact if we were to, and this is to be referred to the budget, a meeting of the TTC Budget Committee, the impact of a freeze on the Metro Pass, of making the Metro Pass non-transferable as it once was, and I know that eventually when we get to Presto, when Presto is fully implemented, and I don't have great confidence that that's going to happen sooner rather than later, I'd like to know the impact if we were to go back to a non-transferable Metro Pass. If we were to eliminate the Metro Pass altogether, what would be the financial impact? If we were to eliminate the post-secondary Metro Pass, which you've heard there are problems with, and if we were to institute a monthly Metro Pass system that might call for a graduated amount paid for a certain number of trips provided, as is shown in C, eliminating VIP Tier 2 and Tier 3 discounts and only having one tier for one level of VIP discounts, eliminating the monthly discount program, the impact of no fare increase, cash fare increase on seniors and students, and then conversely, the impact of a fare increase on seniors and students from $2 to $2.25. What was called for in the report was a cash fare increase of a dime, which, you know, from a collection standpoint, doesn't make a lot of sense, so I just would like to see some of these options provided in a report to the Budget Committee. I think that just...
For 2017?
For 2017, yeah. So I think part of the TTC's difficulty is obviously matching revenues to expenses. And we all know that the rider bears the brunt of the burden when it comes to operating the TTC. And unfortunately, we have to seem to go back every year and ask for more and more revenue. And this year is no exception. But part of the problem is the low average fare that is paid for because of the transference of the Metro Pass. So we're told that the average fare paid for riding the TTC, the average fare for 345 million rides is just over $2.20 or $2.15. And in my view, that remains as a problem. That's a particular problem that I think the TTC needs to come to grips with. So I would just like more information before we make any further decisions. Although I don't like putting through the 10-cent increase, I know we heard from a number of people today that are adversely impacted by it. I think we need to look at other ways by which we can garner more revenue by giving fewer discounts.
You have a couple questions. Yeah, Commissioner DeBeermaker has a question of you.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So your motion is really effectively a referral of the entire package back to staff with more information to come, and then we all meet again and do it again?
The intent is to provide the information requested here to the Budget Committee and...
to the TTC Budget Committee?
The TTC Budget Committee.
Don't you think it should be to the City Budget Committee?
No, he's not going to vote for your motion.
No, because I don't know that we will necessarily arrive at a final budget right now for 2000. That was not my expectation. My expectation was that we were going to approve some of the recommendations, but not the entire TTC budget today.
But if we don't approve it today, we will not approve it before the city's executive committee and budget committee deal with it.
So
we're too late. If we don't, whatever we do today is it.
That was not my understanding, is that we still have more time as a TTC commission to implement fare changes.
Well, we have time, but in terms of our recommendation to budget committee and council, if we meet as a commission, and maybe the clerks can correct me if I'm wrong, if we meet as a commission on December the 5th, we've missed the window to give our input to the budget committee, which you sit on, and the executive committee, because they meet the Thursday and Friday before the Monday. We're going to meet Monday after all the decisions have been made.
We don't have time for this or something.
Yeah.
Well, they'll have
Yes.
launched. They'll have launched. It doesn't mean they're not going to have more meetings, but they'll have their launch.
So, Mr. Chair, I don't know if you have any comments on the timing of when the decisions need to be made.
So you're saying there's time they will have launched?
So the budget process will have launched, but certainly city council will have not, or budget committee will have not made those decisions till later on.
Okay. Okay, and through you, just so clarification, so you're suggesting as a commission, we not approve the staff recommendations, and we come back to it in December?
My earlier
With this
comment-
information.
My earlier comment was I was not in favor of approving of number 4 in the recommendation, which is the approval of the overall budget.
Okay.
So we break it down?
No, of course, this is a
Procedural question.
So if this has to come back, do we have to hear deputations all over again?
At the budget committee.
It's, as Commissioner Campbell's motion is worded, it will go to the budget committee and
The budget committee?
TTC, he's worded it as TTC Budget Committee, and certainly people can depute at that.
Yes.
And
welcome.
This is not, I'm on that committee, so I'm not as concerned about this.
Sir, you're not on that one?
Then it comes back to this table, I'm a little bit more concerned about that.
Unless,
So we've already,
unless it is received or deferred or something at budget committee, then it would come back here.
so my question is, since we've heard deputations on the budget already, do we need to have deputations on all?
My request was just for information for the budget committee. It's a report request.
Fantastic.
We would. We're not improving, I think, if Councillor Campbell's motion as written is adopted, my ruling would be where it's very difficult for us to say we are adopting the fare increase because you cannot have it across all mediums if we have to wait for this information.
So can I, so you're saying
Certainly.
just a procedural question, just put your mic on.
Can you put your mic on?
Sorry. Let's say,
Push the button when we can't hear you.
Madam.
That's not required. Please go ahead.
If we just referred this back to staff, and it would just come back and the staff, we were asked staff to report on it, and it would just be a continuation of this meeting, could we do that, could we do it that way and as a continuation of the same meeting? Is that possible?
I see what you're saying.
He doesn't want depths, that's what he doesn't.
Well, we went through a day-long.
So we just recess.
Can you do that? Well, I'm asking.
You're asking if we can recess.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think some of the staff advices, and our CEO said that pretty clearly, is whether the one thing they would like some resolution on for today, because of the time of the year we're facing, is a decision on the fare, even if other service decisions are delayed. The fare increase, the numbers change if it's not in place for January 1st.
Okay.
Okay, so questions of the mover, Commissioner Campbell by Vice Chair Heisey.
Councillor Campbell, can you explain why you want to eliminate Tier 2 and 3? And I'm sorry if you've already done that. And not Tier 1, because my inclination was to eliminate the entire concept right now.
So that's fine. I was just asking for information on the impact. One of the things
Oh, I
that
see.
staff did not present to us was the revenue garnered from each media, whether
got
it's
it.
seniors, whether it's Tier 1, Tier 2. So it's just to get a better understanding of where these discounts fall, how many riders are taking advantage of these different media, and what the impact is on the overall budget.
And so could you respond to the issues around the Jan 1 date for the fare increase implementation? We'd need a special meeting, right?
With this information that I've requested, it doesn't preclude us from today approving of a 10-cent increase.
Okay.
Does not.
I think it's a separate item. Okay.
With that, sorry, can I just?
I think the best way to do this, and we might have to change the wording, is that we're asking staff to report back with this for information, but this will not then impact, it still allows us the ability to move forward if we decide on that fare increase today.
So if I may, my intention was to give us a better understanding of what other fare media we might make changes to or eliminate subsequent after today.
Other questions of the mover?
I just have a point of order.
Sure.
I think, because I want to understand Councillor Campbell's motion, so to you, Mr. Chair, if we don't adopt motion number 4, the 10-cent hike is embedded in recommendation number 4. That's my assumption. Without number 4, there is no fare increase.
It's in item number 2.
2.2.
2.
So Councillor Campbell's motion would say yes to the 10-cent fare hike and report back on various options before we approve the global budget. That's right. Okay.
Okay. To speak. Havoc was next. Sorry, does anyone else have questions of Campbell and his grenade? Commissioner Mahevik.
Well, I might be able to help John if perhaps he'll see it as a help. I have a 5-part motion. One is that direct TTC staff to work with the commission on an advocacy campaign directed at the province using advertising spaces available throughout TTC vehicles and subway stations, such campaign to encourage the province to support the operating costs of the TTC. We've done this in the past, and you know what? It worked. It worked. We have lots of spaces. You don't have to be nasty about it. We could be clever about it. You can be funny about it. But we need our public to help us convince the province to come back to the funding field. And that's the purpose of number 1, is to say, and as staff, as I think most commissioners know, we have 5%, we sell the spaces to a private ad agency. They have exclusive rights to sell ads, but we get 5% of them come back to us. So we would be using that 5% to do some kind of an advertising campaign, gently nudging the province in the right direction. They are not in election mode, but they are getting ready to get into election mode. And I think if all the parties adopted something of this in their platform, it would be a better day. So that's the purpose of number 1. Number 2 is around this issue of loading standards. I think all of us get complaints, and it's not for this year's budget, but it would be for next year's budget. 2018, loading standards, the biggest complaint I get is that we just want a ride with dignity, is the way someone put it to me. They want a ride with dignity. And when you're packed in those vehicles like sardines, it just doesn't build confidence in the TTC. It gives people an uncomfortable ride, and we need to address that in a more solid way. So let's see what some options are there. The third motion is a briefing note by the end of 2016, and I want to put this on the chart. This did come from Twitter. Someone put it together. This is not fake news. And there's the author. You can see the author. This is the prices of. Can you put it down a bit? Please, thank you. I think it's TTC token prices, and shift it over to, yes. So this is only TTC token prices, and I take what staff have said, that it might be different across different fare media. But really, what number 3 tries to do is to say, okay, let's look at fare increases on a 20-year horizon in each of the categories, and I think we might find some interesting things. We might find that seniors have gotten a great deal, and they've been consistent with inflation, but the TTC token prices have not been, and therefore we need to work on token prices. I think it will help us catch the nuances around 20-year trends to really fine-tune the way we do the fare structure, and I think that will help Councillor Burnside's, Councillor Campbell's cause here as well. Number 4, we can add it to your motion, Mr. Chair, is to direct staff to submit a 2018 operating budget that is devoid of any fare increase. You know, I've been through many fare increases at the city, at the TTC. I have voted for every single one of them. This year, I feel, given the way we are going like this, I think, in our major fare category, way above, too much above the inflation rate, and I think that's why we had some of the anger that came out today. People are saying they can't do it any longer. You can do it once, you can do it twice, but if you're doing it year over year, going above the inflation rate, eventually there's going to be a straw that's going to break the camel's back. And so, number 4 is really, if we added that to your motion, Mr. Chair, or somehow even voted on it separately, it doesn't really matter. That would give a signal to staff to come back here. Maybe council will vote differently and push us in a particular direction, but at least here at this table, we would say no. The going-in position is no fare increase for 2018. Number 5 is to defer the possible fare increase until a TTC meeting after the council budget meeting. I think that's when we should be doing it. Not at the beginning of the process, but towards the end of the process. We haven't heard on the new revenue tools. We haven't heard anything even from the province, not that we're full of expectation there. We have not heard of the other kinds of pressures that are on the city's budget. To frankly, at this point, say, okay, we'll take the fare increase, I think is premature. Many, many years in the past, we have said, let council make its first decision, and then that has impacts for the decisions that we make. So while I can't support a fare increase today, I think once we go through the budget process, the city's budget process, and if we do not find a way to maybe push it down to a nickel, maybe that's what the compromise will be. I don't know what the compromise will be, but I'd like to play that out a little bit more. And I think we should insist as a TTC. We have a duty to advocate for the TTC. And I think number 5 says, yeah, let's defer it until the end of February. Yes, it will mean 3 months. I'm almost finished. It'll mean 3 months of having to basically suck it up, so there's an implication there. But it's only this year that we would have to do it. Next year, 2018, if you made it a regular pattern that you did it after the council meeting, it would only impact this particular budget year. So those are my motions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do someone have questions of, I'm just going to start with one quick one. Recognizing the budget pressures we're under, who's going to pay for this advertising campaign? Not for the spaces, not for the space.
Well, my hope is that it would be done internally.
There's a cost to printing, ad, marketing agencies. Is that one we're going to bear?
Yes.
Right now?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Crisanti, I think, had a question for you.
Just to clarify, Commissioner, so you want to defer the decision for an increase pending results of the budget, because we may be in a position to maybe mitigate or not have a full 10-cent increase? Reduce it, adjust it? Is that the idea?
That's correct. Like at the end of the day, council will say, like right now, as of the staff's presented budget, we are 61 shy, plus is 27 million on the fare increase.
Mm-hmm.
So we would basically present them with a, what's that? That's 88 shy. and then they might say, okay, no, you're taking the 88, you got to figure it out. And you folks on the Budget Committee will know the numbers and know what all the different numbers mean. Council will as well, and then it comes back, and if it's 61, the council's going to suck up 61, but you still have to suck up 27, then obviously we're going to come back, and I'll put my hand up second to none for 27.
This makes sense, but have we done this historically in the past?
Yes, before your time, but we've done that. In fact, that was the pattern under the Lastman and many of the Miller years as well.
Okay.
That was the pattern.
That's good.
Commissioner Campbell has a question for you.
On the advertising campaign, is this intended to be, along the lines of Mayor Miller's, advertising campaign for 1 cent on the gas tax? Is that the idea?
No, I don't remember that, but.
You were here.
We did do this in the past. Board of Trade can pay, third parties can pay. There's ways to manage it and ways to be very clever about it. You can even have zero cost for us, so obviously it has happened in the past. And the key thing is, Councillor or Commissioner Campbell, it was successful. It worked. It worked.
It didn't work.
It did work. Not the 1 cent campaign, but getting the province, the history, maybe just a quick lesson in the history of provincial subsidies. We had them until 1995. Premier Harris eliminated it, and then it came back under Premier McGuinty, and some years we had it, some years we didn't have it. Then when Mayor Ford got elected, his words were, we don't have a revenue problem, we had a spending problem, so if we didn't have a revenue problem, they took it all away, and we haven't gotten a penny since that date. So now we have to find a way to bring them back. That's our challenge, so that we are like every other major jurisdiction in Western Europe and North America that gets support from senior orders of government.
Where did the gas tax?
The feds for capital dollars.
Hey.
That was Harper.
Excuse me. Okay,
I'm not trying to be political that way.
Excuse me, okay. Do we need to recess so everyone can have a chat over? Let's try and move through the meeting here. Commissioner DeBearmaker to speak, and then Byers afterwards. Okay, so Commissioner Byers and then DeBearmaker.
So I have a motion. I don't make many motions at this table, so I'm pleased to do so today, and I'd be honored and humbled by your support. It's an exciting motion. It deals with budget committee process, but I think one thing that's evident is that it's a challenge not only for the staff, but for this commission and the city staff to do all the budget activity in the hurly-burly at the end of the year. And I have no idea whether what I'm proposing would work for staff, but what I'd like to do is propose that the Budget Committee actually start its meetings earlier in the cycle. I've proposed June here, and that at that first June meeting that management presented its first draft budget. Admittedly, it would be, early on, and again, we haven't talked about this, whether that's viable, but the intent of this motion is to get the machinery going early, to foster a productive dialogue on the way through, so that when it comes to this point in year that we've had most of the discussion. So that's my motion, Mr. Chair.
Just one question of the mover. Do you sit on Budget Committee?
I do.
Perfect.
You want to be chair?
Then I will support.
I love the budget.
And I will support that motion.
One of my favorites.
Commissioner DeBearmaker, are you ready? Or do you want to, we'll go Commissioner Crisanti. Oh, Commissioner DeBearmaker.
It's telling me I'm good, if they've got the motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the staff recommendations, I'm going to move recommendation number 4 with just an added clause at the end, and that further, TTC staff provide the city budget staff with information on the TTC budget information requests, such as Commissioner Campbell has put forward for consideration as part of the city's 2017 capital and operating budget process. So, Mr. Chair, I think we need to make a decision today. I don't think we should be waiting till the City of Toronto makes its budget decision at the end of February. I can't remember, it's February the 28th is our council meeting, but it's the end of February, which means we'll be back here in March discussing, I'm not really sure what, because we would have just thrown everything at the City of Toronto without any direction and said, you solve it, and then let us know the results, and maybe we'll operate the system after that. Mr. Chair, I will accept, I think you've moved motion number 5, which is reviewing all the options on Appendix C. I really don't support that motion. There are a couple of tweaks in there that overall, I think if you looked at some of the discount plans that are going to end in September anyway, that maybe we could end those early. But certainly to me, service options in Appendix C are not acceptable. We, as a commission and as a city council, in fact, our own mayor, put these improvements in place as part of the poverty reduction strategy, as part of the ridership growth strategy, as part of providing better service to the people in the City of Toronto. Whether you're getting on the bus late at night, whether you're getting more express routes, all of these measures we put in place have made the system better. So I certainly will not support any reductions on the service side. The fare side, again, I do think there may be a couple of tweaks, and that's why I will, with reluctance, support recommendation 5 that talks about reviewing all of C. C is a great big long list of things that we may or may not be able to do. But Mr. Chair, I have to say we had deputations earlier today, and I think I agreed with probably about 95% of what people said. They basically came here and said, this is an essential service in our day-to-day lives. We need to get from A to B, out to the doctor, over to the grocery store, over to our fitness or yoga lesson at the community center, and we don't want to be priced out of the market. I agree with all that, and then there's my but the solutions presented to us were, well, you, and it's your job to find money elsewhere. And I recognize that's our job. But I've gone canvassing and knocked on thousands and thousands and thousands of doors, as I think every elected official here has. And I think if I asked my neighbors tomorrow on my street, would you like me to increase your property taxes so that we can have lower rates or freezes on the TTC, I already know the answer. I don't even have to go canvassing, because I've canvassed election after election after election, and the people who elect me in apartment buildings and houses say, don't raise my property taxes. Certainly, sometimes the people who say to me loudest, don't increase any taxes, are the people living in Toronto community housing. So we're in a world where we have to listen to our residents. And the residents that I've talked to over and over and over again in my ward are people saying, it's hard for us to stay in our homes, it's hard for us to stay in our condos, please back off on the property tax. So while it's probably very simple for me to say at an academic level, you know what, property tax is great, our property taxes are lower than Mississauga's or Markham's or Pickering, we're just going to increase the property tax. But that hasn't been acceptable to our residents. Another suggestion was to go back to the vehicle registration tax. Well, I think if I remember back in 2010, I think virtually all of us, maybe 43 out of 45 people, certainly no less than 40, voted to rescind the vehicle registration tax. And again, for me, I am democratically elected, and I do feel I'm supposed to represent my residents' views. And as I would go canvassing, people would say to me, Glenn, I love you, I'm voting for you, put up a sign, and get rid of that damn car tax. So that was the message heard by myself, and I think the vast majority of our council, loud and clear. So it's easy, I think, to come here and say, just raise somebody else's tax. I don't have a car, so let them pay for it. That's the circular argument that we're all in. I think we should make a decision today. We should annualize, as we call it, roll out all the service improvements that we did last year, those tens of millions of dollars of improvements that really help people in our community. Make the decision now with the proviso, as in number 4, that we recognize there's a $61 million at least gap, and send this to the city's budget committee to let them wrestle with it. But I don't think here I'm comfortable with making any of the cuts in service. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Carroll.
Yes, I only had one information motion, and I had written on it on the agenda of the December 7th special board meeting. I think probably time-wise, we're going to end up having that meeting to complete some of our other budget work. If we're not, I would just amend it now to the agenda of the next meeting of the board. The reason I'm moving this motion, before I speak on the plethora of motions that we now have, I'm only moving this one. This is a stat that we used to get on a regular basis, and we don't anymore, and it used to be on the tip of our tongue, and the fact that it's not is part of the reason we don't communicate well, and people have tended to decide whether we're cutting or adding based on their local neighborhood experience and their particular regular journey. But by and large, are we raising fees, and is the number of hours of service per mode remaining constant? Is it growing? Is it shrinking? We need to be having a conversation that's based in truth. And talking about fair media and all of I listened to many questions where even what is the cost per ride was really hard to pin down and answer. This one can be answered, because at the end of the day, that has to be tracked out of Mr. Upvold's office. And we used to, Chair Jambroni and Chair Moscow used to carry it around on a little card. They used to get it once a month, and then they would carry it around on a little laminated card and say, nope, this many hours last month. So I know it can be done, and it would help us begin to get to an overview of our system that's based in a common truth. Now, to all of the various motions, we have in a panic started to leap all over our own policy agenda. And I think that's part of the reason why the best motion today is the motion from Commissioner Byers. We should be starting earlier, not just because our budget's getting tougher and tougher, but because we always start so late, there's never time for a 101 session. Councillor Campbell's moved a motion today that really is about, as a commissioner most interested in the budget, what he needs is a 101 on how do we build our revenue budget and how do we build our fare structure. And in my time since joining this commission, I've never really seen that done in a really good 101 where there isn't a pressure and a controversy before us, because we're almost there. And if we started a little early in the budget process, you know, a newspaper article about the spare board comes out, and none of us knows how to defend the spare board. We don't know how it works, and that's all part of building the budget. And a little bit of 101 early in the session would help us at this juncture. I'm amazed that I came in here thinking I was all alone in wanting to say we have a gap in our budget and we've got to 90 million and that's as far as we can get. And now it seems that is the way most of the commission feels. But it shouldn't make us all that uneasy. This is the way we used to function. If we rolled it all the way back to where we did have an operating partner in another order of government, we sometimes, with that shortfall, not only did the chair and staff have to go and talk to the city, they had to go and show their books to the province. It's what you do when you have a shortfall. You go and make the case that the only way to do this is cut services that will really make that one taxpayer mad at all of us, the one government. They really will be mad at all of us if we have gone into what we long ago talked about being a good thing, a mild annual fare increase, which should be paired with growth in the service and growth in the quality of the service. And we've gotten to the point where we're not clear we're delivering that. I'm sure we're not delivering on the agenda of reducing reliance on cars, growing transit riders. This is not a ridership growth strategy. This is a recipe for shrinking ridership. And we're today going to adopt using a stabilization reserve. We're actually adopting a couple of one-time revenue increases in here that really do lead us to the cliff, that we fall over and end up doing the 1995 two fare increases in a year because we can't figure out any other way to do this. I think forwarding a budget with a gap in it allows council to see the effect of asking us to absorb all of our pressures, all of inflation, and this is an operation that is very much affected by inflation, fuel and everything else on down, and then on top of that, a reduction target. And it's unrealistic if you set out at the beginning of this term of office, as our mayor did, promising to be the guy who's going to bring back all the service and then some in transit. He said he was going to reduce gridlock by making transit better. And so it is not unfair to do as much work as our staff have done on the budget and then forward it on, and in the transmittal, make a very clear statement. We were able to find 90 million. We were able to absorb and maintain so many of your service ads that are full year costs of 95 million, but we have an outstanding difference, and now we need to talk to you about it in your house. Because over in our house, we heard loud and clear that the next 60 million is just not tenable. And furthermore, some of us, and I include myself in that, and I know it's true of the chair, are making yet another fare increase that we don't want to vote for, but we're sending you an alarm bell. In terms of fare elasticity, the elastic will snap, and we are not going to include a fare increase in 2018 because we know it is not possible. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Carroll. Commissioner Vice Chair Heisey.
I just wanted to say that I will be supporting the 10-cent fare increase. I believe it's in line with the increase in costs that the TTC has had in the last year. In spite of what we've heard, some of what we've heard today isn't consistent with my experience. I believe there have been improvements in service. We have new equipment in operation, and it certainly is far from where I would want it to be in terms of overcrowding. But I think we have delivered more to the people who use the TTC than they've had in prior years. There have been a lot of good things have happened. I think the children under 12 free has made a huge difference to many families, and that, I think it was a terrific idea. We shouldn't forget the good things that have been done. I will also support Mr. Byers' motion. Hopefully, we can get in front of the budget instead of trying to catch up. I appreciate all the work my colleagues did, but I'm unclear what the recommendation is of the Budget Committee. I know what individual members feel by their motions today, but I don't have a sense of what the recommendation of the Budget Committee of our commission is on this budget. The only other thing I wanted to say is, you can look at the 89-cent subsidy as a tremendous failing by the commission and our city, or a tremendous accomplishment. I tend to be somebody who is in the latter camp. It's an incredible accomplishment that we are able to deliver the service that we do for such a low subsidy, and it's not something to be pilloried. That doesn't mean we shouldn't get more money and provide more service if we can, but we shouldn't lose sight of the fact it's a tremendous statement by the competence of the people who run this organization that they're able to operate the large system they do on what is a low level of subsidy. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and Commissioner Crisanti to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first, if I could ask for my motions to be put on the screen.
These are Ward 1.
They're all about Ward 1, absolutely. So, So, Mr. Chair, notwithstanding Council's approval of the transit network plan and financial strategy, asking the province to restore the broader operating subsidy to the TTC. So number one basically speaks to asking the province to pick up the tab for this $61 million shortfall. So item number two speaks to the TTC and staff incorporate the feasibility of a pilot project that uses the VIP model of special fares for low-income families and seniors for the purpose of attracting increased ridership and potentially boost revenues. So it's about redesigning rates to attract higher sales and higher participation in the system. And number three speaks for itself. Mr. Chair, I've done this in the past, and again, I think senior fares should be exempt until such time that we have the fare equity strategy come into play, which I'm sure will address that in some way, frees the senior fares. So I too want to thank the deputants that came out this morning. I think they came out with great suggestions. They're very passionate users of the system. And, we've had many good suggestions and ideas. Emily, who suggested ways of mitigating, ideas to mitigate fare evasion, and that's a very serious issue. $20 million is substantial. And, we really got to get very serious about dealing with fare evasions. It just tells us that if we invest more aggressively in ensuring that we do what we can to eliminate it or certainly mitigate it and reduce it, then we're going to have more revenue to provide better service to the general public. And I could tell you that, seniors in my ward, seniors everywhere are having, are from paycheck to paycheck. And it's very sad this morning to hear that one senior had to walk all the way from Queen and Lansdowne, and she's probably, doing the same going back home. And that's something that is unacceptable, and we've got to make the system more available and consider all of that in this budget process as well. So those are my motions, and I hope that we could consider supporting those three motions.
I believe you have questions. We'll start with Commissioner Carroll and then go to Commissioner Campbell.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to ask for your motions to all be voted on separately.
Not a problem.
Because motion number one, I'm questioning whether or not you think that will be somewhat contradictory, given that council voted, I didn't, but council in the main voted to take on the operating of every new line into the future, all across the board. Did we not at that point send the signal, we get it now, we're the operators and you're the builders? And now we're going back and asking them for operating?
Well, we have an urgent problem here. We have $61 million that I think the province has a lot of catch-up to do. And I believe there's no harm. Why would there be any harm in going back to the province and asking? So that's the intent of my...
Because you did agree as a council that you're not going to ask them for operating.
No, we're going to ask them this time, and there it is.
Okay, and on part two of the motion, there are already models being delivered for the Transit Fare Equity Program, and I can't remember if you were in the room, but I think we're hearing back on that shortly. Next year. Would you submit that the VIP, which is, the VIP model is actually being wound down because it fits differently into Presto? Wouldn't it be better to just wait till we see what modeling they bring forward?
Well, I use that as an example. And I've also indicated here that this is to be discussed as part of the upcoming Transit Fare Equity Program. And when I spoke with staff, when staff responded, they indicated that they're already doing that. So this is something that we're currently already doing. So it's no harm in supporting that either.
Except that you want to prescribe. And fare evasion, if I could ask, you haven't moved a motion about fare evasion, but you say it's our main problem. I'm wondering if you got the staff's email answer to your questions about fare evasion, that industry standard is 2.5 and fare enforcement has already got us to 3%. 20 million is just 3%.
Yeah, I haven't moved a motion to that.
Okay. But did you read the answer to your earlier question?
Keep it to clarification.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Campbell has a question for you.
Yes, what does it mean to incorporate the feasibility/merit of a pilot project?
Well, to consider that to come up with a more competitive rate, a more competitive way of attracting more business to the system. And what are you asking about, the pilot project?
I'm trying to understand the question. I'm trying to understand what the motion actually is, that to incorporate the feasibility/merit of a pilot project. I don't understand the wording.
So come up with a plan, and I'm suggesting it could be a pilot project. We need to know if it works, right? So whatever plan we come up with as part of the upcoming Transit Fare Equity Program, that it is going to be a plan that's going to be reviewed maybe 6 months, a year down the road to ensure that it's a plan that is working.
Why does it make reference to the VIP model, which is a model based on volume purchases?
I just use that as an example because, we're trying to increase volume. Maybe the VIP model wasn't the best example to give, but some kind of model that will attract more users to the system.
Okay. I have my clarification.
I hope that was clear.
Do you? Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Following that line of questioning, for number 2, to the question to the mover, if you amended it to say that a report back on, et cetera, would that resolve maybe the issue?
Word report at the end.
And did I not say report back on that?
Yes, it is.
We're gonna have to kill that.
You're going to have trouble with this?
Yeah, we are.
Well, let's see what happens when you
We
vote
don't
for it.
want staff to undo their.
Okay, anyone
won't be
else to
undoing
speak
their
Yeah, they will, because this isn't a report.
on item number 1, today's agenda? No one else to speak? Okay, so I think, I'm suspecting, based on the questions that people had of movers of motions, that we will not be taking this as a package. So why don't I suggest that we vote in this sequence on the staff recommendations that have been put forward, and then we'll go through each of the amendments as they're replaced. Is that,
We can't even vote on that. We're not sure.
which one is? Okay, so we have to vote on Mahevik's deferral first, just that one section of his.
I forgot that was still.
So on this one, we're just voting on his number 5 right now. Okay? All in favor? All opposed? That does not carry. So now, can we go to the staff recommendations to start? Yeah. But one of them was amended, right? 4 is being amended. So right now, we're voting on staff recommendations 1, 2, 3, 4 as amended, which is Commissioner DeBaremaker's, 5 and 6. Do we need to split those?
Point of order, Mr.
Yes.
Chair. Are we not voting on your motion first, which omitted number 4?
I didn't omit it, I just didn't move it. He subsequently moved it. So if you want to just vote on those ones first.
All right.
I just didn't see the difference. Okay.
Sorry.
So let's just do them each separately. Sure, when we get there. Item number 1, all in favor? Okay, that carries, so no one opposed. Item 2.1, all in favor? No opposed. Item 2.2, all in favor? Recorded, please. Byers, Campbell, Cole, Heisey, Min Wong, Laurentis, DeBaremaker, and Crisanti, and opposed, Commissioners Mahevik and Carroll. Item number 3, all in favor? Item number 5, all in favor? No opposed? 5.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, I thought you were still on 4.
Okay, 5 all in favor? Opposed? That still carries. Item 6, all in favor? This is forwarding it to the Budget Committee. Any opposed? No, that carries. So let's now go to the amendments in order of them being placed. So I think mine were first. They're coming. They're coming. They're coming.
It's a big accessibility issue.
Oh, thank you.
Does anyone want to split these out, or can we vote for these as a?
Let's split them out. Whose motion?
Josh's. It's mine. Okay, this is item number 1 of my amendments. All in favor?
Fair freeze.
Opposed? Sorry, can we do that one again? All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item number 2, on the harmonizing of, all in favor? No opposed, that carries. Item number 3, this is if our request is not successful to capitalize those costs. All in favor? Opposed? None, that carries. I think that's it for, okay, so the next set of motions is from Mahevik. So with Mahevik, we've already dealt with number 5. I'm gonna rule that number 4 is redundant because of what we just voted on. And so we're voting on 1, 2, and 3, and I know there have been requests to separate those. So number 1 is the advocacy campaign that we're gonna launch. It's just number 1 alone we're voting on right now. Okay, on number 1, all in favor? Opposed? No, that didn't carry. It was 4 supported. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4 opposed. That carries.
Not just 1 or 2.
1.
That failed.
Number 2 is the report on service standards. All in favor? Number 2.
We're voting on 2. The yellow highlighting is throwing, keeps turning.
Opposed? That carries. Number 3 is the detailed briefing note by the end of the year on fare increases for the last 20 years compared to CPI. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, so that's it for that one. Yeah. So the next set of motions. Okay, without commentary, all in favor? Opposed? Does not carry. Next set of motions. It's the Bearmaker. This is the amended number 4, so the staff recommendation number 4 with this amendment. All in favor? Sorry. Bigger, please. Even as the youth representative on the committee, I need larger font. Sure.
Are we then voting on number 4 with this?
Yes. So this is an amended
4
number.
plus this.
4 plus this. 4 is written in the staff recommendation as amended with this line. So all in,
Amendment first and then the motion.
we're just going to do it.
You can do it.
Okay, let's just do on this amendment first. All in favor? No opposed. That carries. As number 4 as amended. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay. I believe we have motions from still, next would be Byers.
We could do that as a bundle.
I don't think your fellow commissioners will agree with that.
The most important motion of the whole day.
Which I just might add, we did do this last year, and everyone complained there were too many budget committee meetings. Just as an aside.
And they delayed them, right?
Yeah.
And they canceled them?
We did do this last year, and we either didn't show up or canceled. Anyways, all in favor? You're all on budget committee now, with that vote. That was unanimously supported. If Commissioner Byers had a newsletter, that would go in it.
Just tweet it out.
Okay, Commissioner Chrysantes now? No. Commissioner Crisanti, number 1. This is that the direct staff to submit a formal request to the province of Ontario for the dollars. All in favor? Opposed? Yes, so that doesn't carry. This is the feasibility merit of a pilot. Number 2. All in favor? Okay, opposed? Number 3, exempting these fares. True. Number 3 is redundant. We've already voted on number 4. Commissioner Carroll has a motion. All in favor? This is Commissioner Carroll's report request that's on the screen. Opposed? That carries. And I believe that means we're done item number 1? Okay, thank you. So moving on to item number 2, which is the capital budget. We have deputants, so let's start there again. I believe Mr. Yule is here. And welcome back, and I'll start your time.
Part of the capital expenditures budget is not only how projects get paid for, but to some degree when certain components of projects get done. As everyone in this room knows, the subway extension to York Region opens next year. During the last iteration of the TTC board, there were several station name changes made by the board. What is now Downsview Station will become Shepherd West, and what is the most westerly station on Shepherd West becomes Downsview Park Station. To lessen the confusion at the end of next year, we could change the name of Downsview Station to Shepherd West this January. If we do this now, there should be enough time to make the changes before the 2017 ride guide goes in for printing. This is from page 5 of the report. We desperately need more streetcars in Toronto. Ottawa is using the Alstom Citadis low-floor vehicles for their LRT that opens in 2018. Siemens is building the new LRT vehicles for Calgary Transit. Although these are high-floor models, Siemens also makes a low-floor model called the Avino. This low-floor model, This low-floor model is similar to the Bombardier Flexity in its design specs, cornering, gauge options, etc. I'm asking that you consider issuing an RFP for the 60 extra streetcars that is an option, with an option to buy another 120 units. The 60 that are an option from Bombardier are exactly that, an option and not a requirement. These extra 120 units is a buffer should Bombardier continue to not make its delivery schedule or goes bankrupt. Should Bombardier actually meet its delivery targets, these extra 120 units can be used on the Waterfront LRT, Mississauga's LRT, Hamilton's 5-line LRT network, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for our presenter? No, thank you very much. I believe we also have, Hamish Wilson is also here to depute on the capital budget. Welcome back. I'll start your time.
3 or 5, I'm not...
5. You got 5.
Well, lucky me. I may not have much, thank you. There's no doubt that a lot of money is being spent. There's no doubt we're playing catch-up. There's no doubt there's an awful lot of work in progress, and it's all pretty complicated and slow, like foundation building sometimes. And you can see, you don't see all that much for what you're spending until it finally arrives. So I think the good news is there's going to be a lot of things happening in the near future, let's hope. But in the meanwhile, we really have an awful lot of problems throughout the system. including, honestly, the blighting effect of massive, often politicized, big infrastructure. The capital may be cheaper by having other governments help build things, but the operating expenses come home to roost, especially if we build large things in the wrong places or the less wise places such as lower density sprawl. For instance, the original Spadina line I don't feel was really well enough placed. The Shepherd line I've heard cost maybe $10 a ride, joined in by everybody, and the politics of that were that Mr. Harris and his ilk wanted Shepherd, not the Eglinton line, and so how much did we spend to fill back in Eglinton? Too much. The second Spadina extension, just about ready to open. I've heard through Steve's wonderful site that it's equivalent to about a 1% property tax hike to cover that operating cost. And again, that is what I would call the suspect subway extension in Scarborough. I think that's going to be another drain on the system, especially as it all feeds into Bloor-Yonge. And we need to have resiliency. We need to have new corridors. That's where we should be spending money on, not just overload. So I certainly hope that we can somehow revert to the LRTs or some combination, because that's what we need to do to get the scheming out of the politics, or the scheming out of what we do to sensible things. This particular thing is from 2001, reducing car dependence, transportation options for the City of Toronto. I just suggest that this might be, the density of ridership might be a really, and service might be a really good indicator of where we should actually be spending money on. You can see that the King line is clearly busy. Also, there's Eglinton Avenue East. Nothing on Eglinton Avenue West, and yet just a couple of weeks ago, we've had a reversal of all that consult and prioritization to indicate to me that we still have politics over planning, and this is a real problem. I would also like to suggest that we need to adjust our thinking a little bit, especially in the tighter urban areas, to somehow try and get hold of new corridors, linear corridors, ones that aren't so congested up with cars, because in order to actually make a difference on the climate front, people don't like having their right-of-ways clogged up, or taking the right-of-ways if they're on in vehicles. So the climate crisis, pardon me for the photocopy here, it's very, very dark, but that's why I think we really need to focus on better improved transit, fast transit, sub-regional fast transit in whatever corridor we can get. Certainly one of them is, I believe, downtown, on the Gardner area and the King-Queen access, because there's the pinch point here, and that would be a great thing for something sub-regional from here down into the core, because there's such a concentrated travel demand, both cars and transit. So something, can we think of a reversible transit way somewhere? And I'm worried that the capital is not available to somehow get this particular part of the Front Street Downtown Relief Transitway to at least give us a one-way reversible busway or transitway. We do that for cars on Jarvis Street. There's an awful lot of potential for using the Don Valley Parkway or the Mount Pleasant or Yonge Street with a simple repainting. Instead, we're wanting mega projects. We need the silver buckshot everywhere, not just a couple of silver bullet projects. So yes, perhaps a way of actually matching the capital to the pressures would be to also treat the Scarborough subway as more of a local subway. So it was interesting to hear Councillor De Beermaker have the concern reflected back from his constituents, just leave my property tax alone. Maybe it could be a Scarborough-only subway extension, and that might actually help the rest of the city, because I think many
Just
of
wrap up,
us...
please.
Oh, my goodness, time scuds. I know it's a big deal. I'm glad we're spending some money on transit, but we've got to spend it smarter, and we're not. And other levels of government are also interested in squeezing the billions, if you folks aren't.
Great, thank you very much. I don't think we have any other presenters or deputants, so I'm assuming commissioners want a presentation from staff on the capital budget? I'll take those heads down as a yes. Well, unless someone tells me otherwise, I'm going to assume that. Yes. Okay, I haven't heard it from anyone, so I'm going to take it as read, and we're going to move to questions of staff. Commissioner Byers. Oh, I thought you had questions on the capital budget. No.
Thank you.
Presentation is at all your desks, by the way, if you do want that additional information. Obviously, you've had the staff report in front of you.
Sorry. So I just want to make sure I understand the funding. So this is in...
Sorry, we may have another deputant.
Repeat, get it, repeat it.
Sorry, would you like to be added to the list, I'm assuming? Okay, I didn't see that, so I'll just move a motion to add to the list. All in favor? That carries. Go ahead.
I'll be very quick and very succinct with this because capital budget to me is something that is true to my heart because I'm a bit of a bus nerd and I'm a transit nerd in general. It doesn't reach any further. I'm sorry. It's one of the inaccessibility things there is. Thanks, Vince. Okay, how's this? Unfortunately, being here, it's inaccessible, so I'm literally hauling on this as hard as I can. Simple as this. We need to be able to fund more buses, but biggest importance right now is the garage at McNichol to get more buses. People want more transit, that means more buses. We don't have enough buses now. I hear many times where I have friends who drive as well. You guys, most of you know I have many friends. And they tell me they get stuck in the garage. They got runs that can't go out. You've got runs that, you know, there's buses that don't get to go out on the road because there's no bus. The driver's in the garage waiting for a bus. I've got a friend who was supposed to be driving last night, and he didn't get a bus till 6:30. His shift ends at 9:45. That's that's one run on the 161 that didn't go out. So how do you expect people to have good transit when we don't have enough buses? And how do we expect to have enough buses when we can't get garages due to various reasons, NIMBYism and whatnot? But the capital budget, as long as we have the funding from other levels, I think we'll be okay. But we need a task force of not only you guys and not only Andy and everyone else, but we also need, why don't we stand up as a committee, but include residents and transit users on that committee, and we go to the federal and provincial. I'll be the first one to stand up and go, because you know what? If you book early, it's cheap to go on the bus up to Ottawa, and Queen's Park is 10 minutes away. So let's get this done, boys. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think you have any questions. Thank you for that. Questions now of staff. Commissioner Byers, then Mihevik.
Great, thank you. First is Appendix B. Just want to make sure I understand the funding, because for 2017, it shows at the bottom of that schedule a shortfall of 275. And as I understand it, we've got a carryover from 2016 of 282, almost the exact amount. So that's how we're funding that shortfall for 2017. Is that correct?
Yes and no. If you turn to the next page, which is Appendix C, you will see in other words, it says finite projects 418, that what's unfunded there is that next order of 60 LRVs, and that's subject to proper delivery of vehicles by Bombardier and funding for it. We had originally intended to include those 60 LRVs in the PTIF order, but because we don't have great confidence that they'll be delivered, we've substituted that with buses.
Okay.
So if you took that item out, we are funded for 17, 18, 19, 20, pretty much.
Got it, thank you. And just on the LRVs, Mr. Yule's presentation talked about alternative suppliers. Are we talking about the same piece, same order there? And I was under the impression there were only two suppliers of these big vehicles, but there are clearly others. is that an option, or I'm just curious of your comment on Mr. Yule's presentation regarding alternative LRV suppliers.
I'm sorry, I was slightly distracted about, I think I caught the gist of the question. I mean, ideally, absolutely, you would have a multitude of suppliers, not just for streetcars, but also for buses, because that way you keep those suppliers on their feet, they don't become complacent, they don't think that they've got you over a barrel, they don't think that they've got a sort of monopoly on you, I suppose. But the only practical limitation on that is the smaller the order, either the less likely new entrants are to bid, because it's just not worth their while tooling up in order to do that. And also, the harder it is for them to get into the game because of the unique characteristics of the TTC. So, for example, with our streetcar, there are particular characteristics of the streetcar design that would have to be adapted, and similarly for the subway with our Toronto gauge. The bigger the order, the more likely you are to be able to attract new entrants in at a reasonable unit price. I mean, you know, it may be that someone's out there who says, we're prepared to give you a loss-leading start-up deal in order to get in on the supply chain early, but that would be my only caveat. As a principle, it's a good idea.
Thank you. On Appendix A now, so this is the one-pager of your total 10-year spend. If I look at the top section, the infrastructure-related programs, years 0 to 5, for the first 5 years, we're averaging over $700 million per year in total spend, and years 6 to 10 is quite a bit less, 339. Is it fair to say that we're heading, we're over this bridge in the first half of this program, or we're getting to a much more sustainable, because it looks like pretty well every category, there's more spending early on the infrastructure side, not vehicles.
So if I can, what I draw your attention to would be two things, and they're both under 3.9. There's the McNichol Garage, and there's Toronto Rocket Yard Accommodation. So the McNichol Garage is in the first half, not the second half.
Right.
So that's a couple of $100 million there, swing from one to the next. And the Toronto Rocket Accommodation happens in the first part. That's to allow for the 6-car contest up at Wilson. What is not here is if we're able to get a new yard, we need a major modification or modernization of Line 2. So what's in the second part of this is Line 2, some station modernization and automatic train control on Line 2. What is not here is if you're going to go to a 6-car contest on Line 2, then there's a need for another yard. So that still is to be, that we're still not down the path enough to know that yet.
If I might just add to that, Commissioner, and again, back with I think what I got also the gist of your question. I mean, Vince is absolutely right. When you take out the impact of those two, you still see a pretty heavy commitment in the earlier years of the program. But having said that, things like track continue, because although we'll get the condition of the underlying infrastructure back to a state of good repair, sort of decently modern, what you absolutely must do then, and we're now doing it, is then maintain it. So although the amount will drop down a little because you've done the bow wave of the really big spend to get back to where you should have been, you then need to maintain steady state, so you'll see a pretty much consistent spend profile from then on, and you avoid the peaks that we are now experiencing.
Got it. And just on McNichol, we're in procurement on that right now. That's going to the extent, whatever you can say in public, you're happy with?
Absolutely. The process is going well. Susan,
that process?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're in the process of evaluating the proposals we've received. We're scheduled for January, but we're trying very hard to get, working with our fairness monitor, to get the report through to the December meeting.
Okay, great, thank you. And last, very quickly, I'm sorry, I'm a little over, on Scarborough Subway, so we're spending $127 million this year, and I continue to be a little worried about us spending money without having a really good idea of what procurement process we're making, and have we interacted with Infrastructure Ontario or others to look at that. I know at a previous meeting we talked about the spending that's happening will not be wasted, or otherwise bad word, if we, depending on whatever procurement. So I guess, can you just reassure me that this 127 we'd be approving
is good money to be spending before we've decided on the procurement.
Absolutely, 100%. We're bringing the whole issue to a head now with the city and with IO. Nothing that we've spent to date and the contracts that we've signed to date, nothing will be wasted in that they are call-off contracts typically, whereby work would have had to have been done anyway regardless of who did it. And secondly, they're upset limits up to a particular defined amount that you set via board approvals, and we would not proceed beyond those and without further board authority.
Commissioner Mihevik?
Yes, thank you. I'm trying to get a sense of the kind of the big numbers for 2017. So if just looking at page one of the report. So basically, the base budget is 1.5 billion. Is that fair to say?
Behind you there.
Sorry, page one of the actual board report.
Yeah.
1.5, that's one category, right? And then another category is 1.712, which is the city/federal piece, right?
ETIF, that's right. The 1.561 is the base capital, and then in addition, we've got the 1.71 PTIF.
So if I were to say in the infamous newsletter that we are, this year, TTC is investing in 2017, $3.2 billion, that would be fair to say, and that would include everything from the tail end of the York Spadina subway extension, Scarborough piece, and all the buses and the LRVs and so on.
Broadly, don't forget the PTIF money is spread over 2 years with the potential for 3.
Oh, so the 1.712 is a 3-year piece, but the 1.561 is a 1-year piece. Is that?
I may ask Mike to just comment on the detail.
If I can just clarify, so the base capital program is almost 1.6 billion. In addition to that, there are monies for Shepherd and for the Scarborough subway extension. The combination of those three represent a budget of about 2.2 billion in 2017. The 1.7 billion is funding as opposed to budget, and it's spread over 3 years, parts of 2016, 17, 18, and 19. So the investment in transit in the capital budget in 2017 is 2.2 billion.
And that includes perhaps some of the federal public transit?
It does include some of the funding to support that $2.2 billion budget on the base program.
I see. To the CEO, because I do have a motion on this. Like, do you have or how do you track? How does senior management track all these projects? Like, it seems like frizzy hair here, and I'm wondering, do you have a tracking mechanism to where you go through with staff and say, okay, where we are on the Scarborough subway, where are we at with this one, where are we at with this one, and that you check in on a regular basis to make sure that they're on track and intervene as appropriate?
Absolutely, we do. One of the many changes we've made in terms of governance under my watch is to fundamentally change the executive committee structure, and we've introduced what I call project review boards. In some cases, they're for what I call mega projects, so they have their own meeting. Like I chair what's called the TYSSE countdown meeting, because we're about a year out, and we're checking in granular detail. Are we ready to go? Are there any showstoppers? Anyone worried about anything? But then the regular PRBs look at a myriad of major projects and even smaller projects to check if they're on time, if they're on schedule, if they're on budget, if there's any need for executive action, or if there's anything that will put any of those key factors at risk. That happens every 4 weeks. And that then informs, Commissioner, what goes into the CEO's report. You'll recall that in the CEO's report now at the back of that document, there's a lot more granular detail on individual major projects, because we want to track them and make sure they don't get into trouble.
Okay, great, okay. Yeah, so maybe I'll ask you to comment on, I have a motion that asks you to work with our chair. Like, I don't need to know the granular level. I don't think that's really a board function, but there might be, I don't know, out of these 55 projects or 155 projects, maybe 10 that are of interest to the board that we kind of want to have reports on a irregular basis. Is that a doable, like, we frankly, when I was on the GO board, we had that, and we knew that for, a GO line, this station, we wanted a quarterly report. For this one, for perhaps Scarborough Subway, we want a semi-annual report, and it doesn't have to be the biggest report in the world, it just has to be, these are the issues, this is where we're at, proceeding tickety-boo, and then that helps us, who frankly do a lot of public speaking, know where things are at.
I mean, obviously, if you'd like that, we can do something over and above. You mentioned in a regular report, we actually provide you with a regular report, which is the CEO's report. And in response to a previous request, we have beefed up what is said about those reports at the end of that regular document, the CEO's report, that we list detail on every project. I mean, we could consider something in more detail if you wish. My one plea is we are drowning in reports, and I'm quite focused on getting my team finishing the projects rather than writing reports, but you're our governors, you're our bosses. If you want more reports, then just say what you want.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Other questions? Questions? No? Just one, I have one fairly brief question. For the 2017 capital budget expenditures, just so I'm clear, when I look at the kind of vehicle-related programs, with a few very minor exceptions, it looks like there's about 800 million being spent on purchase of buses, streetcars, subways, and overhaul of all those three. Am I reading that correctly?
That's correct.
So that 800 million in new buses, streetcars, and subways this coming year, does that include PTIF money
Yes.
in that amount?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's about, for PTIF, that's around, overall for PTIF, as we'll come on to, around 800 new buses, 783, I think it is.
Okay, so when we approve this, which will get less fanfare than our operating budget, we are also approving hundreds of new buses that are going to be being delivered starting this coming year.
100% correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Other questions? Okay, questions to speak? Commissioner Mahavik.
Mr. Chair, like, on the capital side, maybe that's why we're not speaking, besides being the end of the day, I think one of the reasons is that there's just so much good stuff happening at the TTC, building infrastructure, repairing, doing state of good repair stuff. Frankly, the challenge for me is just kind of keeping my head around it more than anything else. The motion, though, that I would like to move in is, and I'm not looking to overburden staff, but it actually is, and I'd ask staff, maybe I'll read it. Okay. It's very short, and it really is a tracking mechanism. It's request TTC staff to work with the office, the chair of the TTC, on a reporting process for commission tracking of major capital projects. And I don't know, other councillors may have this in their ward, I certainly have it in my ward. The big stuff that we want to know things about on a quarterly basis, on a semi-annual basis, maybe the stuff that's now at the back of the CEO's report, maybe that's enough. Frankly, I haven't paid that much attention to it. Maybe that can be expanded a little bit. But I think as a way of us knowing and therefore being able to speak to it, and also knowing if there's any landmines that we need to engage ourselves in, we will know them earlier rather than later. So it's a way of us keeping tabs on the big stuff that is happening through a irregular reporting mechanism. And how that happens, I would say the two of you can get together and sort that out.
Great, thank you.
That's my motion.
Does everyone kind of hear that? Do they need to see it on the screen? No? Okay. It's to look at a more refined or robust reporting mechanism on major capital projects for the board. Other speakers? I'll briefly speak then. I think, again, I completely appreciate and understand why the operating budget fills a room and the capital budget clears out a room. But having said that, in terms of what's going to impact the lives of our riders, we are talking about hundreds of new buses, overhauled streetcars and subways and new vehicles in every class of service we provide. And not to mention all the good things that are happening in terms of our converting of our stations to make sure they're accessible. This is going to be a busy system. We'll probably, I fully expect a complaint soon because of how much construction is underway in our stations. But the good news is it is real, it's tangible, it's happening this coming year, and it will, I think, demonstrably impact and improve the experience that our riders have using the system. And so I think we will all can't wait for the new buses to start rolling into town. I think even with, we'll deal with in the next report, we might even have to get even more aggressive with even an additional order above and beyond what we've already got coming, because as we've learned, they're really the backbone of the system. And I think certainly our loyal, very loyal and patient customers will be pleased with the level of capital work, which is unbelievable, and the amount of new vehicles that are coming to town. So with that, I will move the staff. Oh, go ahead. Oh, sorry. No, I'm done. I was going to, with that, I'm just moving the staff recommendations that are in front of us. I think I see some hieroglyphs on the page here.
We've had technical difficulties.
Staff wrote this motion for me, and the proof of that is it's in Vince Roto's handwriting.
This is like the old days of the TTC.
So I've been working on this for a while, and it's related to Canadian content for our buses. And so I wasn't planning on moving it, but Vince told me that it's appropriate. We have a 40% Canadian content motion requirement for our buses, which is, it was done a long time ago on a walk-on without any staff report behind it. It was just done.
Sort of like this one here?
No. This is going back to the Canadian content, the CanCon that is reflective of what's done in the province. So it's down to 25%, and that's what it should be at, in my view. So I'm putting this on. We're going to be buying a lot of buses. We should be getting as many competitive bids as possible. The provincial requirement is 25%. We should be going back to attract as many bidders as possible to get the best prices possible.
Okay, questions of the mover? I guess I have one.
Yep.
Just so that same criticism can't be lobbed this way, because I actually support where you're trying to go, because we need to have more providers.
Yes.
Do we not want staff to just opine on this first?
I think they have opined on it, like, privately, and they think it's a good idea if you just ask them.
Even if it's like a one-pager, I know they're report heavy, but.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Vince suggested it might, I'm not blaming you. I didn't come into this meeting thinking of moving this, but Vince thought it might be appropriate since we're doing the budgets.
I guess,
I'm happy
not to speak to it, if the end goal is to give us more choice and options and drive down prices, I'd like to see this go through, and I think I wouldn't want process to undermine.
So refer
the
to
effort.
staff, I'm fine with that.
Okay. Question of the mover?
Are we still on the floor here?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hold it.
I would be inclined to ask the counselor all sorts of questions, like, is this net of the service contract, or what did you understand the 40% to be, if we weren't going to just refer it to staff and let them bring it back to us?
I think he just said he's fine with referring it to staff.
Okay.
As I say, it wasn't my intention.
To the very next meeting. Yeah. So that
Next meeting.
it shouldn't hold up tendering if it's.
No.
Yeah, no, I'm referred to staff for report back as soon as possible. And so I want the report back prior to allowing us to make a decision to structure our tenders for the purchases for next time we put out an RFP or a tender for buses. Is that all right? Can we do that?
Yeah.
I don't want to hold up the PTIF stuff, but I do want to, and I don't know whether it'll have a material impact on it. I suspect it won't, but we should straighten this away. It's bad policy.
Okay. Other speakers, not on this, but just in general. Okay. So so I have placed the staff recommendations in front of us. Let's vote on this first, recognizing that despite what Vince's handwriting says in front of us, the motion is actually to refer this to staff for them to report back to us. All in favor of that? That carries. All in favor of the recommendations that I've moved? All in favor of that? That carries, and there goes the capital budget. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Mahavik had a motion too, on reporting, all in favor? Opposed? None, that carries. Item number 3. There's no presentation. You have the staff report in your agendas, assuming it has been read. We'll move to, sorry. Do we have 2 deputations on this? I see one of our, we do 2. Okay, so I'm starting your time now. Go for it.
Page 2 of this report shows the anticipated cash flow from PTIF. I'm here to ask that you consider one more small project within this funding stream. As a part of the big move, Metrolinx has identified 51 mobility hubs in the GTHA. Part of what makes a mobility hub is increased interconnectivity between transit agencies in the GTHA. Dundas West Station is one of these 51 hubs under consideration. With now the UPX and Go Kitchener, they're there now. RER and Smart Trek should be coming to this neighborhood soon as well. King Street services this station. The 504 King route is the 3rd busiest route we operate. Only the 2 subways beat us out, Line 1 and Line 2. Also using this station are the 40 Junction bus, the 168 Symington, the 193X Rocket, seasonally, and the 505 streetcar. During rush hour, it can often take 2 to 4 minutes for a vehicle to get into the station, and another 2 to 4 minutes for the vehicle to get out of the station. What I'm proposing is that we install a set of lights on the north side of Edna and Dundas Street West. These lights would be synced to cycle 30 seconds before the red light southbound at Bloor and Dundas West. This will allow traffic to clear between these 2 places and create a gap for streetcars and buses to get on their route sooner. These lights would be synced to cycle green 15 seconds before the lights southbound at Bloor and Dundas West cycle to green. This would only affect southbound traffic. There would be a sign telling pedestrians to cross at Bloor. This is a slightly unique version of a transit priority signal. If we can get a King streetcar out of the station 2 to 3 minutes faster, it's a big deal. During rush hour and 30 streetcars on the route, that's 60 to 90 minutes of more vehicles in revenue service, picking up passengers and collecting fares, without adding more revenue vehicles on the line. Full disclosure, this is my home station. I'm in and out of the station 10 to 15 times a week. There is a light at the mall for a little bit farther north that is synced to the lights, the cars coming out of the plaza. And for the record, I've been under my time every time. You guys, not so much.
You didn't take time, you did declare your conflict on this one. Other questions of the deputant? No, thanks again. We do have another presenter on this one, Hamish Wilson. Once you're in the saddle, I will start your time.
Okay, thank you. I think there might be another opportunity for doing that at the other end of the King Line and et cetera, at the top of Broadview. Sometimes the buses, et cetera, are, they could use, the streetcars, et cetera, the transit could use some transit priority. Just with getting money from other levels of government, the one taxpayer may actually get ticked off and suggest that, yeah, you really need to spend it better, even though it's so welcome to have that other level, the province and the feds come in on supporting and backstopping transit. But I think you really have to also make sure that you don't keep on subsidizing the car quite so much, that you actually have the resolve to take some heat and get the funding from the major drain, I think, on much of our mobility and our budgets. With the larger projects, if there's a taint to them, and I would suggest that some of them are tainted, specifically the Scarborough situation, even though it's well underway in some ways, we know that things can change with the government if it's not too far along. What's a few $100 million? It may be cheaper sometime, and it's certainly with the federal level. This project called the Missing Link, the potential for freeing up the GO line or the train line that goes through by doing a little bit of rail construction out here, I think that's a very significant project. So if there's starting to be a set of issues with funding at other levels of government, they might be able to step back a little bit from the politics, sometimes the tainted politics that actually make decisions for the massive infrastructure, and go, maybe this is going to actually be a better value for the taxpayer. So I'd suggest that some of us can actually go further afield and go up a level, being supportive of transit, but sometimes your decisions are just not good enough in terms of representing good value for people. For instance, here's another thing, and I know it's a theme that I've been on. Bloor bike lanes. If we're at a chaos point at Bloor and Yonge, why not do a bike lane along Bloor and Danforth? If it sheds even 1% of that customer transit load on the Danforth especially, that's a good investment, is it not? Yonge Street, maybe if we're in such a crisis, a busway there too. So I'm sure you've heard it all before and to some extent been ignored, but we seem to have a tradition, I'm afraid, of putting the big infrastructure in the less wise places. So there's definitely some grounds for concern.
Thank you very much. Questions, we'll move it to questions of staff, starting with Commissioner Mahevik.
How the issue of a platform edge doors will kind of fit into this process over the next year or so. I know that's a project that's on our long-term list, but where might that be?
So I don't think that project is on this list. And the reason is, all that can be on here is what can be done basically with 24 months. And if you, that's the second point. So if it's got to be 24 months, you might be able to extend that to 36 with ministerial approval. And it's designed to be largely for state of good repair. But I think the real issue is what you can get done in 2 years on platform edge doors.
So is a report coming so that it might be part of phase 2?
So phase 2 hasn't been announced. So I don't know what would qualify for phase 2.
Is a report being prepared on platform edge doors?
We're having a look at platform edge doors at the moment, at the whole business case for it. As yet, it's very early days in that study. We've been focusing on these things which we needed to get done, but we are mindful of your desire to see such a report.
So 2017, sometime early?
I'd hope so. I mean, I need to check in with my team where we've got to. It's a big piece of work, and I've had to prioritize my team on other things up to date.
Okay, well, I'll look forward to hearing from you on that. The other one is that I have a concern about, I think frankly, if you look at the big projects of the city, and it's everything from the downtown relief line to the Scarborough subway to Eglinton West, Smart Track, the one that really has a high regard and always comes up at the top is Waterfront East and Waterfront West.
I said that.
And we haven't, it isn't on our capital list, and it isn't here, and I know it's with Waterfront Toronto, but there's a TTC piece to this, if nothing else, an advocacy piece, and I'm wondering if you could address that.
Absolutely, there's an advocacy piece, and we're involved in the discussions around Waterfront LRT with the City Transit Executive Committee that meets every 4 weeks. That is a standing item on that meeting, along with a whole bunch of other expansion projects. So it, along with various other projects such as Relief Line and Smart Track and Finch LRT, are all being progressed. That one has not been forgotten about. We agree with you that that's an important topic.
So we're not carrying that, Waterfront Toronto's carrying that?
That's correct, and the city
We're
will
at
be
that
doing
table.
the EA.
We're at that table as
We
the
are,
TTC?
absolutely.
And when might we likely see some progress on that would lead to some inclusion in some budgets, either?
I'd have to come back to you on with a time frame, but it's one of the many projects that's being worked on at the moment as part of the whole transit expansion piece.
Okay, I'll let it go.
Other, Commissioner Carroll.
So I hate to bring up the batteries again, but I'm looking at the criteria here. I reread it because it was a while back when we got this agenda. So these are the 2-year state of good repair. This is the phase 1 of PTIF stuff. Is it in phase 2 that you're hoping to incorporate it under a different rationale?
No, so what we have here is this is all the money that's been set aside for the TTC in the city in phase 1.
Right, so this is.
So the batteries are not in here because the batteries are in operating, and the province has not heretofore paid operating. What we're saying is that, even to deliver everything in here is going to take some doing. I mean, we're looking at getting 782 buses delivered in about 3 years. We need a piece of property that does that. You'll get that at the next board meeting, talking about how we do that. That's no mean feat. And some of these other things here, I think these are the dollars that are budgeted, and not everything turns out the way it has. So the PTIF agreement allows for some substitution if you're not spending one or the other. So what we would do, because I am pretty sure over the course of the next 3 years, if it's $25 million worth of batteries, I can't believe there isn't some opportunity for $25 million here to sort of find, slip or something out of this program, and we would look to substitute.
Okay, thank you. That makes a great deal of sense.
Other questions? My question is, just because I want to state this fact again, how many buses?
Around 783.
783 buses are coming. Okay, thank you. To speak, I can say 783 buses again in my speech if you want me to. Anyone to speak? Campbell?
Well, I look forward to riding those buses.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take the bus.
None are going to be in Etobicoke, though, I'm sorry.
Policy, it's a policy.
I will certainly, with pleasure, move the staff recommendations. Just quickly speak to the fact that I think as Commissioner Mihevc said, it is incredibly good news on top of what we just approved with our capital budget, how much is happening, how much new vehicles, improved amenities and stations are coming to the system over the next year and a half, 2 years. So I'll move those recommendations and ask those all in favor? And no opposed? Yeah. I do, just before we adjourn, while maybe in the bigger picture not totally over, I want to thank TTC staff for all the work they've done on the budget. I know they put in a ton of hours, and many commissioners around this table have done the same thing. And so thank you for everyone for your dedication and hard work on these efforts. And with that, I will move to adjourn, a motion to adjourn. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Oh, you're opposed? Excellent, okay. That carries. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.